It's a sunny Wednesday morning right here in Krefeld, Germany, and we are recovering from a case of Golden Ball fever. Golden Ball 34 last night, Cologne CC. Well, they're first up this morning after the heartbreak of that loss. How will they come back and will Lemgo? They are back and they want to make some waves as well. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Germany Krefeld, and it starts right now. Good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another big day in European cricket. My name is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo to some for the European Cricket Network, and we are here. It is day 9 of the FanCode European Cricket Series right here in Krefeld, Germany, the National Performance Centre. It's a great cricket ground, have been having some great weather as well, and some great cricket. We even had a golden ball yesterday afternoon, so I know we're going to get a lot more entertainment today with 4 T10 matches just around the corner. And we are starting today with match 33. It's TV and TBV Lemgo. Well, they're back and they're going to take on Cologne CC in the first game of the day. Let's go over to Rob Kemming. He's the tournament referee. He's with 2 captains for the coin toss for match number 33.
Your call.
Tails.
Tails is called. Hang on. It is tails.
You're going to bowl first.
So it is Sasanka Sanka from Cologne CC that has won the toss, and he has elected to bowl first, so he obviously wants to chase. Look, he was telling me just on the batting side of things, he was a little bit sucked in to playing some overly aggressive shots and not really good cricket shots earlier in the week, but he seems to have kind of settled in now, knowing there's value for cricket shots all around this ground. So, slight adjustment from him. I think he's a really good batter. We'll probably see him at the top of the order for Cologne CC. Look, they're 1 and 3. They could have been 2 and 2, except for that golden ball finish finish last night with a little Tortuga came out, didn't it? And VF beat Gelsenkirchen, stayed alive in the tournament. We'll see them later in the day. But Cologne CC, they had a lot of success last year in the group stage, and I think that they'll want to really make a statement this morning. Looking forward to seeing them and how they come back from that heartbreak of the golden ball last night. But let's talk about Lemgo, and they had a very good start to the tournament, didn't they, with 2 wins over VfB Gelsenkirchen on Saturday. But since then, they've had a bit of a tough time, so they're 2-2. They are 2 points ahead of Cologne CC, but if they lose them here, it'll be all square. I think this is going to be a really interesting matchup. Let's talk about the conditions. Well, plenty of sunshine today, expecting the hottest day this week so far with a planned maximum temperature of 33 degrees. Currently, it's already up in the 20s, and I think it's going to be a beautiful day for cricket. So a bit of a risk, I think, for Cologne CC. They've won the toss, and they're going to bowl first, so they are going to have to chase. Let's see if Lemgo can get the runs on the board. Well, here's a man who's always getting the runs on the board in the commentary, Ice Cube, Rico Full. Well, he's just back there, and I'll be with him shortly. But Rico, let's get ready for the first match of the day. Match 33 is around the corner.
Namaste, Salam Alaikum, Sasri Akal, Aibawan. Good morning, cricket lovers, and welcome back to the National Performance Centre here in Krefeld. This is the Bayer Uerdingen Cricket Ground, and we've seen some action here. Looking forward to 4 brilliant matches here today. But let's reflect, let's have a think back to what we saw yesterday first. We started off, of course, with the Bayer Boosters taking on Lemgo, a team that we're going to see here in a moment. But Lemgo didn't have things going their way yesterday. They just couldn't get clicking with the bat. That was the issue yesterday, so they'll be hoping that they brought the batting with them here today. Bayer Boosters winning that first one by 19 runs, and mainly thanks to a good all-round performance from their batters. Indran and also Vasakaran was in good form yesterday, and it was the player of the match, though, Sanjeevan Vignesh, the bowler, who was in top form. He gave the Boosters that victory. In match number 2, it was very much the same. The Boosters putting the runs on the board, so on 2 occasions getting past the 100 mark. And once again, Lemgo just couldn't get going. And no surprise again, it was the bowling of the slinger, Sanjeev Vignesh. He was just unplayable yesterday. He was in such good form, him, and also the bowling of Prabha was pretty good. But Lemgo, they did have something to look forward to and something to come into this match with, and that's the form of their captain. He was in pretty good form, as his Bardi, 34 not out of 28, and he made a good innings in the first one as well, so they're hoping that he is going to be good. Then we saw the battle between Cologne CC and VfB Gelsenkirchen, and what a battle it was. Cologne CC they won the first one by getting plenty of runs on the board, 125. That was mainly thanks to Azmuddin Zadran, who also was the player of the match there, 38 off 11, and took 2 for 29 as well. And Gelsenkirchen once again just failing to get there. It was a good response from them, led really by Pavalura, 41 off 19, and also Dali played an important role, 24 of 15, but they just fell short. And then we had the golden ball, the one that we were waiting for, 93 to 93. So Cologne CC batting first, got to 93. Gelsenkirchen at 93. We went to the golden ball, and the hero was Mohammed Owais. Not only in the normal play did he score 49 and not out of the 34 deliveries, but he was out there to face the golden ball, smashes it down the ground. But unfortunately, it was the fielder Shazad that got that unfortunate Tortuga bounce as the ball rocked over him and went for 4. I mean, a feeling though, I think they would have run the 2 anyway because they ran pretty well. So it was Mohammed Owais that got the golden ball victory for the batting side, which is a rarity these days. So that was a very important win for them, as we'll see when we start to have a look at the tables. Let's look at these 2 teams. So Lemgo, they are looking to get back to winning ways. They made a great start. The team on debut, they won both their matches early on, but then it all went wrong for them yesterday. But like I say, the main thing they have to focus on is their batting, and that's exactly what Cologne CC knows. So they've won the toss and put them in and saying, right, let's hope. Well, Cologne CC are hoping that those frailties continue. And this is what the bat versus ball wall says. It says that it's a 91 to 89, so a close match, but in favour of Cologne CC. So I think that's all to do with the form that Cologne showed yesterday. They were they were scoring runs fairly freely in the 90s. 90 to 100, but that's the issue with Lemgo. You look at Lemgo chasing both times yesterday, 87 for 7 and 79 for 8. So, and that's with the captain actually batting pretty well. So they've got a lot to do. Once again, a beautiful day, and thank you to Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, who gave us the introduction and some details and facts about both these teams. We shall see him in the commentary booth a little bit later. Umpires are out there, Nikhil and umpire Ayush. And good morning to the man in black, led of course brilliantly by Sir Robert Kemin. It's going to be another scorcher. It is going to be a beautiful day. And look at those long shadows. That tells you that first thing in the morning, and he hits straight down the ground, sort of coming to our direction. The fielders have got to be prepared. They've got to have the hats on and they've got to have the shades on. And that's exactly what I'm seeing with the man who's next to me here in the field. He's got his shades, and that's Zadran. Needs them today. Lemgo going to have a bat first. And also, let's say good morning to our official timekeeper, Federica Constant, who will no doubt be giving the umpires the thumbs up in a moment for the start of this match. And well, this man bowling now was absolutely brilliant with the ball, but he was the unfortunate victim with that golden ball bounce. He comes in to bowl the first, Shazad, short, and he's onto this pretty quickly, and this will go all the way. What a start this is. Well, it's a bit of a volley start this morning. And it's short, and it's been put away. 6 runs to start off with. Well, great start. And I'm liking the fact that we've got Barakzai out there and Rizwan Baba. They made a change yesterday, did Lemgo, in their second match. And I wasn't really very pleased with it, in terms of the fact that these two guys that I know are great hitters of the ball, very attacking batters, would drop down the order. And I could understand the gamble made by the captain, Aziz Bharti just wanted to try a few things up the top of the order. He went, but it just didn't pay dividend for him. And I think you've got to stick with what you know. And I think inside the power play, when you're struggling to score runs, you need the big hitters in there. And these two, if they get going, can do just that. Barakzai gets another short one. And this one is the second. I think the two umpires are having a discussion here. I reckon this may be called a no ball because it's the second one. It's definitely a wide, yes, but it's the second one in the over, and there you go. No ball has been called. And just to reiterate, the first ball was over the shoulder, which was punt for 6. This was another short one, and it's been called a no ball. So this will be a free hit. So no ball, free hit. Barakzai has an opportunity to go big again. Fuller hit hard down the ground. This is going to be 4 runs. Beautiful stroke. Straight down the ground and bang. Well, he over pitches this one. Look, it becomes a full toss. And he said, I'm not missing out on this, Barakzai. So we've seen the hook shot for a 6. And now the straight drive for 4 is the start. That is required for Lemgo. Remember the issues of being with the bat. They just haven't been able to click. And these two men, they're the ones that did the damage when we saw them first time round. When they had those 2 victories against Clemson Crucian. And that's what they did. It was Rahman Barakzai, 34 of 11. Rizwan Baba, 30 of 11. They made a brilliant partnership. In the second match, it was again Rizwan Baba, 36 for 14, and then also Akshay Gupta, who got in the act as well in that one. He was actually player of the match in match number 24 for Lemgo, making 42 for 18. So they have got the batters. They just didn't show up yesterday, but they know they need to show up here today. They want to get some points on the board, which would really then put pressure on VFB, who are playing against the Dusseldorf Black Caps the last 2 matches this afternoon, and that's going to be their last 2 matches. Shazad. It's again short, and it's again pumped. This is another one. Volley, volley, volley. Well, they're starting early this morning. Sweaty, patake, chalpe, grande, bitch. Fireworks at this Bayer Erdingen ground first thing in the morning. And talking about fireworks, one man that looks very sharp and fiery. Listen, I thought I'd got up and missed 2 days because you got a bit of Peacock Friday about it. It's Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo.
Every day's Peacock Friday if you want it to be. It's what a start this is. 17 off the first half over. Shazad, he's got some issues carrying over from last night. Here's the next ball.
So this one doesn't go anywhere. Better line, but they're good running, good backing up there from Rizwan Baba. He thinks, hang on a minute, you're not having all the fun. I want to get down the other end.
I think he'll be pretty happy to see Barakzai at the other end. I want to tell you some breaking news. First ball of the day. What a hook shot for 6. That was a brand new Kookaburra, and it was lost in the bush. It only ever got bowled once. It only ever got hit once. Poor Sam. There he is. He's had to go back bushwalking.
He's like a shepherd.
Trying to find it.
He's a Kookaburra shepherd.
So his day hasn't got off to a great start. Literally, that ball was hit once.
I tell
hit
you,
pretty well.
I tell you what, he doesn't want to be going into those bushes with shorts on. Those nettles are going to have you.
That's why he's got the stick for his own protection.
Well, for the snakes. This one has beaten the keeper. Just umpire. Watching the pre-signal here. Was there anything on this? Or was it going to be a bye?
Be a
bye.
buys. Unfortunately, that one's gone. Gone too soon. And Kookaburra. Maybe they'll find it in years to come. You never know.
I think they will. And they're going to find a lot of these cricket balls in the years to come. Maybe in the winter when some of this greenery dies back.
I think in this area, perhaps Kookaburra farming could be a burgeoning industry. People just trying to find lost Kookaburras and selling them second hand. Quick hello to everyone in the chat as well. And everyone watching on FanCode in India. Barakzai's back, and he wants more, and he's going to get more. Oh, is he? What a shot. Vale, vale, vale. Well, he did get his arms up in the air, got one up in the air. I thought he was miles over Deshpande. Great effort, but he can't rein it in, and it's 6 more. This over's gone magical now.
Yeah, I mean, he's just bowling too short. And yeah, a superb effort there from Deshpande. Just trying to keep this ball in play, but he's not able to. 23 come off the first. It's a disastrous start for Shazad, a man who's probably still thinking about that Tortuga bounce that nearly took his block off yesterday, which allowed the VFB side to get a vital victory.
So there are our golden balls this year. Golden ball 34 yesterday, the 10th of the year. Gelsenkirchen getting over Colin CC. And, well, that was an incredible finish to the day, wasn't it? And Gelsenkirchen just needed to stay alive. We can see it made it 3 versus 7. And, well, what a fantastic finish of the day it was. But what about the Tortuga bounce? I mean, this is what kind of led to the golden ball in the first place, right?
Yeah.
And then, of course, they needed 2. And that last bounce, well, not a friendly one for Shazad. And let's just say his morning hasn't been much better than the last ball of the day either so far.
He was shaken up by that. We're talking about shaken up. They were shaking everybody up, giving everybody jumpies and hugs. It was a victory they desperately needed, but Shazad hasn't recovered from
25 off the first over of the day, not ideal. And so it's going to be second over now, and Akshay Dani will be the bowler.
Dani, he starts to the wide as well.
Yeah, so I mean, whether they would have gotten back for 2 or not with the clean pick up and throw, we'll never know. It's kind of a blessing in disguise, I think, that Jamal got run out off the last ball of the game. Even though they could have replaced him anyway, I just don't know if they would have thought of it. Rubesh Palaniappan came out and he was running. I thought it was Usain Bolt out there, actually, how quick he was coming back for a second.
This is another wide, so he wants to keep the ball out of that swing zone of Rizwan Barber, but at the moment all he's succeeding in doing is bowling wide balls outside the off stump, so he's got to get it right here. Dani, he's a player I think we were expecting to see more of here today. A lot of people were talking in the chat about his abilities with the bat, and I think he needs to go out there and show it today. But at the moment he's bowling to Babar. Better.
A bit of extra bounce there, I think, just beating the bat. Rizwan Babar hasn't had to do too much so far, except watch Barakzai smash balls out of the ground. Really good horizontal bat strokes. I mean, 3 of them were really good from Barakzai in the first over. But I want to say a quick hello to Andrew Hogan, and of course to Mrs. Hogan, and also to Vinny's wife. My chat wife is probably one of the longest relationships I've had in a long time, actually.
Good
Vinny's
morning.
wife.
Good morning, Vinny's wife, and everybody else there. Yeah, the weather, Andrew, is absolutely beautiful. That's all you can say. It's lovely and sunny, hardly any clouds about, and forecast again looking to be around about 30 degrees here today.
Yeah, even more maybe. Let in Ad K as well. And Sundori, hope you're having a great morning so far.
Well hit, and that's 4 runs. Vinny, yours. Vinny, come on.
Off the outside of us. Good goalkeeping, just on the outside of the post. I knew I could let that one go. Well, this one was absolutely smashed. And yeah, I do like Barbar at the top of the order. He had to deal with a few things. You can see that one just missing the cube. I was ready for it if it did come this way. Got to watch out for the rebounds off the post as well, right? But hey, what Barbar's saying, well, I'm not going to miss out either. There's nothing too wrong with that ball from Dani. Maybe slightly over pitch, but it's a really good cricket shot.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Yeah, these two have to be opening for me. I mean, I know yesterday they tried Ramesh Kumar up there as well and probably went with Gupta. But look, this is the opening pair in the power play, and you're seeing why.
Left-hand, right-hand combination as well.
He tries to put this away outside the offside, hit over. It's a shot that he plays pretty effectively. Misses out on this one, but you can see he gets his arms involved as well. He's looking to hit this ball over that point and cover man. Get it over them to the boundary inside the power play. Those men are inside the 30-yard circle.
Yeah, of course. Again, don't have to try too hard though. I think a bit of pace on the ball. Just hit the ball hard. Hit it correctly though.
To the fielder, in comes the throw. They're attacking. That's nice. I like to see that.
Pretty good fielding there. You can pick up and throw. If it hit, I think probably may have just had him, but it would have been absolutely perfect piece of fielding. It wasn't. So Barbara survives. Barracks are back on strike, and let's see what their field is. 2 back square of the wicket. That almost tells me though that it might just be the 1 back at square leg now because they're bringing 1 up. But I was going to say that if you put your 2 fielders back there, you're almost saying, okay, I'm going to bowl short to you. And I think he's saying, I don't care how many fielders there are there. I'm just going to whack it over your head. So I still think I wouldn't be bowling too many short the way he's been hooking this morning. It's been very, very good. Yeah, cracking day so far. Up to 22. I think we'll get up to 32 or 33 today. So see the sun position kind of behind the bat at the start of the day here.
Does go for it. Misses out.
Better length, because he knows he's running hot with that shot, so he's kind of looking for it. Things that are marginal, he's still going to try and hit there. And so this is a good bit of bowling by Dhani. Lures him into it, but yeah, it was just too full to try and play that shot.
A bit of late movement as well. When you see where Sekar takes that, the wicketkeeper. The ball is starting to move pretty late.
Big prize on the wicket of Barak Zaihay. He's got him off to a flyer.
And this is going down leg side, a bit of a half-hearted appeal. Never going to be out, so leg bye's been signalled.
Yeah, better length though, isn't it? Also, it's the end of the over. Some pitches outside, hits outside. Was missing. That's 3 no's from me, but he will retain the strike. 33 for no loss after 2. Well, let's have a look at this table. And that golden ball win for Gelsenkirchen just shook things up a bit because it really keeps the battle for the top 4 alive. And I'll give you a couple of scenarios here. Now, Lemgo looking good so far, but if Clone CC were to beat them twice, then that could be quite an interesting one, because that will mean Clone CC will jump up to 6 points, and that will mean that Lemgo, they've got their last 2 matches against the Dusseldorf Black Caps as well, so if they didn't win either of those, then potentially they could be grounded on 4, and Gelsenkirchen could potentially catch them. But the issue, I suppose, for Gelsenkirchen is they have their last 2 matches this afternoon, also against the Black Caps. So I think we need to see probably an upset or even a couple of upsets to see Gelsenkirchen out of that bottom spot. But they showed yesterday they're full of confidence and will hit today with a bit of momentum with that golden ball.
Yeah, I think so. And they know that the destiny really is their hands. They've got to win both matches here today and still probably hope that 1 or 2 results go their way.
Zadran comes on, also starts with a wide. That's been a problem this morning. I'll get an extra. I want to say very good morning to the official lawnmower of the ECN. Definitely when we're here in Krefeld. I know that Maximo is one of the hardest working robots in Germany. There's a lot of grass to cut here, isn't there? Imagine if someone from the past in a time machine just came out and saw that and say, what's going on here?
You know what's missing with that? Somebody's got to get a bit creative and paint some eyes on it and stuff and make it look a bit more real. I think it can be done. Asking the question here.
I did hear a little noise there. I don't know if it's enough evidence to give it. Yeah, let's have a look. It's just a little click. Wouldn't be surprised if you might have got a feather on that, but it's very hard to give if you're not sure. I think it's probably a good decision. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you don't want to shake the lawnmower's hand, though, do you? That's the thing. You don't want it to be too friendly.
Yeah,
Do you think you want to stay out its way? I think it does have some sort of technology that it shouldn't mow your feet. But I'm not going to test that one out.
I think it's got some sensors there. It looks like it does. But it was. I'm liking that there was busy doing this job on a few magpies. More than one. That's always good. Always going to be more than one magpie. This has been smashed, but it's the fielder out there who takes a very, very good catch. It's not easy in these conditions, and that's actually Dhani. And gets into position, takes a catch. But he's got the shades on for a reason, and that's because it's pretty bright. Well done to him, and they get their first wicket.
Yeah, so it is Zadran that gets the breakthrough. Really good catch by Dhani, because that was travelling. And yeah, you've got to have hard enough hands to stop that one bursting through. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, hits it pretty well. Just doesn't get the kind of elevation. It was hit hard enough to go for 6, but yeah, the trajectory a little bit low. And it was intercepted very, very well by Akshay Dani, that long on. So first wicket of the day is 35 for 1, and this will bring Hassan Ali to the crease at number 3.
I think there's a bit of karma, you know, when I'm looking at that, the appeal for caught behind. I'm not saying you can see anything from the replay, but just seeing that reaction from Babar, the way he looks behind, etc.
I think he gets a little.
I think he gets a little
scratch
thing
on
on
it.
it. So I think that's a bit of karma. I think I'm glad they've got that wicket there.
We're
because
reading things, so we don't know obviously, but
Yeah.
there are little micro expressions, right? There's little body language cues, I think, with
Yeah.
those caught behinds. As a keeper, of course, I know all of this. I trained myself out of them so that I didn't ever look guilty. But yeah, I think it's possible. Anyway, here's Hassan Ali facing up to Azmuddin Zadran.
Takes it into the covers. They'll take the single. Still having a shot. Well, I'm liking that because
Yeah.
one thing that we do know is that he's not the quickest. It's Hassan Ali. So they're making him hustle.
Ahmadis Pandey is a very good fielder, no matter where you put him. He's got a really good pair of hands. Took a good catch late in the piece yesterday. And now he's going to go back to deep square leg, which I think is a key position to Barakzai, who's been smashing balls in that direction with an alarming frequency. If you're a Cologne CC supporter, you don't want to drop short here.
In the air, chance. Wicket keeper has to take it, gets under it, and makes no mistake. So they get the two openers within balls of each other. And Barakzai, after a blistering start, well, he goes. So it's the second wicket to Zadran, well bowled. And you've got to say, well caught by Sakara as well. They're not always that easy when they go straight up in the air like that.
And also, you've got so long to think about it. You know that Barakzai has been smashing everything this morning. But when they were bowling slightly fuller to him, I think that he wasn't quite as good, was he? And this one just goes straight up in the air. Zadran with the double breakthrough removes both openers in a very good third over. So after 25 came off the first over, Cologne CC have worked their way back into this contest. 36 for 2 now in the third.
Yeah, I mean, he'll probably think, okay, I've sort of done my job, but once again, you need one of those two, either Barakzai or Rizwan Barber, to go a bit bigger. Both have fallen inside the power play. And as you know, Vinny, it's wickets in the third over.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think it changed the approach of Barakzai too much, because he was going that way from the get-go, wasn't he? But yeah, you're right. I mean, the lesson there, I mean, just it's very, very clear. Don't drop short to him. He was hooking balls. In the first shot of the day, it was probably the best. He hooked it off his nose and absolutely smashed it. That was the first ball he got to look at. But the balls that were just slightly fuller, not necessarily Yorker length, but full enough so it was uncomfortable to pull.
Yeah.
They were the ones that he struggled with in that innings. Anyway, new batter come out there, and it's Krishan Rajendran, keeper. So he's getting a chance up the order. He batted 4, 7 and 10 so far. So he's back up in the 4 position. Let's see what he can do. Pretty good start, just whips it away, and this will probably go for 4, and it will. Yeah, so just using the pace and very fast outfield here in Krefeld this year. That's why we've seen a lot of higher scores. Yeah, it's nice little whip away. That'll be a confidence booster for Rajendran as he gets off the mark.
Yeah, it's a nice shot because you see him coming up to the ball. He's playing it on the full. He's not allowing himself to get yorked. He's going out to it, little clip, 4 runs. That's what they've got to do here. Just keep things going. When the power play score looks like it's going to be a decent one. Getting runs on the board has been their problem, and I think they'll be, if they can get a 90-plus score here, they'll fancy themselves to defend it. So we're going to miss here. I must admit, I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't go with somebody like the other left-hander to come out. Something like Ramesh Kumar. He's batted pretty well. They could have just kept that left and right combination going.
That's a good point. I mean, the thing is, it's hard to criticise either way. Ramesh Kumar looked really good down the order in the first game yesterday, as we see the end of the power play. 40 for 2, pretty good one, pretty entertaining one for all the neutrals. Yeah, but Ramesh Kumar batted really well lower down. So we said, and the openers struggled specifically against the opening combination from the boosters. So he went up there, got out first ball. What can you take from that? I'm not sure. I'm not too critical of teams trying things when things aren't working for you. I think you need to find a balance of keeping enough things the same and enough things different. So it's not like you should be changing everything, but you also shouldn't be too set, because you really want the players in form to be getting an opportunity with the bat.
This man who comes on the bowl now, Sanka, he's a good talent to have in your side.
Good cricketer.
Yeah, good bowler, good in the field, and he can play his part with the bat as well.
I mentioned in the intro that I was just chatting to him, and he said, I'm kind of clued in now that you don't have to try and slog everything. When you're batting, you can actually play cricket shots and get value for them. He played some really nice drives yesterday. Now he's got to do the job with the ball. Gets this one past Hassan Ali.
Yeah, Hassan Ali is one in the wide for this, but he needs to have a look at it again. Just because you miss one doesn't mean it's a wide. It wasn't the best of shots. Looking to cut.
I think there's particularly good runs for people that can cut and cut well.
Hits this one down the ground. Work to be done by the fielders there, and well, they do stop it. Don't take it cleanly. Only the signal taken.
Yeah.
Going to run harder.
So we don't often see a third man back. When we do, it's often really fine more for an edge. So if you can cut and find that gap between the kind of third man in the circle and point, there's 4 almost every time, and that gap will be there pretty much for the whole innings.
Short, up in the air. Is this going to go to hand? It doesn't. Just drops short off the fielder. That comes across. So a bit of luck there for the batter.
Yeah, so often it's shot selection, right? Correct shot selection.
This is the thing that somebody like the openers need to learn, don't they? And we've got Rizwan and also Barakzai there. I mean, they're both great hitters of the ball. This one is played out into the covers. They'll take a single. But like you say, it's shot selection, and it's also being able to say, right, if that, for example, somebody like Barakzai, right, if it's not short and in the zone to go big, then I can play another shot. I can play other shots, and I can, if I need to, just get bang on the ball and rotate the strike as well, because otherwise that left and right partnership doesn't come into play at all. This has been hit pretty well, and it will go all the way. Inna zona, Shaka Lagia, manos arriba, Vidro, porque es una 6.
Yeah, Hassan Ali just flat bats this, gets the length he wants. Baseballs that out of the ground, really. Brings up the 50 as well. So it's 50 for 2 after the first 4 overs of the day. We had plenty of entertainment at the end of last night, didn't we? And you can see me down here. We're trying to keep my eyes out of the sun at the moment because it is coming into the cube. But well, we've had plenty of entertainment at the start of the day as well, haven't we? The first ball smashed for 6. That one never got found. But right now it's Lemgo who were inserted, but they've made a pretty cracking start. Let's see if the middle order can go on with it, though.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this from a number of teams before, haven't we? So many times I've mentioned it. First 5 overs, it's good. The second 5, the fielding side claw themselves back into it. But it's a perfect start at the moment. 50 on the board, 4 overs gone. And he's trying to cut this delivery, which is, well, it's too straight. And he's trying to make himself some room, but look, not able to play. He's playing the wrong shot.
I don't think there's anything on this. Goes above the bat. Well, of course, a few people mentioning timing so far. Maybe a bit of an issue for the bowlers. Well, could be. We'll have to find out. But I want to give a big shout out to our official timekeeper, Frederic Constant from Geneva. They are valued partners to us here at ECN. It's great to have them on board. And this one is not going to be on board. We're staying on the field because this is out of here. And that's going to be a bit more bushwalking for the fielders. And well, the middle order picking up. You see, Regenerant was on the walk. He went walkabout and he went bang. 6 runs.
Yeah, this is a bowler I don't recognise, Rathod. I don't know if he's playing his first game, Minnie, but if he is, well, he gets a welcome to the party with a big 6.
Vinny's wife in the chat has said, you know, should we reconsider run penalties for slow over rates and maybe think about something like bringing the fielder in the circle. But I got to say, I actually think you need the penalty to be a genuine deterrent. And I think sometimes the fielder in the circle actually advantages the fielding team a bit as well in some situations, right?
Can do, yeah.
And they need a handful of runs.
Goes for another big hit. This time goes to man at 45. That's really well. Good pick up, good throw, good bit of cricket there. So the batter's wanting to get the runs, but the fielder says, oh, no, you don't. Look, nice, clean take, gets the throw in early, and only just gets back.
Flick some of the stumps, it was too late. You don't want to get in a disagreement with the better half or anything like that. But I actually think we don't see it very often. And the reason is because that penalty is there. One thing I think we should bring in, and maybe for next year we could look at this, is to do with batters being too slow to be ready.
Struck well, but there is a sweeper out there. Does well, gets down, gets his body behind it.
Yeah, but one thing I would like to see is if the batters aren't ready to face 90 seconds as an automatic 5-run penalty against the batter, because that's how we are doing it for the fielding team. So I think that would be fair. And if your helmet's not on or something, it's your own fault. I mean, you needed to be ready to go. Yeah. But it's not as bad as timing someone out where it's actually going to waste more time because they're going to have to go and someone else is going to have to come in. There's less cricket.
Hit in the air. This is an opportunity. Fielder comes in, gets himself set, and takes a very, very good catch. The catching has been really good, and that man out there, Deshpande, as you said earlier, you'll see him all around the ground, but he does magical stuff. He takes another catch.
Yeah, it's really good fielding, solid. Yeah, judged it perfectly, had good hands, good technique, and so Yeah, we're seeing lots of runs. We're seeing lots of wickets at the moment, aren't we? Hassan Ali departs for just 9. The score now is 57 for 3. Rathod with his first wicket of the day.
Yeah, well done to Rathod. He was hit for 1 big 6, but he does come back and take the wicket. This is very similar to the way we saw Hassan Ali out yesterday as well. He does play 1 or 2 good shots, and then he hoiks out. Doesn't get enough momentum, enough power to get it over the fielder. And Deshpande, well, he gobbles them up for breakfast.
Yeah, great fielding. Akshay Gupta comes out as a new batter. See again, Hassan Ali takes a leaf out of Rajendran's book, goes walkabout, but gets it too high, not far enough. Deshpande saying, well, these are golden hands, and I'm not going to miss out on that one. Even his wife saying she's never seen the batting penalty, or batting team getting penalised. It's not in the regulations just yet, but I think it would be a sensible one. Because we've never even seen it timed out. That fielding team has to.
I mean, remember the batters, as we see this delivery, it's played out to the man at third, who sees it go past him. There's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, probably should have stopped this, really. And this is Pramod Sharma, I think. Let's have a look how close it is to him. Well, it's kind of always you know it's going to spin away from you. Got down, but just didn't get in the right spot. End of the first half of the first innings of the day, 61 for 3. Yeah, so here's the thing about the timed out. I have, in my head, I'm playing it out. I think it would be considered more unsportsmanlike than a man can. I'm not saying it is, but I think it would all kick off if a team actually appealed for it.
Yeah.
I just have a feeling that if you're going to have to look a guy in the eye and say you're out.
I think one thing it would definitely
penalty.
start, I mean, whether it's good or not, as we see Sanka back into the attack, and this is just being guided. He tries to find it through the gap, doesn't. They take one. One thing I'm going to be critical with is their running. I reckon they've lost easily sort of 5 runs with bad running. That, again, for me, is 2. As soon as that's going past that fielder, you got to go. You got to take the second. Got to run harder here. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, what do you think?
the only thing with it, I think what it would start is that fielders would be appealing all the time. Every time a batter's coming in, there'll be appeal. How's that? How's that? Like this one. How's that?
Doesn't have the ball here, I don't think.
Probably closer than we think in terms of the batter being in, but does he have the ball?
I just got a feeling that, it's not clean. Maybe it's one of those situations where the ball's loosely in his grip and the stumps knock it out. Let's have a look here.
Here comes the throw.
Yeah, the ball's gone.
Yeah. But does the ball hit the stumps?
Nah, well, you look at the hand, where the hands are, where the bails are broken, right? Here we go. This, for me, that's not out. But it's not impossible, but I think his hands, you look at the way the stumps are broken and the top of the stumps, that is what's caused the bails to come off. So I don't think you can give this out. Yeah, I'm going to, pretty confident, wasn't I? I think even Sanka's happy to get on with it. So not out. Good decision, I think. Yeah, when you say, are you saying that if we had the 5-run penalty thing, then the fielders would be appealing all the time?
I think because if he started to say every time about it before, he said, how's that? And the umpire say, no, he's got loads of time. How's that? No, he's got loads of time.
No, I'm not even talking about fielders having to appeal for it. I'm saying it's automatic.
Just automatically
the umpires get told from off the field, or they've got their own watch.
Yeah.
And if they're not there, then they just give it.
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely, yeah. This is well struck, looking to get in that gap, and he will. Once again, the fielders desperately trying to get to it, and if Deshpande can't get to it, then nobody can get to it. Nice hit. There's one thing I'm liking here at the moment from Lemgo. They are losing wickets, but at the same time, they're keeping that rate going. This is what they did when we saw them on day 1, when they had those 2 victories against the VFB. They were losing wickets there as well, but each batter that came in made a valuable contribution and didn't chew up too many deliveries. Down to the man at third. Yeah, and also don't forget, I mean, one thing, I mean, again, to your wife, I direct this, batters can get 5 penalty runs against them as well. So it goes
if they're deliberately,
if they're deliberately wasting time. Yeah. And also, they, like the bowlers, shouldn't be running in the protected area of the pitch. If they continue to keep doing it, then penalty
I don't
runs
think that's
can be
in the
applied.
spirit of the game on an artificial.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, in the laws of the game, that's
yeah.
another way it can be done. Well, this is the area where we had the old Tortuga bounce, but it's been dealt with quite well by Zedran. Mind you, this ball was not travelling anywhere near as fast as what it was with that golden ball.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, a few people saying, you know, the fielder, extra fielder in the circle thing works on the 100. You know, I just don't think it's enough of a deterrent.
This is well hit, and it will stay well hit. That's 4 more. And a nice shot there for Rajendran. I'm liking what he's doing here at the moment. Beautifully played.
Yeah, really good shot. You know, I'd like to see Regeneron taking his opportunity, getting 4 runs into the over as well. The score 74 for 3. And I'll tell you why. Like in the 100, if you're a couple of minutes over, it's not a big deal, right? You got 1 match a day. Here, it's critical we stay on time because we've got other matches to come.
Yeah.
So, you know, one thing I would consider maybe, instead of having an extra fielder in the circle, is you lose a fielder. So you actually lose a fielder for, you know, after the time's elapsed. I think that's better than having a fielder in the circle because you still have that fielder. And like I said, in some situations when there's a few runs to go, you actually want more fielders in the circle at the end of the game. So, yeah, I don't really have a problem the way it is. I think the best thing about our regulations is how rarely we see it enforced. And that tells me that it works.
Rathod has earned a second over. His first one went for 11, but he starts with a wide again.
Starts with a wide. It's good discussion, though. It's nice to talk about these things. But yeah, as far as taking the decision out of the players, not requiring an appeal because we don't ask the batting team to appeal at the end of 9 overs if they're over time. The umpires just do it.
Yeah. That's a nice looking shot. The fielder's got some work to do. It does well. Gets down, gets his hands to it, pushes it forward.
That's really good running that time. I know you've been a little bit critical of the running, but that was a good example of running because they run the first one hard, and there's almost an unspoken understanding. If there's a fumble, they're going to come for 2.
Yeah.
But the key, if you're going to do that, you've got to do it straight away. Hesitation will kill you. And they both went straight away, and they got there. And it wasn't an easy one for the fielder, of course. This surface does throw up a few bobbly bounces.
Oh, this one, he totally gets his run up completely wrong. If we see it again, he sort of gets to his mark and then he almost comes to a stop. Look, just here, he loses it. He's lost it. And you can see the ball, because of that, ends up being a dirty wide. Liking the look of these two here together now with this sort of score, Rajendran and Gupta, both we know are capable batters. Can play some nice shots. This one, he's trying to get it in that gap between the mid-wicket and long on.
Don't forget, 25 came off the first over, right?
Yeah.
So if you were just to completely forget that, I don't know, you can't completely forget it, then if you take the next 5 overs, after 6 they were 74. So they scored 49 off the next 5, so something a bit more average, I suppose.
Yep. This one's right at the body. No run there. A very optimistic appeal from Sekar, the wicketkeeper. Hey, listen, you like taking work home with you, do you? Because how does Vinny's wife know so much about the laws of cricket? So you go home and while you're you're just lying there talking cricket at home as well. I'm impressed, Vinny's wife. You got got good knowledge.
I think that distance is important in a relationship, and the fact that we have a large distance is obviously making it work.
Short, Gundy, but it's been hit straight into the hands of the fielder. Well, the Gundy ball gets the wicket. Once again, you see batters hitting the ball well, but hitting it flat. Not able to get the leverage, not able to get underneath this. If he gets underneath it, it goes all the way. I mean, Rizwan Babar was out the same way, hitting flat and hard rather than going the area route. But what a good catch that is, though.
That's Darnie. What a good catch. Yeah, you're right. And that was another flat bat smack, wasn't it? And it was travelling pretty hard. Gets a good piece of it. Look at that with the wrists. He times it pretty well, but he just picks out Akshay Darnie. He says, yep, I'll take that one. So, yeah, the catching's been pretty good, and that, in a sense, might be what's keeping Clone CC in this contest at the moment.
Yeah.
Gendron has to go for a pretty well-made 23. The score is 79 for 4.
Well, Rathod probably can't believe it. He's got 2 wickets, and that was not a particularly good ball. It was quite short. It was Gundy. But the one man out there is the man that Rajendran picks. He'll be feeling he's pretty unlucky. New batter comes in, Rathod. Short again, and is this going to go over the fielder? No, it's not. It's straight to him, so he's got 2 and 2. And it looks like we could have a hat-trick here, Rathod. Again, it's not the best of deliveries, but the batter doesn't want to waste any time. Tries to go after him, doesn't make good enough contact, and it's a straightforward catch.
Yeah, well, Irfan Ahmed was risking permanent retina damage here, wasn't he? Because he's looking straight into the sun. Look at the shadow here. He takes it and says, wow, that hurt. Didn't have the shades on, but still, pretty good bit of fielding. And suddenly, Rathod's on a hat-trick. Look, we've had 23 hat-tricks. Geez, there's some great names on there, aren't there? Like Naveen Gunasekharan, who took 6 for 5. And you can see, the last time we had a hat-trick was back in match 13 with the Subramanian.
Yeah.
Took it for the Clone Challengers. Well, could it be Clone CC to come up with hat-trick number 24? Let's find out.
Yeah, well, that's the first duck of the day. and it's Ifan Ahmed, the El Capitan, that gets it. So not the best of starts for him. Well, this man, look, liking it. Sunny is in. Well, yesterday he was having all sorts of problems with covering up the Sunny, but the sun was out, and everybody said, look, you might as well just be Sunny. He's a good bat. He's not a bad person to be coming in at this point.
Same situation that he did really well in yesterday, so that'll give him a bit of confidence. But first, he's going to have to negotiate a hat-trick delivery from Drew Vrathon, who's got 3 for 16.
Yeah.
Bowled really well.
He's
Thank his fielders,
he's
though.
bowled okay. I'm not going to say he's bowled really well because a couple of Gundy balls have got him wicked.
I
But
mean, that's
look
true.
in the book is what he'll say, and he's on a hat-trick.
I think he's been pretty decent. Anyway, he's got left-hander to deal with. Hat-trick delivery.
Here we go. And this is going to be a wide. And how many? That's the question. It's going to be...
Yeah.
Has that hit the rope?
I guess not. I mean...
Well, the fielder picks it up gingerly. I don't think
it does make it. Well, because we know it stops, but can we say it hits the rope? I mean, I don't think it has. I know it looks like it might have, but the way the fielder approaches it.
Yeah, but the way he picks it up without putting the fingers the other side of the ball.
But I think he's just careful. It might have been so close he couldn't have fit his fingers between the ball and the rope, but I think that's fine.
Well, the fielder's the only one who knows that.
Exactly.
So
the camera will always make it look closer than it is as well.
Well, he bowled a wide, but that means he gets a chance to maybe get another wicket.
Yeah,
Won't be
back over the wicket, I like that. Yeah, much better. Look at that movement. Anyway, it's the end of the over, and the score is 79 for 5. Rathod finishes 3 for 16. I'll be pretty happy that didn't go to the boundary. That would have cost him an extra couple of runs. So, just a reminder of what's coming up on the European Cricket Network over the next few weeks. It's the busiest time of the year. It's actually peak hour, if you want to think of the year as a date, because we are heading into Cardamania from the 12th of September. Before that, of course, we've got Belgium. Charlie Hunt will be with me next week. But, yeah, Cardamania is going to be huge. 7 days a week of cricket, 5 matches a day. And after that, we'll go to Croatia for a week. We'll be in Zagreb this year, so a brand new location. I know that you and Corey are going to cover that week. And we should be heading to Malta. It looks like Barcelona as well before the end of the year. So looking forward to exciting few weeks and even months ahead. 45-week schedule this year.
Non-stop
European
action.
cricket.
A frenzy of cricket. And talking about frenzy of wickets here at the moment. As well bowled, that's the boogie, oogie, woogie. Kookaburra, 5 ball. And Dhani comes and takes another. This guy is such a good cricketer, Vinny. I mean, we've seen him take some amazing catches. With the ball, he's been good. I'm just waiting to see him click with the bat.
Yeah.
You know he's got the talent.
That's
you know
true.
he's a good player.
Yeah, keep it simple. Hit the target. You know, for all the tricks we see bowlers trying, I think this is normally a good idea, especially if the batter hasn't faced too many deliveries. So all in a day's work. That's 82 for 6 now in the 8th over. What a good comeback that this has been. Now, I had a question from Yuvraj, actually trying to stump my supposed wife. It's how many stumpings have I got in my career? And do you know, I found this out, I'm on an annoying number of stumpings. And I think this is why I will have to play the odd game here and there. But right now, I'm on, you ready? I'm on 98 stumpings in my senior cricket career. 98 stumpings.
Okay.
So... And it didn't help that I didn't get picked last week.
I'm glad you said that. I was thinking it. I'm not going to say that because it might be a sore point. Might be a sore point.
I didn't even think of that until that question came up in the chat. How annoying.
Sing, does it? It's this nicely.
Hey, listen. If it was good enough for Bradman, if I do get stranded on 99, I won't have a big deal about it. But it would be nice. I would like pick up a game.
What do you
here
do there? Did you go back through all
they
your...
go
Do you
through,
keep all your stats or what?
I didn't, but then at the end of my senior career, I knew what that number was. And then I haven't played much since then, so I just added that on.
All right, okay.
So I think I was kind of 90. I was leading the league there for a while.
Up in the air, should be taken. Wicketkeeper
Yours.
Well, how much did the wicketkeeper put the fielder off here by charging at him? I don't know. Could get a run out here. And this is going to be pretty close as well. I think they're going to go upstairs, have a look at this. So they could have him anyway.
Nah.
But he's got one more to his tally, though. Or is it going to be 2? Well, let's wait and see. He's not the quickest, is he? We know that. He's always been hobbling around as Ramesh Kumar.
Yeah. I
Let's
just
see
got a
here.
feeling he's in here. That's only a feeling, and I'm feeling less confident. No, I think he's no, he doesn't even hit this. Doesn't even have the ball. Look. Yeah, not out.
Just gets it.
And he was probably in anyway, but yeah, it won't be out. The ball doesn't hit the stumps.
Yeah, I think, what do you reckon? The keeper puts the fielder off there? Charging at him
He
like a
did charge him a
rhinoceros.
bit like...
You know when you're in a safari and there's something
It was a
something
bit of
comes out
running
the
of the
bushes.
bulls about it, wasn't it?
Something comes out the bushes and charging at you, think, oh my God, what's that? I think that's what the fielder felt there. As the wicketkeeper came at him.
Yeah. Good stuff by the officials this morning. I've had a couple of tricky ones. I think they've got them all right. Ramesh Kumar, can he get moving? Well, he's moving, but he's not hitting anything so far.
Still going to miss. Seeing that there's a bit of a sprint from Dhani when he goes back. I'm just wondering if the umpires have had a word about time. To the
Yeah, they
fielding
should
side.
be okay because we're at 39 minutes at the moment. Oh, 2 extra.
Yeah, there's still
Could be touch and go,
still
actually.
another over at 6
I thought
balls.
this was the 9th over. It's only the 8th. Wow. Well, he's going to be big trouble. I think he hits this onto his pad. He has no idea where it's gone. Takes off for a run. He didn't realise the ball was pretty close to the stumps. So Ramesh Kumar, unfortunately, got lost. And now he has to get lost because he was a 7-wicket default. Scores 85 for 7.
Well, yeah, this is a strange one. I mean, he's looking for where the ball is, and then he sees where it is, and by that time it's too late.
It's bad news. It's a bit unlucky, to be honest. I mean, I do like he's looking to run. It just happened to be, well, 2 things. It went really close to stumps, and the keeper identified straight away that he had a really good chance of running him out, so he got there pretty quickly. So,
But that's the reason why. There's a reason why you got to look at the non-striker, the partner. Partner's shouting. He's got the hand out there saying stop, but I don't know if he was vocal enough. If he shouted, he wouldn't have gone.
Yeah, you should be looking at your partner, but yeah, he just kind of goes 3-4 metres, just far enough. He had no chance getting back. 2 overs remaining. Yeah, let's talk about the time then. I mean, we're at 40 minutes now. You get 3 extra minutes for the wickets, and normally there's often a bit of a 2-minute blanket allowance.
I think that wicket's helped him.
Yeah, I think it has. Here's Zadran, over number 9. So I have a feeling they'll just sneak in here, but they can't dawdle. You can see he's certainly trying to get back pretty quickly.
They're going to be very disappointed with this score. 50, remember, was the score at the end of 4. They started with 25 the first over. Halfway point, 61, so 120 we were looking at. And now they're going to struggle to get to the 100, I think. This will help. And just as I say that, the next ball is a full toss, which has been dispatched. So well done to Diljit Singh. He says, hang on a minute, this one's got to go, and it does.
Great
Good
shot.
hit.
Yeah, error by the bowler, but Diljit pounces. That's really handy runs. Maximo time. Got all of that, didn't he?
Hit it well. And don't forget, he's got Safi Rahman at the other end. You know, I'm reading off the names of these batters, and I keep saying, he can bat, he can bat. They can all bat. It's quite amazing, really, that they haven't been able to score big runs. They just haven't applied themselves well, I don't think. You know, there's been a little bit too much of that. The shot selection sometimes has been wrong. When the balls have been there to be punished, they haven't really executed them well. They've given the fielders the opportunity. But credit to the fielding side as well, that Klon CC. They've had the opportunities and they've taken them, and that makes a big difference. Diljit, after hitting a big 6, would love another. And he hits this well as well, but this time goes straight to the fielder along the deck. Take 1. It's a slight misfield, but look at that arm. They're not running too to that.
Yeah, decent arm there. Yeah, now you've got me thinking about my 98 stumpings and when I can pick up another game.
Well, I was going
to
to say there's always an opportunity in Cardiff, but now there's cricket 7 days a week there.
Might be able to play a tour match there
weekend.
to take a half a day off, because it is day-night our cricket, right? Anyway, this is going to be more runs. Will they take on a 2 here? Well, they won't. It's a good clean pickup. So it'll just be 1. Safi Rahman's out there now. The other thing, I think that a milestone I did get, I think the last full season I played was 2010-11. And I did lead the league in dismissals. I had a very good bowling attack, though. So as a keeper, you know, you got to thank your bowlers. I think I took 51 that season. And the best looking was I didn't miss one. Didn't miss one the whole season. So that was a really fun season. And we won everything with Nathan Coulter-Nile, Jason Beredorf, and some of those type players.
Swing and a miss. And that's a dot.
Because you'll know this. I mean, most people will. Often you'll really remember your mistakes, right? So when you don't make one, you feel pretty good about yourself. Anyway, it is 93 for 7 after 9 overs. And, well, 7 gets them to the ton. Might be able to look at the daily run rates in a second, because I think it's kind of gravitating towards that 10 and over. Where...
What, here? No, I think there's got to be more, isn't it?
I
reckon we're about 10
points. It's been more. I think yesterday was probably around 10. Maybe we've had some lower scores as well. I mean, the golden ball was 93. Currently it's 93. Don't think we saw any penalties given there. swing and a miss. Yeah, I mean, we're at 44 minutes. And so you have 40 plus 3 plus. Often there's a 1 to 2 minute tolerance, right?
Yeah.
And I think they've just snuck in here.
Yeah. Shazad comes back. Started really bad, didn't he? 25. Came off it. Barrackside just took him apart with those short balls. But opportunity for him to finish well. Maybe get a few of these lower order batters out. But this has been lofted in the air. And the fielder can't do anything about it. I think this is bounced and gone for 4.
Yeah,
so
I think it's 4. I mean, the thing is, I was expecting to be straight down and throw the long on, but he's pretty wide there, you see.
But
And
what's Long off doing though? It's just standing. He hasn't moved.
It's like the odd couple. They've got the line down the middle and so that's your side, this is my side. But we've seen a straight long on being pretty effective field position. But on that occasion, it's Deshpande was more towards mid-wicket. So that goes to a boundary. Handy runs coming late for Lemgo, who started with a flourish. And, well, they're going to lose another wicket here. And Rahman, he gets the boundary but gets out next ball. Can't really blame him. It was pretty well executed Yorker for Shazad, who he didn't have a good time in the first, did he? But he's getting a consolation wicket here. And so the score now is 97 for 8 with 3 balls remaining.
Yeah, good delivery. That's where you want to be bowling towards the end of the innings. It's full, it's Yorker length, and knocking the stumps over. Well bowled.
Yeah, the previous one that Deshpande tried to run down, it was an interesting one because he ran in a little bit as if he may be thinking about the catch, but maybe if he'd run perfectly around the boundary, he could at least have had a play at stopping the boundary even after it bounced. So, yeah, he just ran pretty hard.
You're absolutely right,
Yeah.
but the fielder to our right here, no, I mean, I think that was Zadran's. Zadran just did not move.
I think when you see it hit on the other side of the field, you're not... Well, I guess they've got a fairly straight long off. And so, yeah, he needs to think that, look, anything straight or straight-ish, he needs to get there. At least we didn't see a collision. That can happen sometimes. 2 fielders on the boundary when the ball goes right in between them. They're both running flat stick.
And Kit Toma is
not
out
bad.
there to face.
Not a bad bat either. 3 to come. Let's get swinging.
Oh, this is swinging and it's hit hard. It's a full toss. It's absolutely spanked to the boundary. That is big. Manos, arriba, 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 arbitro, porque eso es una 6. Oh, he's absolutely clubbed this. Captain Caveman style. Boom! Shakalaka.
Well, it took the Yorker out of the oven and it was slightly overcooked. And it turns into a full toss, 100s up now. This is great T10 cricket from Lemgo, showing they've got a long batting order. And so their quandary is exactly which order to put these guys in. And I mentioned that Tomar, he's no mug with the bat, batting 10. And Cash is in that full toss. Couple to come now.
And he's got the wicket. The batter just trying to get something adventurous going. He's moving backwards and forwards, but credit again to the bowler. Well, he spikes this. He's not happy. He's not a happy chappy today. He said, this is not my day, but he does get another wicket, and he's got an opportunity to get another.
Well, it hasn't been a great 24 hours, let's be honest, for Shazad. So, I guess it's a good T10 innings from Tomar. He chops this one on, but he goes 6 and out. And talk about using all your resources, they have. And
somebody is not having a good day. He's woken up at the wrong side of the bed. He's woken up at the wrong side of bed here today.
Here's Ratnaka. I don't know what he did. He might have... He's annoyed the captain because he's a guy that I think often only gets 1 over, and he's batting 11 here, but he's a decent cricketer. So he's going to come in after this. That was one of the great ball spikes. That was a good pick up here.
Yeah, but look.
This is what I think of this.
I like that. He said, this is what I think of you today. And listen, he could get another wicket here.
He could. Cheeky 3-fup. Anyway, here's the 11 on strike. Ratnaka. He's
He
begun
does.
as well.
It's
Someone hide the ball.
It's a full toss. Don't give him the ball back. Don't go near him. Don't go to give him a high five. He picks up 3 for 30.
They are the masters of getting bowled out for a decent score. Remember, they got bowled out for 126 on Saturday, I think, using all of their resources. So, right. I mean, I kind of like that. They didn't have too many flat spots in the innings. They had a really good start. And the target will be 104. And I think, what are you thinking? with height? Or no, it's got to be height.
I just think it's a full toss. That should have got pelted. It should have got put away.
Yeah,
the same way
if he
that
stood still,
did.
Fair chance that he would have been hit the way the stumps were hit, I think, though, at that pace. But it'll be 103 all out. Really testing total. Clone CC, they were the golden ball team yesterday. They came out the wrong side of it. 104. If they bat well, they can get there, but they're going to have to bat well. All action, and it started with the Maximo. That ball had the very short lifespan. It was all action really in this this power play that saw 40 runs, but also saw a couple of innings dividing wickets.
Yeah, that was a great effort there from Deshpande to try to keep that ball in. But then we saw the wicket, and that was it. A nice catch there from a man. I think he's really waiting to show us his all-round abilities. We've seen it in the field. Ken Dani also shows what he can do with the bat. That's what everybody wants to see. But with the one thing about the Lemgo side is they only play one way, and that's attack. All right, they swing and a miss at a few. Some of them go over the top. Some of them go to hand, as Hassan Ali coming in at number 3 was caught well by Deshpande. But they just keep the score moving along. And they do get to 103. What that means is that the last 5 scored about just 42 runs. The first was 61. So once again, the bowling team coming back well in the second part of the innings. Another catch there taken. And this is good bowling. And that's Dani as well. Just comes in, gets the ball in the right area. There was also a 3-for. And that was from a man, Rathod, who I think was a little bit lucky at times as well. That was a lovely shot from Diljit. This one was one that just got past the fielder. And then Shahzad, he came back to bowl. He wasn't happy. He's not having a good day. And this one got pumped to the boundary. But he did get his man in the end. It was played on by Toma. But Shahzad, well, this is the sort of day he was having. Not my day, he says. Not my day. I didn't want to be here today. But he then bowls a full toss and gets a wicket. So he does pick up 3 wickets. But yeah, he's not having a good start to his day. He's hoping it's going to get better. Well, what would get better if they go and chase these runs down? I mean, they've got to get going early. 103. Like I said, the split there again is 61 in the first 5. And then 42 in the second. But also, the other thing about it is they picked up 7 wickets as well. So they do bowl them all out, 103. Have a look at that scorecard. Main contributors, I mean, Balakzai at the beginning there. That's why you've got to open with him. 22 of 9. His opening partner is Mbaba. Didn't quite get going as much. And again, it's a flat hit that gets him caught by Dani. And that was a problem a couple of times with some of the batters. They hit the ball well, but it was always straight to the fielder. Good contribution there from Rajendran. But once again, just have a look at those. I know they're small scores, but look at the score compared to the balls used. 6, 2 balls, 5, 4, etc. So they go out there, they just go out to attack. Sometimes they get lucky, sometimes they don't, but they don't chew up too many balls. That's why I think they get to the score of around about 100. So we're going to start the day with a score with a target being over 100. 104 is going to be required. Let them go. They've done their bit. They went out there and they had a go. And they got past the 100. So Clon CC, well, they're going to be looking to get back to winning ways themselves. Remember, they had the pain of losing the golden ball yesterday. Can they come back and get back to winning ways straight away against this Lemgo team, a team that are making their debut? Quick look at the bowling figures. Shahzad, 3 for him, 3 for 33. But that first over went for 25, remember. And then Drew Rathod, 3 for 19. So he's had a good start to his European Cricket Series, and 2 wickets were also picked up there by Zadran, who's a very key player. But for me, I'm just saying keep an eye on Dani today. I think if he gets an opportunity with the bat, I think it's his turn to shine here today, maybe. And the other thing I'm going to say, I don't know what it is, but I've got a tingle this morning. I definitely have a tingle. And when I look at these 2 teams, I'm thinking maybe we could get to another golden ball. Wouldn't that be something? We finished the day 8 with a golden ball and start day 9 with a golden ball as well. What are you thinking? Have you got a tingle? Well, join me, Rikaful and Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu, as we come back for the conclusion of this match. Well, could it be another one? Could it be another golden ball? 33 is the match number. Well, write it down. Make a note. 33 golden ball, question mark. Who knows? Well, if it is, then it's going to be 103 apiece. We'll be right back in just under 10 minutes' time. Hello cricket lovers, and welcome back to this Bio cricket ground as we look forward to, well, what promises to be a good run chase, I think. CC needing to get 104 for victory over Lemgo. Nice to see a lot of people in the chat this morning as well. Good morning to everybody. Ian Johns, James Stewart there, and well, Maya as well. Good morning everyone. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I hope you're going to stay with us for the bulk of the day and watch what promises to be, well, a conclusion to a good match here, and 3 more very good matches coming up here today in the glorious sunshine at this National Performance Centre here in Krefeld. And the 2 openers already. It's going to be Sanka, who is a batter I think has just got better each time that we've seen him to play some nice shots, and I think you heard Vinny saying that he's somebody that realises that it's not just all about trying to bash the ball to the boundary, that there is room and space for playing good, authentic cricket shots as well. And he's certainly a batter that can do that. And his non-striker is going to be his captain, Irfan Ahmed, who's hoping to do a little bit better than what the opposition captain was able to do, because he just got a first baller, didn't he? Did Barty today. Here we go, first delivery from the left armour, and Ankit Toma makes a good start. A sprightly, bubbly, pacey start. Ankit Toma wasn't available for their second match yesterday, and I think they missed him in the bowling attack. So a nice start, gets the ball in the right line. Something he tends to spray just a little bit down the leg side. He doesn't quite get the ball to go across the right hander as he would like to. Good pace, takes a single, just drops the bat onto this one. Power play will be key, I think. They won't want to be less than 30. I think they want to be up with this rate all the way. They don't want it to fall behind. I think ideally a score between 35 and 40, they'll take that, and that then gives them. I always find that if you get off to a good power play, that gives you one in the bank. So if you have a bad over, you think it's okay. We had a bit already in reserve for this one. Gets down to one knee, tries to hit this over the top of those 3 men close to him out to the offside. Doesn't get it right. Goes through to the keeper. Hello to James Stewart. Maya, good morning to you as well from me. And Vinny Sander will be back in the box in a little while. Just dealing with some admin. Don't worry. Vinny's wife. Chance. Good effort. Picks the ball up well. Keys it up. Gets the throw in. But unfortunately doesn't get the direct hit that they take him on. Good pick up. It's a nice throw. And you can see the reaction. If this hits, it's out. I can tell you that now. I think that would have been, it would have been close, but I think he would have just had his man. So they're working hard for the few runs that they're getting. 2 on the board, ball 5 now. This one is on the legs. This is where you can't afford to bowl it, and you can see the difference that line makes as soon as he strays onto the legs. It's an easy hit, and well, he's onto this pretty quickly, isn't he? Not trying to hit it too hard. Once again, gets that little MJ swiveling, as he times this one beautifully to the boundary. Nice looking shot. So Sanka, we know he's a talented batter. But, again, not trying to hit it too hard, just he knew, get the bid on it, gets it past the fielder, and that's 4 runs. So it's all about the line. So can Ankit Toma get it back outside, going across the right hander, outside his off stump again. Well, this is hit hard in the air. It was too straight, and the fielder's trying to stop it and can't. Just had the opportunity, didn't he, as that ball was coming to bounce, to try and get the dive in and stop it. Safi Rahman. Just here, I think he had to go for it. He doesn't. He allows it to bounce, and once it bounces, it goes away from him. So the over, which looked promising, ends up going for 2 4s. Ball number 5 and 6 means that 10 come off it. So it's going to be a little bit disappointed there and get Toma. And that's one thing that I know that Tyron Peters was telling me, that coaches always put so much emphasis on ball number 5 and 6. And his 5 and 6 were not good ones. matches without a golden ball, 0. And that was because the golden ball that we had yesterday, amazing scenes in that match. Well, one of the teams that featured was Cologne CC, who unfortunately ended up being on the losing side of it because they had the ball. They had to try and defend 2, and they couldn't. The ball was hit to the boundary by Mohamed Owais, and it was the unfortunate bowler, Shazad, who was unable to stop it. Got a really nasty bounce, though. This one's up and over, and it will go all the way, I believe. The umpires look at each other and say, let's just check. Well, I think this goes all the way. I'm pretty sure it clears that rope fairly easily. Let's see. I think he's going to start putting his hands up in the air in a moment. No, I'm actually wrong. It drops just short. So there you go. I thought he made better contact. So it's going to be 4. No, he can keep his hands down, but he has to go. Izquierda y derecha, izquierda y derecha, porque eso es 4 carreras. Nice shot. Easy shot to play with the field as it is. Nice shot to play in the power play. And they make a change now. So they do push a man back. Rafi Rahman attacks the stumps, and this gets hit hard. Well, he throws everything at this, including the kitchen sink. 4 more runs. Said he likes to swivel. When he swivels on this one, it swivels so hard he almost knocks himself over in the process. And this is 1 bounce 4. So the runs are starting to pile up. 18 on the board here. Safi Rahman just got to get this ball outside the off. A little bit too short. Better. It's well played. Oh, picked up by the fielder. I think if he's able to take this clean and get the throw in, maybe he had an opportunity. That is the captain, Barty, wearing the white cap. Vinny Sandu back in our commentary position here.
Thanks, Rico. Good to be back. Nice to see Ian Johns in the chat. And also, Maya has joined us from Germany. Hello, Maya. Hope you're well. Good seed. This one really bends, I think. So Sanka is a pretty good technical player. I think this is one you can excuse him really for trying to hit this leg side because it looked like it's angling into his pads, but it goes late.
Yeah.
Lucky that doesn't clean him up, really. Irfan Ahmed, though, he was their leading run scorer last year. They're leading 6 hitter by plenty, but he just hasn't gotten going so far in this series. So the fact he's hit a couple, I think, will make him feel a lot better.
Beautiful shot. Oh, that's a lovely shot. That's top draw. And that's what we know about Sanka. This is the Sanka I want to see batting. I mean, that shot before, yeah, I get it. Why go for it? But look at the shape, the technique. That is a proper pucker shot.
That's a smart shot because the first one he got there took him by surprise with the outswing. I think this time he's playing for it a little bit. So he knows, hold on, I don't want to get too leg side conscious here. I want to hit with the movement. And that shows me he's thinking about his cricket. Really nice batting.
Nicely done. Just allows this to come back onto him, gets the bat, and just paddles it to the man at third, end of the over. So it's a very good positive start. 24 on the board, 2 overs gone.
Yeah, I loved watching that golden ball 0 up. Don't we love that? And yeah, that really made this group even more interesting. We saw a pretty close group A. We had 3 of the teams with, I think, 4 wins. One team had 5, one team had 3. That's how close this one was. I'm not sure this one will be as even, but I think down the bottom, there's a couple of interesting things going on at the moment. So if Cologne CC were able to get up twice today, Gelsenkirchen can probably catch Lemgo. If Lemgo win 2 today, then it really puts Cologne CC in a bit of a pickle as well. So VfB Gelsenkirchen, we'll see them later on this afternoon. But yeah, a few scenarios could still play out here. Here is Balaganesh Ramesh Kumar with the ball. Left arm up.
Straight down the leg side. Ramesh Kumar, I mean, from the very first day that we saw him, he definitely has some issues. He's got like a bit of an injury. He doesn't seem to run very well. And when you'll see him start his bowling here, but as he gets halfway through his spell, you'll see that he starts to hobble around a little. Ramesh Kumar, so he's not 100%. Just making an adjustment to his field.
Yeah, he's got to be careful not to drift too far into the pads or outside. I wonder about changing the angle here. He's overcooked it twice, and I think even if he gets this straight, I think he could be in trouble. Even though they've got the deep square leg in place. We're still in the power play, don't forget. I just think you're missing a bit of a trick, not using a natural angle across the right-hander. And basically, you want to get these guys out.
Yeah.
You don't want to be too defensive first up.
Mashkuma, can he get it right? Third time of trying. It's still down the leg side, and this is just going to get helped away. The fielder is not going to be able to do too much about this. It's 4 more runs, and anything that is in that zone, I think the talented Sanka is going to put it away. He's not going to lose out on those, is he?
No, well, you're asking for trouble, and he gets what he asks for, basically, here. I said if he gets this slightly straighter, he's lost the first couple down the leg side. If he gets it towards Sanka, he's just going to swivel on it and do that anyway. And I know they've got one fielder down there, but I don't think one fielder's enough.
Why is he not using his natural advantage that he's got here? That really does surprise me.
Yeah.
He's got to be doing the same sort of thing that Ankit Toma. I mean, Toma, first 4 balls he bowled was spot on. The last 2 E-strays down the leg side.
It's something that you might try at the end of the innings to maybe cramp about it for room or something, but I think right now you'd rather do something a bit more attacking.
It's pretty wide. Probably would have been called a wide if he's not played at this by Sanka. So
Maybe.
Ramesh Kumar does go for the wider delivery. Yeah, that's definitely wide. Plays this with one hand as well.
Maya saying that on the weekend she'll see her second favourite team play a match, 50 over match. She's super psyched about that. Who's your second favourite team? No, your first team is KSV.
Down on one knee. It's a dot.
Yeah, Krefeld SV. Spot Verline. Maya's favourites, I think. Who's your second favourites? I'm going to guess. Might be MSC Frankfurt, but you tell me, Maya, in the chat. She really loves her cricket. I love that. And she's always trying to spread the word as well. We'd love you to spread the word as well of European cricket, even if you're not in Europe.
Well, this is wild. Good work from the keeper. Probably a spare thought for a keeper here. I mean, he doesn't know where these balls are going to go, does he, at the moment? That's Rajendran.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, just needs to maybe slow it down a fraction and get this control right. Yuvraj asking, have floodlights been installed in Khartoum or not? I think it'll be some sort of temporary lighting solution. Not so sure yet, Yuvraj.
Bang! In the air. He's going to get over the fielder, and he's going to go over the boundary as well. Bole, bole, bole! Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya. Beautifully hit. And that sounded really sweet out of the middle of that bat.
It did. Irfan gets just enough of this. If there was a fielder right back there, might have been an interesting one. Might have had a play on it. Didn't go over by much, but well, he's the wild card. They can pull out of the deck. He hasn't fired yet.
It's never going to be out. The bowler, you can see, not interested at all in the appeal. It's one more that is drifting down the leg, and if anything, he's probably lucky that this hasn't gone all the way to the boundary as well. Just gets himself a little bit tied up. Ties himself up in a little bit of a knot trying to play that, Ahmed. But that takes Sanka back to the striker's end. And he's one who's not going to miss out on anything on the legs. 14 off the over so far, so they just haven't been able to slow this rate down. And, once more, another wide, and that's really hurting them.
So they're 40 now.
How many wides is that, Vinny, now?
Yeah.
I reckon they've bowled almost an over in wides already.
Yeah, well, it's actually 4 wides, but yeah, not far off, considering it's only 3 overs in.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're up to 40, which was the power play in the first innings of this game, remember? So pretty similar start. The difference is, though, they haven't lost a wicket. Now be 41. Yeah, so there were 2 wickets in the power play. You remember, it started with a huge over, didn't it? With 25 off the first over of the day, 25, 8 and 7.
But
So
Shazad never got over that first over.
Oh, Shazad. How many did he go for in the last? I forgot to check. He got a few wickets, though. He went for 10 in the last. 3 for 10 in the last over.
Yeah,
Dot 4 wicket, 6 wicket.
Nice looking shot through the covers. 4 runs. And, well, this power play is a beauty. 45. And I was saying that, that what they wanted is to be between 35 and 40. That's what I was saying, because that would give them, and if they could go over that, they'd have that one in the bag. You know, for example, if the next over ends up being a brilliant one and only 2 or 3 runs come off it, they don't need to panic. They've got that one. So the 2 batters can always say, you know what, this guy is bowling so well, let's not get out to him. Let's see it through, because we've got that one over in the bag. They're ahead. They're where they want to be.
That's a really good shot, that last one. Back foot drive. Bit of Steve Waugh about that one. So 19 come off that over from Ramesh Kumar, and he just did not have a handle on what he was doing, did he, in that over? So now at least they're at the end of the power play, the fielding team, so they can have a bit more protection. Now they still can get back into this, that's the thing, but you need to have a couple of decent overs through the middle. And it looks like a guy who I think could bowl more, Desisha Ratnayaka.
Yeah.
He's only bowls the one over in the middle, but he's normally pretty reliable. Hopefully I haven't jinxed him. There he is in the 4th over.
Yeah. Well, it's another wide, so I think now will be 6 wides. The other man they're not used so far is Daljit. Daljit didn't have the best of days yesterday, but we saw that the first time we saw them, he was spot on. So some of these, they're changing things around a little bit here because of what happened yesterday. I don't know if I like that, because I think one thing you need to realise is that one day to another can be so different, especially in this format.
Oh dear.
Oh, where's this caught him? Well, it's in his tummy. He's okay.
He's gone down so quickly here. I'm not laughing. I just think it shouldn't have hurt this much. I mean,
He's winded him, I think.
Solar plexus. That's why.
Oh, ouch, he says. That's right
Yeah, he's
on
fine.
me.
So he's
right
embarrassed
on me
that
rib.
he went down so quickly. I think you're fun. Yeah, that'll hurt.
What did it say? Don't show any pain. Don't show no pain. Don't rub it. He was down in a flash.
He got knocked down by a feather then, didn't he?
He was down in a flash.
It must have just got him. Yeah, that solar plexus just right in the middle of your kind of rib cage there, right in the middle. Anyway, good to see him up and about. See if he can take some of that frustration out in the ball.
Well, he tries. The fielder watches it bounce to
I'm
him
happy
a
he
couple
hit
of
this,
times.
because this would have hit him in the exact same spot. And I don't know how that would have gone. Anyway, Irfan gets a single. Back over to Sanka.
Good start, isn't it? I mean, these two making a good partnership here together, just laying a very good, solid foundation for their team. Well, misses out on this one, gets beaten by Ratanaga yesterday. Remember, he bowled 1 over for 4,
Yeah.
and then he never got called back.
Didn't get a look in, did he?
Didn't get called back
Went
to
back
bowl.
to Daljit at the
Went
end.
to Daljit, who got smacked all over the place.
I haven't seen Daljit yet.
Daljit,
Probably will get a bowl somewhere along the line, you imagine. I'll say hello to James Stewart as well.
Shot.
Oh,
What?
Tortuga. I don't know what to tell you about this one, because Aziz Bhatti, the captain, he went down as the ball went up. And I say pick the gaps. I suppose this is a kind of gap above the fielder. Just wasn't expecting that, was he? It's going to be 4 runs.
This reminds me of a song. What's that song? The song that goes...
Get knocked down, but I get up again?
No. This is hands up. Baby, hands up.
Put your hands up
Give
in
me
the air.
more
50's
love.
up now. 50
Well,
partnership as well.
It was a good shot, but well, this one is being stopped by the same man. Well, he says, no, you don't. And he has a shot. Oh, when the ball goes through, they should now get that single. And they do.
I think he preferred the first one, to be honest, because that one was on him pretty quick. And they do get a couple, so it hasn't been a good start, has it really, for Lemgo in this defence. The score at the end of 4 overs is 53 without loss, unless I'm mistaken. Oh no, we've got, I think we had a wide that maybe wasn't picked up on the scoreboard graphics. I've got the score as 53. So let's wait for this. I'll give you the actual score, which I'm going to tell you. I'm going to overrule the screen. I'm going to say it's 54 without loss at the end of 4. We'll have that checked very shortly. Anyway, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Fall for the European Cricket Network. Great to have your company. Exciting time for us, of course, with the ECC coming up. And look, there's a few nations that I would love to see in ECC. Of course, it's typically done on rankings where invitations are handed out. Well, one team is Estonia, which is very dear to my heart. And he's mentioned Estonia having a really good performance in the President's 11 games. So thanks for sharing that in the chat as well, James, and Tere to you and everyone watching from Estonia. We have had an ECS there before. There's other teams that I would love to see in the ECC, such as Serbia, Croatia, Greece, the list goes on. But, I mean, it typically is done on these international rankings to encourage these guys to play more short
and
form
listen,
cricket.
you're talking about places. Don't forget, our spring productions team will be very happy to say this. Don't forget Latvia. A lot of good cricket being played in Latvia.
Yeah,
at the
you're
moment
exactly
now, you know.
right. Well, there's another boundary to start the over. Sanka is looking dangerous. Both these batters have been pretty composed and chasing the 100, but they know 100 is not 200. I think they've been pretty selective with their shots, and they've executed them pretty well. Sanka is wearing the 30 today from his normal 40. He's made it to 30 in just 14 balls, and that one takes him to 34 now.
Go with Rizwan Barber here. I would have liked to see Barakzai. Barakzai just takes the pace right off. Rizwan is... Well, they're going to try to take 2 here. This is such good running. Really well run.
Really good running. They're on the same page, aren't they? I think Irfan's enjoying that he doesn't really have the pressure to carry the batting with Sanka batting so well at the other end. So these two are just, they feel really comfortable at the moment in their own skin. At the moment, it's Lemgo that need to do something pretty quick. Remember, they won their first 2 games and lost their second 2 games.
Edge. Third man does well, watches the spin on it, gets the throw in, just gets the single. They need something to happen here now pretty quickly, don't they? Because this rate, you can see if it keeps going this way, pretty soon it will be less than run a ball. Need a wicket, and need a couple of good overs.
Could have easily gone to the fielder, really, couldn't it? Yeah, Rizwan, is he the man that can break this partnership? At the moment, not quite halfway in there, well ahead of where they need to be. And this one is up in the air. Well, this is the chance. You've got to hold on to this one. And he does. A nice catch, and you can see Ankit Tomar out there on the leg side boundary. Had plenty of time to think about it. He knew it was a big moment in the game, and he is the one that removes the dangerous batter. And so it will be the end of Irfan Ahmed for 17. First wicket down, the score 61 for 1.
Yeah, well done. A good catch taken by Ankit Tomar. That's why they need him in the side. That's why they miss him when he's not around. Not only does he give them something different when he's bowling the left-hander, but in the field, I mean, this is such a good catch. It goes a long way up in the air. Look at the way he gets himself in a good position and makes it look easy. We have seen some good catching here today, it has to be said. And Irfan, well, he didn't have to play that shot maybe. That's probably what he'd be thinking. He's had a good partnership again, a solid start, a 61 partnership together there with Sanka. But he goes for 17 of 11. Maybe he just wanted to play a few shots himself. Probably thinking he's got plenty of bat in the camp, but you know what? 1 wicket, when you get a wicket, you know what can happen.
That was a pretty good catch out on the leg side boundary, but I think I saw one yesterday I liked even more. Fletch took that catch yesterday. I see Fletch is wandering around out there, and he was smug at breakfast today, wasn't he? Yeah. And he was playing it on the bus. He's there he is there. He's pretty smug, and he's just waiting for another opportunity. I think quietly. I think he told me he's retired now.
He's not going to even attempt another. He can't. He's taken a catch. He's not going to attempt another.
Hey, I've never seen him, for a guy that doesn't say much, he was pretty happy with himself, wasn't he?
He was pretty pumped as well when he took it. The way he, after he took the catch,
it's the most emotion we've ever seen out of Fletch. Anyway, 2 to come.
Flicks is away. The fielder goes down and does a really good bit of work there. Daljit, excellent.
Yeah, it's Akshay Dani who's coming out number 3. So again, big raps on his batting. Hasn't quite put together a big score yet, but that's a really good bit of commitment from the fielder to get down. So often we see fielders kind of just not getting off their feet or maybe throwing their feet at the ball, but yeah, really nice bit of work. I think it's Daljit in that position. So last ball of the first half of the innings, and it's Rizwan Babar searching for another breakthrough. He wants to get rid of Sanka.
Yeah, it's sort of a half-hearted shot. Here comes the throw again from the captain, as is Barty.
That's all about trying to keep the strike. And Sanka knows he's established. He wanted the strike and he gets it. So he moves to 38. And after 5 overs, the score is 63 for 1. But still pretty good over from Rizwan Babar. Though he does concede 9, he does pick up the wicket of Irfan Ahmed.
Yeah. Gets the breakthrough, gets the wicket. I mean, Dani is the man I'm saying that. I'm looking forward to seeing him bat. I think he just looks the part, doesn't he? He looks a cricketer, looks a good player. We've seen him take some great catches. He's bowled really well for his team. And now let's see if he can perform with the bat. They've got off to a perfect start with that 61-run partnership between Sanka and the captain, Irfan Ahmed. Ahmed was the man to depart. Courtesy of a very good catch taken in the deep from Ankit Tomar.
Yeah, it was a good catch.
But he's put his team, the captain, in a very dominant position.
Sure does. Yeah, good opening partnership and did it in quick time too. Hello to Thunder, who I think is watching from Bangladesh, and a quick hello to all of our Bangladeshi viewers. I know there's plenty of them out there. I hope you're going well. And he's saying, yeah, how good from Clone CC, a team that got kind of rattled for 36, I think, in the first game. What a comeback by them. Now, you got to remember, though, they did win 5 out of their 7 group matches last year. So, hey, not a bad team at all.
This is up in the air. Has it got the legs? Yes, it has. 6 runs from Sanka. He's turning on the style. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 más.
It's a really good shot because it wasn't actually that short, but he gets enough bat to get it over the fielder. I thought the fielder was in the game for a second, but Sanka hit it too well. And he moves into the 40s. Maximo time.
Yeah, he's got a bit of swag about him now, Sanka. He wanted to strike, like you said, and that's why he wanted it. Beautifully played.
Remember, he was the man telling me before the toss, because he was stepping in at the toss. He was saying, look, I kind of realise now after the first couple of games, of playing this format. You don't need to slog everything or play unnatural cricket shots. He said, I can play shots all around the wicket. I'm just trying to play the right shot to the right ball.
Yeah.
And that's been what his innings has looked like so far. He's batted really well.
This is just been a little short arm jab, if you like, on the leg side. There's nobody in. Everybody's back, so he can afford to play this shot. If you have a mid-wicket that's in the circle, it's more risky. But you get Sanka on strike straight away. Sanka eyeing up a half century. Nice little touch, and he gets it past the fielder. This will race down to the boundary. That's such good batting, and he just shows, I think he underlines, Vinny, what you're talking about. If you can afford on this field, you can afford to play these shots, and you're going to get rewards for them.
This is the shot if you can play it. I think you're going to get value. I think I talked about it in the first half of the game. There's rarely a third man back, and if there is, he's really fine. So if you get a ball outside of stump, where the bowlers, look, that's where they're bowling most of the time, right? And they don't have the protection of a third man. They might try and bring an extra one around there now. But if you can time that, with this outfield, it's going for 4 once it gets through the infield. Now they will plug the gap. But it means there's no fine leg, right? So it means that if the bowler strays on the leg stump, then you've got a huge gap in that top right quarter.
Nicely played and well batted, sir. Well batted indeed as he brings up his 50. Just stay there. Acknowledge the applause from everybody around this ground. This has been such a good knock, and he does acknowledge them. Well batted. 50 off 22 deliveries. Both अच्छी batting की थी अपने संका ने. अपनी 50 पूरी कर ली. बहुत बधाइयाँ.
Yeah, fantastic innings. And look, just that one Maximo, remember the one we saw that just looped over the deep mid-wicket's head, but 8 boundaries in there. So it shows that you can keep the ball along the ground and still get value, and he's got that 22 ball 50. Like I said, with only the 1-6, excellent batting.
This is another one of those. He likes to just rock back and sort of, I mean, I'm going to call it like a jab shot. He doesn't get a full swing on it, rocks back and just drops the bat on it and goes. I think Dhani at the moment is just thinking, well, look, that's all I've got to do. Don't have to do anything too big, get myself in. That's the end of the over. 77 for 1 at the end of 6. So they're cruising to that score. And like I said, I think if they keep going like this, they will get to the point of just needing run a ball. And they're almost there already. Just having a look at Sanka's wagon wheel.
Look at that covers. That's what I'm talking about there. The covers region, that he has 21 runs there. And I think he's actually scored more runs. I think he scored 27 on the offside and 23 on the leg side. So what it's telling me is he's not afraid to hit through the line of the ball. So very, very good graphic there showing you how he scored his runs. Yeah, brilliant batting.
Oh, swing and a miss.
I was going to say, just looking at Dhani so far, he seems pretty happy just to kind of squirt them leg side. So I'd like to see the ball pitched up to him and see when it did. He kind of lost his mind a little bit. Let's have a look at the daily run rate. And yesterday it was 10 on the nose. So 10.3 through this tournament, which means that this is pretty much a par total. But it's a lot more than last year. I think that's because of the outfield. I think the outfield's a lot quicker this year.
To the man on the 45. Doesn't carry, but he does well. Deals with it well. Sometimes you've got to be careful of the spin and the bounce. Takes it cleanly, gets the throw in quickly, and well backed up by the bowler as well. I'm still interested to learn why we haven't seen Barakzai come on to bowl or Jaljit. I mean, are they leaving it a little bit too late?
In particular, I think you've got to go some sort of spin option. And yes, it's already too late to answer your question.
Little clip again. That fielder there, I think he's got to be a little bit sharper. He knows that these shots are playing. If that's me there, I'm thinking I'm already coming in. As the bowler's coming in, I'm ready. I'm saying, no, you're not taking a cheeky signal to me again.
It's a hard one. I mean, that's one you're there. You do want to maximise your range because you're also there pretty much to cut off a boundary if you can. You're not really there to save a single because it's normally a bad ball that gets hit there in the first place.
Shorter, but he misses out on it. Or does he? Well, the wicketkeeper is thrown this away. Why aren't the batters running? I'd run there. I mean, he's thrown this away. If you ain't touched this, you just say, let's go. Let's take a single.
I mean, it might be a sign that they're deflated. There isn't a huge appeal here, whether they're taking it for granted or not. Can't really tell from that, can you? But to be honest, I think
the ball.
Either does he appeal straight away though?
I think he's so confident he's got his man. He's not even appealing. Look, the catch is taken. He's so confident, and then he turns around and said, "What do you mean he's not out?" Well, this is out. And now he turns around and says to the umpire, "Well, if you're not going to give it out, but how about that then? How is that not out?" And the umpire might just want to have a little word with him. Yeah, I've been there. I've done it. I know the feeling.
I mean, the thing here is he's ready to basically fist bump aggressively towards the umpire, but he thinks better of it, and he just turns, just a little quarter turn, and then a little lawnmower to himself here, Baba. Well, either on that last one, I think either he was super confident it was out, or I actually think he didn't hear anything, and then tried to overcompensate with the appeal. And look at this. He says, "Yeah, what do you think?" And he's like, "Oh, hold on.
I'll do it over here."
He just thought.
But listen,
don't make any enemies here.
That is twice, once in each innings now, where we've seen that. We think there's a little inside edge caught behind. It's not been given, and the very next ball, the guy's been out anyway. So
I'm still not necessarily convinced with that one, to be honest, and I don't think Baba was either.
Oh, look at this! I just love the reaction. He said, "Okay, wait, yeah, that's it, that's out, innit? That's out."
Well, anyway,
this
same
is
result.
This is where you turn around and say to the umpire, "Well, go on, say that's not out then."
Well, I talked
and
about
then the umpire says, "No ball." Don't mess with the umpires.
I talked about pitching it up, didn't I, to Arnie?
Yeah,
it turned out to do the job. And so 79 for 2. Here comes Panwa. I'm a big fan of Panwa, actually. Can give it a clout. He just has to deal with this one delivery from Baba, who's bowled pretty well. He's got 2 for 11 now. But that danger man Sunker still at the other end. You feel, well, he's there. Can't see anything going too wrong for Clone CC.
There's one going with that fuller length. That's the other thing. I mean, you see when the ball's been bowled fuller, Rizwan's done that really well. We see Ratanaika do it as well. The runs don't flow so freely, so they have let themselves down a little bit with the line.
Let's talk about the next match coming up. But first I want to go back to Barber.
Yeah.
But he only conceded 2 off that over. More about that in a second. But we have these two teams going head-to-head. And we just felt it would be close between these two teams today. They're pretty close together on the ladder as well. News from the toss. Lemgo, this time they won the toss and they've elected to bat first. So they will bat first again. This will be their choice this time because earlier in the day it was Clone CC that sent them in. So the thing about Lemgo batting order, they bat all the way down. We saw Ankit Toma come in at 10 and smack a 6 first ball. As far as Clone CC though, I would say that they've been pretty solid for the most part. They kind of fell over in the first game, but I'm looking forward to seeing what happens in the second match between these two teams. And well, right now, like I said, that over from Rizwan Barber gets them right back into the contest because now they need 25 off 3 overs. Before that, they needed 27 off 4, and you felt, yeah, no problem. But now, 25 off 3, over 8 and over. But I think you've got to get rid of Sanka to have any chance.
Sanka's got to go. The game with Ankit Toma again, don't mind this, but I still think, where is Barakzar? Why is he not bowling? Short, in the air, is this an opportunity? And no, it goes all the way over. It's going to be 6 runs. 6 carreras.
Big moment. Don't come much bigger than this. He doesn't quite get it. I think a little bit of a top edge. And it was a pretty good effort by Barakzar. I think they even got a fingernail on this. Yeah. If this gets caught, it's game on. But with that 6 runs, surely Clone CC well ahead. They're in the driver's seat here. Right now, they need just 19 off the last 17 balls. Yeah,
Barakzar, in fairness, I mean, does get, by the time he's got a hand to that, he's already over the rope. So, I mean, it would have been a great catch, but it would have always been a 6. Toma, he knows where he's got to be. He's got to be full. He's got to be straight. He's got to try and knock him over.
Oh, no. Well, Panwa had news for Sanko, who just wanted to sneak away from the strike. Said, hold on, you're here. I think you can do a bit better than that. So Sanko will be on the rack again. Tomar, left armour. Pretty good performer for his team. Be a bit annoyed that short ball went out of the ground, but still he put it there, didn't he? Threw down the challenge and he got the rough end of the stick.
Takes a single. Slightly wider delivery.
Well, now Panwa's a decent hitter, but I feel like you got to try and sneak a couple of dots on him. And, you know, he's not the quickest. So if you maybe bring the infielders in a couple of steps and try and stop that single. This is where you feel you can burgle a couple of dots, I think, on Panwa, who's new to the crease.
Panwa has shown, though, every time he's gone out there, that he's more than capable of hitting a big ball, but he then gets himself out. It's a little bit like Dani, hasn't really been able to put a good back-to-back solid performance in.
There's one of the dots. He's saying, well, why didn't I go through with that shot?
Yeah, it was there, careful, wasn't it? I mean, look at the gap that they've got. The fine leg is very straight. And then you've got the man on the behind square in the boundary. So it's a huge gap. Just needs to get a little tickle on this.
I think it just comes back at him a little bit, so he was going to glance it and then he just misjudged the line of it. So there's one of the dots, 18 off 14. This is going deeper than I thought it might.
Chance. Taken. Another wicket just like that. So more importantly, Vinny, though, not just a wicket, it's a dot ball. So this is all on Sanka. If they get the wicket of Sanka here, they are in with a massive shout. Really good catch taken there. Makes it look nice and easy. Actually, Gupta. And well done to Tomar.
Nice catch. You got the protection of the wide-brimmed hat. Probably use it on a day like today. Plenty of sunshine around. So we talked about a couple of dots. This is even better than a dot, really. So Panwar goes without scoring. And it means a new batter will have to come in and face. So score now 86 for 3. Last ball of the over. So whoever comes in here, it looks like Deshpande. I mean, look, I'd often say this batter can just have a free swing at it, but you probably don't have to be that crazy. I think just play it fairly normally. You've got it at, where are we at? We got 2 balls to come this over, I think. So it's 86 for.
But what do you do? Do you
3, yeah.
Do you bring players in now? Do you sort of say, right, okay, let's try and take this wicket, or do you say, well, actually, you know what, let him get a single so he's on strike for the next one?
Yeah,
2 balls to go.
You don't mind him being on strike, I think. So this is the last ball of the over. And so let's see what the approach is. So Deshpande is a pretty good hitter. Don't forget that. He's the second best 6 hitter last year. Very good fielder as well. He's a fairly cool head. You never know what pressure can do to you.
Well, Barty is making a change here. So what's he's sending the unit to the other side in mid-wicket. So he's taken one out of the offside here. Look, he says, I want you just there. That's where I want you. So he is putting a bit of pressure on the batter, Deshpande.
So I probably don't mind the single here, last ball of the over. And they're going to get one. So I just want to play that ball on its merits, I think. And Deshpande isn't one that you want to sacrifice either by going for a huge shot there. So interesting game before our very eyes. You thought there could be a golden ball this morning. You said it all morning. We've never had golden balls in consecutive games. Just saying. 87 for 3 after 8. So that means they need 17 off the last 2 overs, 16 for a golden ball. Like I say, with Sanka there, you know, you feel they got it under control, but those worms, they're intertwined.
They are indeed. I was very surprised with that move in the field there. It's the last ball. Why are you trying to stop a single on that last one? You want to give it. Now is the time you bring the field in. Now I get it. Now you bring some fielders in close either side, because I reckon that the Deshpande is going to try and just put bat onto ball.
I think captaincy in this circumstance is to have to start put yourself in the shoes of the batter and what do they want least.
Yeah.
And I think I always felt really comfortable if I came out down the order in this kind of situation. I saw everyone back on the boundary and I'm like, you're giving me too much credit here. You know, you're giving me too much credit, giving me ones here. You know, I want to get away from the strike. They've got the deep wicket in, the short middle getting now, which I think is good. Here's Daljit to bowl the 9th over. Do get a single. So, well, this is go time now. I think Sanka is the man. He's there. He's on 58. He scored the majority of the runs in the inning. He will be facing up here. But again, if he can only get a single, I mean, I think the fielding team are very happy with that every time. He'll be wanting more.
Daljit, well, things didn't go well for him yesterday, you have to say. But today's another day. Can he be the hero? He's only going to get this one over.
He's good on Saturday, though.
Yeah, he was very good on Saturday, Vinny. He bowled really well, especially in that second match. So, can he come back strong? And you can see Sanka there, just taking his time, having a look.
Let's see if Sanka's approach holds up under the pressure, which is just to play cricket shots and play the ball on its merits. Yeah. It's got him this far.
In the air. Is he going to carry? It should. It does. It's taken. Big moment in the match. Daljit Singh, he gets the wicket. It's an excellent catch there from Gupta. He's taken 2 very good catches. This one hovers in the air. Gupta comes in, takes the catch. Can that be the one that opens the door here now? And can that be the one that helps Lemgo go back to winning ways? We've got a match on here, Vinny.
What an exciting game this is. Look, Sanka kind of goes looking for this a little bit. Again, it's similar to the one that he did hit for 6 earlier, right? It wasn't that short, but he still tried to pull it over mid-wicket. This time he doesn't get away with it. Really good catch by Gupta under immense pressure. So the set batter gone, and it is game on. 88 for 4 with 10 balls remaining.
Well, Sanka will be bitterly disappointed. You see, He's not interested in taking any applause of anyone. He knows that he, as a set batter, has to bring this home because all he's done now, I mean, Deshpande's only faced 2 balls for 2. A new batter has to go in there now. And really, the thing is now is whereas the other batters were going in before thinking, I just got to play this around because Sanka's there. Sanka's gone. Now they're going to play some shots. Zadran is the new man.
Do you want to make history this morning? Back-to-back golden ball matches. We've had 2 in 3 before. We had it earlier in the year in Gibraltar.
Yeah.
And we had golden ball, non-golden ball, golden ball.
Yeah, night series, right?
Night series, yep. But, well, let's see. Zadran, he won't want to take it that deep. Again, 1 or 2 boundaries. It'll be right in hand for the batting team.
In the air, where's this gone? It's gone to Daljit, it's 2 in 2. Daljit Singh takes another. Jagde Bhatte style. Aja, mere pyare. Well, they're loving it. Well, we've seen this before. Hugs, kisses, pick me up, put me down. Daljit Singh, well, there he goes. He finally says, leave me alone, I've got to do me Jagde Bhatte. Finally does the celebration. Well, it was a mare for him yesterday, but he's come back with a bang.
Look, yeah, Daljit, this is what I like to see. Resilience from the bowler. He did have a Barry Crocker yesterday, didn't he? But today is a different story. And he's very quick. There might have been a run out there because one batter run, one didn't, if he didn't take the catch. But he does take the catch. Well, he is lifted up. And they're thrilled about that. That's what's so exciting about this form of the game, Chaka Devatte style.
Yeah.
The fact that it can change so quickly. And suddenly Daljit, who had the day to forget yesterday, he could quite easily become the 24th hat-trick taker this year.
Daljit saying, Suriko Baji, kal na main fruit kha ke aaya si, fruit ne nahi kam kita. Aaj main swere paronte kha ke aaya. Well, the Parontas have done the work. Leave the fruit alone, Daljit. Hat-trick ball coming up. Not only that, these are all dot balls.
Yeah, that's true. Look, Makar is the batter. He went for plenty yesterday in that golden ball game. He had an over to forget. So Daljit on a hat-trick here.
Plays this nicely. They'll take the run. It's just a single, but they all count. They're all big here at the moment. 89 for 5. A couple of deliveries to go in this over.
Such a good game. This is exactly why we love the European Cricket Network. We love, obviously, being right here, but hopefully you're enjoying it just as much at home because we had some really close contests. And Rico, to your credit, you called it. You said this is going to be a real tight one.
I was going to say, a lot of people on the chat saying, Rico, what are you talking about? Especially when they were going great guns and Sanka was hitting the ball all over the place. Remember, they were 54 without loss after 4, 63 for 1 after 5. But look, one thing I can tell you is their opposition was 61 for 3 after 5. So this match has followed the same pattern. Daljit.
Huge delivery.
Wants to finish well. And he does. It's another dot. Excellent over. What an over that is. 2 wickets, only 2 runs. Daljit Singh has put his team in prime position here.
Oh, I reckon he's missed a wide there. I reckon that was straight over the tram line, if I'm honest. Oh, that really hurts. Oh, what do you think about this, Rico? I saw it live and I thought that's pretty wide. I know he has a little shuffle. Yeah, but he's still in front of the stumps.
Yeah.
Oh,
We've seen him called.
Call. Oh,
We've seen him called.
I'm filthy if I'm batting there and I don't get that call, especially at this stage in the game. That would have been 14 off 7. Instead, it's 15 off 6. We're going to the last. They were so good on the wides yesterday on those ones. But yeah, that one for me catches a bunch of the tram line.
What are you thinking, people? Who's tingling? I told you I was tingling this morning. Anyone else tingling? There was a lot of people out there early on who were knocking me, Vinny. They were saying, Rico, what are you talking about? What do you know? You said this is going to be close. You said you had a tingle. I do have a tingle.
Oh.
I still have a tingle.
10.3 is the average run rate for the whole first 8 days, and they scored 10.3 and over in the first half of this game, 103. And right now, well, if they can pull 14 off this, we'll have a golden ball. But you'd have to say it's advantage. Lemgo, I can't believe I'm saying that.
I can't believe that it's Ramesh Kumar coming on the bowl. He's the man who was spraying it around all over the place.
He went for 21 in the third over. That was magical.
This is a huge call.
They could have gone Safi Rahman if they wanted as well, who's only bowled the one.
Hasn't bowled at all.
All right.
Okay, here we go.
You need 2 boundaries to make it close here. Here we go. Last over, 15 required.
Hits this well, and he's going to get it through the gap. He is. It's going to be 4 runs, I think. The 2 umpires looking at each other. They need to clarify this, and I think you have to because it could make all the difference. Hits it pretty well. Does it come down before the line? I suspect it does. Let's wait and see. Where's the ball?
There it is. I reckon that hits the rope. I reckon that's 6.
Ooh, I think
I'm pretty sure.
That at 6.
Let's have a look.
That's 6. It goes over the line. Look.
There. You can see the rope move. I think that's 6. The way the rope moves spontaneously, I think that hits the rope on the 4, and I think it's 6.
They're checking. Is he going to put him up in the air? All eyes are on the man in black. Así o no? Así o no? Así o no? ¿Qué es? ¿Qué es? ¿Qué es? ¡Manos arriba! Es una 6. 6 carreras. Ooh, 9 of 5.
Game changer. Big game changer. Get that score up. Now it's 95.
Hit this well. Will they go for 2? Well watched by Gupta. He's not making the same mistake. Just the 1 there. So there's 8
millimeters. When you had a marginal one go against your last ball of the 9th, you need something to go your way. And if there was 2 millimeters shorter, that would have been 4, not 6. So they maybe got cost a run, but they get 2 there.
Clone CC do not want to go to a golden ball. They felt the pain of that yesterday.
Oh, my word.
Make space. Hits it well. Is he going to get through the gap? Yes, he is. It's 4 runs. What a shot at such a crucial time. He splits the 2 fielders. Gupta can do nothing about this. This is top draw. Look at the way he gets himself into position. Hits it straight down the ground. The 2 fielders can do nothing about that. 4 runs, and that means it's 4 required.
Yeah, look how deep he gets in his crease here. You see, he goes really deep, and that allows him to hit the ball at a slightly higher contact point, and that's why he gets the middle of the bat on it down the ground. So it's Ramesh Kumar's time to taste some pain, isn't it? They can win it with a boundary now. 4 required off 3.
Well,
3 singles for a golden ball.
Single
taken. Just saying. Make that 2 singles for a golden ball. 100's up. Oh, what entertainment. Clone CC. Well, they're going to have to visit their cardiologist during the week. I think their heart rates have gone through the roof the last couple of games. 3 in 2. Now, what does Maka do here? I just still think you try and hit the ball to the outfield, push for 2 twice. You'll probably get over the line.
Well, Maka, I mean, he can hit it.
Don't want to swing and miss at this. That's the thing, though. Here we go. 3 will win it.
He's in the air. He's going to get 6. Ball! Balle! 6 runs. Finishes it off in style. We do not go to a golden ball, but it gets close, doesn't it? And, well, Ramesh Kumar is the one that gets blasted for another 6, and that is the game. But what a spectacular one it was. And Cologne CC, they said, we are not going to a golden ball again. We're going to do it, and we're going to do it in style. And Maka is the one that smashes it down the ground for a big 6.
Well, Maka yesterday was on the receiving end of this, and really every day it seems like it's someone's turn to have a bad day at the office. This time was Balaganash Ramesh Kumar, who goes for 18 in 5 deliveries in the last, following on from his 21 in the first over that he bowled. You've got to question maybe the fact that they decided to go with him instead of someone like Safi Rahman, who did open the bowling. He went for 14 himself, but still, these 2 teams will come back in around about 10 minutes. They'll have to towel off. Hopefully you can join us for that, but stay tuned because this highlights package is going to be a pretty good one. And it started really well with Sankat and Irfan Ahmed getting up to a really good start. This opening partnership set them in a really good position to win this game and win it fairly comfortably. But as we know in ECS cricket, you take a couple of wickets, get some new batters out there, the game can change. And in the end, it was time for another hero to be made, and his name was Ashish Maka. Before that, though, I mean, it seemed like Cologne CC were going to do this easily, Rico.
They were in cruise control, you have to say. I mean, that first wicket fell at the score of 61. But Sanko was still there, and he continued to keep going. Look, that was one of the 6s that he hit. And then this was what he was doing so well. Little delicate shots. But we did say, how will he play when the pressure was on? Because the pressure was applied by that man. That was Rizwan. Rizwan making things happen, and he was pumped, wasn't he? And got the wickets when he needed to, got the Yorkers fired in. That rate, at one point, remember this, at one point, that rate was at just over a run a ball. 6.2 they brought it down to, and look where it ended up. And that was all down to the way the bowlers came back to it. And Daljit, well, he went from yesterday's villain to almost today's hero when he bowled that over. This was the second wicket. 2 for 2 is what he took in that 1 over. That gave him the chance, but well, you have to question, you got to say, the bowler who was asked to come on to bowl again. I mean, Ramesh Kumar got absolutely tonked in the first over. Why the captain wanted him to bowl that last one, I will never know, especially when you got the likes of Safi that was in there. So Barakzai that they didn't use at all, could have taken the pace right off it. Interesting choice in the end. It backfires, and it's a good win for Clone CC.
Really
and they needed that after that golden ball defeat
credit
yesterday.
to them. I mean, they would have been feeling pretty low last night after that, even though they did get a win in the other match yesterday. But yeah, that's what they would have been thinking about. And, well, you know, bringing Ramesh Kumar back, I mean, if it comes off, the captain looks like a genius saying, look, I had the confidence he could come back. As it was, I mean, probably not quite executing his skills there. That one was in the slot. And Maka, to his credit, he got the middle of the bat on it and could have quite easily gone for a catch if he had have mishit it. 58, though, of 27. Sanka, not the captain, the vice captain, he set things up with a very, very good knock where he played a lot of good cricket shots, but fell at a crucial time. 2 for 2. Daljit only gets the one over. This time it's his time to only get the one over. But, you know, this is why often I think you're better off giving a few people one before the 8th over, because then you can bring them back potentially if they bowl a really good one. He never got that chance. 2 wickets also to Rizwan Babar, and the other one went to Toma. And let's say that Yuvraj Singh, he has donated 400 rupees into the chat. Well, to you. And look, why not that game? Well, if you're talking the best free entertainment in the world, I don't think you can go past ECN, especially with the last 2 games we've had here in Krefeld.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Serving the world with the finest and most entertaining form of cricket that you'll ever see. That's what it's all about, the European Cricket League.
Yeah, so we will take a quick break. We'll be back in around about 7 or 8 minutes. And when we do, we'll be taking you into the rematch. Well, let's see if the sequel is as good as the original. It will be Lemgo batting first again after winning the toss. Vinny Sandy, here Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me, and we'll see you shortly for more action and excitement from Germany. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to the National Performance Centre here in Krefeld, just outside of Düsseldorf in Germany. Beautiful weather for cricket, and while we've seen some excitement between these two teams already, they're back for the second stanza of their double header. And of course, I'm talking about Cologne CC versus TV and TBV Lemgo. It is the 34th match of this series. Rob Kemmings with the two captains. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Hey, tails scored. It is tails. Way back fast.
So it is Lemgo that win the toss this time, as Isbati has said that he wants to bat. So they will bat first again. Last time they were sent in by Cologne CC. This time it's their own choice. I've got to say, I really like the way Lemgo use all their batting resources. Not so many flat spots in their innings. They got off to a flyer of a start. They were 25 off the first over of the day. They ended up getting bowled out off the very last ball of their 10 overs. But I'm sure they'll be looking for something similar to put their 100 plus runs on the board and see if it's enough. Cologne CC, though, they have been on the improve, but they have been a bit inconsistent, let's be honest, in this series. What kind of performance will we see for them? I've got to say, I really like the fielding of Ameya Deshpande. You saw him standing in there at the toss. I think he's a really important player. Hit the second most sixes for them in last year's tournament, and also a very big weapon, I think, with his hands in those key positions. So let's go over to Rico Fu in the commentary ice cube, the news from the toss. It is Lemgo batting first again. This time they've won the toss in match 34. Over to you, and let's get it started.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo there, Vinny Sandu. Yes, let's get it started. We want to get it started because these two teams just provided us with such an exciting start to match day 9, match 33. Lemgo 103 they got to. And, well, they went down to the wire, didn't it? And it was a big 6 with the ball to go. That finished it. And Cologne CC were the winners, and winning that one by 5 wickets. So you can see that this is going to be another close one. Have a look at those two teams again as we go ready to do battle. The big news has to be that there's no Sanka. Sanka not playing in this one for Cologne CC. And, well, you know, his contribution was massive, 58 of just 27 deliveries to get them to that victory. And he, well, deservedly so, was the player of the match. So they don't have him in the side. And just see how they'll fare without him. But they're going to have to wait to see how they bat without him, because at the moment, Lemgo, positive move from them and their captain. You saw him out there, Aziz Bhatti, quite confident when asked what he's going to do. He says, we're going to have a bat. So he wants to go out there, put the runs on the board again. And 103 wasn't enough. How many is going to be enough? I reckon 110. 110 upwards should give you enough runs on the board. This is what the bat versus ball wall says, and it says it's going to be pretty close again, but Lemgo pipped to go 94 to 92. So once again, expecting this to be a close match. But could Sanka's absence be the one that gives Lemgo the upper hand in this one? The bowler awaits for him to be given the go-ahead to get the first ball in. It's going to be Dhani. Akshay Dhani, he's, as I keep saying, he's a man that keeps performing in the field, but hasn't really been able to do it with the bat. I mean, they could really do with him finding his form in this one. Well, this is a man at the non-strikers end that, well, maybe he is pleased to be back. I don't know. In the air this goes, and this flies way over us. Well, what a start this is. Bang! Says, how about that? That's how we're going to start this one. Of course, that's how you're going to start. There's only one way that these guys go, don't they? And Barakzai goes big, first up, bang, out of here. Have made a bit of a change here. That's what I was just about to say when that was pumped out of the ground. They're going and look at Mudasa Iqbal to open, so they've not gone with Rizwan this time, so they've changed it. Now, Iqbal, well, we know about his form at the moment. It's not been good. So we're going to miss. This is Barakzai where I just go back to what we were talking about in the first match, myself and Vinny Sandy, was that I think there's room for Barakzai to bat the way he does. The same with somebody like Rizwan Babar. But you've got to just be a little bit more selective. He just smashed a big 6. So next ball, take a single. You don't have to swing wild at the ball that's not there for the shot. And you'll probably find he'll play the same shot again. But there you go. And that's what I'm talking about, is curtains. And celebration there from Dhani. And he looks disappointed about it. But look, if that's the way you play, I'm going to say it sounds really cruel, but that's what you're going to get. You're up against good bowlers, and you might whack them out of the ground one ball, but it doesn't mean you can do it to every ball. That ball is not there for that shot. Just be a little bit more sensible. Be a bit more sensible. Think about not just the think about the long plan as well. And the long plan has to be say, look, he gets really upset. He wants to smash the stumps here. He goes to hit the stumps and changes his mind. And then there's the celebration from the bowler, which him coming at you is going to wind you up just a little bit more. Barakzai, a good start, big six, but then a swing and a miss. And next time you know, a good bowler is going to knock you over. And that's exactly what happens. So it's got to be some thought going into this. Well, there's the wicket. Watch the batter here. He wants to hit him. Then when he turns around, he's got the bowler sort of doing a little bit of nah, 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 nah. I got you now. Yeah, he has. 6 on the board, 1 wicket down. And Barakzai, he goes. He did make a start in the last one, didn't he? Got 22 of 9, but only the 6. And he has to go bowled, cleaned up by Dhani. And Dhani once more, impressing with the ball. New bat comes in. And it's going to be Ali. The other thing, I suppose it's easy from up here for us to say, well, why aren't they doing this, why aren't they doing that? I mean, we had to talk about Ramesh Kumar, coming on to bowl that last over, which we didn't think was the brightest idea, but the captain's obviously got something in his mind. And then also, I think the batter's gone out here with maybe 2 right-hand gloves or something, because he's going to have them changed. Well, what's happened here? There you go. He gets the right one here. Yeah, 2 right-handers and 2 left. And Mudasa said, don't worry about it, buddy. Just concentrate on what you've got to do. Yeah, look, why are we not seeing the captain? Why are we not seeing someone like Aziz Bharti, who's shown already that he can bat? Yesterday in the second match that they played, he batted literally all the way through the innings. He went in opening yesterday, and he batted really well. So why are we not sticking to a pattern that worked for them yesterday? Yeah, he came in, he opened the batting, and he was 34 not out of 28. I mean, they could do with somebody like that and just let the others like Barakzai and Babar and maybe Gupta play the shots. Bit of an appeal, but he was always going down the leg side. The ball will be stopped. The batters only take the 1. Not good running. Really need to be looking for 2 there. You've got to go straight away. But Hassan is not the quickest, so that's another thing. They're going to lose a few runs. Remember when they were batting first time round? In the first 4 overs, I think I said, I reckon that's 5 runs that they haven't taken because they haven't run. Well, they would have loved to have those back in the last match. Would have made all the difference, wouldn't it? When you think they lost with 1 ball to go. Got to just tidy up some of these things. So it's played out to the man at square. No run this time, straight to him. So Iqbal, remember, he hasn't been able to score a run in 3 innings, but he survives the first ball. In fairness, though, yesterday he hit an absolute rocket, but it was caught. So he hasn't had the best of luck either. And this one will, no run. He forgets, he thought he was going to get off the mark. And when he looks up, he sees the big, not so nimble figure of Hassan Ali at the other end saying, I'm not coming, I'm staying here. Little things like that, that's 2 runs. Maybe you should count them. That's 2 runs, I reckon, that have been lost already. Hello to everybody on the chat. And Maya's there. Hey, Maya, thank you very much for your contribution as well. To you and Yuvi. And look, you guys are absolutely wonderful. And Maya, such a passionate person about cricket. And Maya, I hope we're going to see you at Khartoum. It's a shame we haven't been able to meet up in Germany, really, in your home country, but I know you're a very busy person. But if you can arrange it, it'd be absolutely lovely. This one gets hits down the ground. It's just 1 bounce before it goes to that man there, Zad. Interesting that we haven't seen him opening. Maybe you're going to see him bowl the second over. Didn't have it all his own way with that first over when it went for 25. So maybe he says, I don't want to bowl the first, I'll bowl the second. We'll have to wait and see. Dhani, though, at the moment is doing a good job. Big swing, the body nowhere near where this needs to be. He's taking himself down the leg side and has a swing, but taking himself away from the ball. Shrug, good morning to you. Thank you for your morning wishes. Right back at you, buddy. Firmly struck, and this one will be 1 bounce, 4 runs. Good shot. He absolutely clobbers this. It was too short, and he's onto it quickly. It's almost like a straight pull. Look at that, bang. And this time he is able to create something with the room that he gives himself down the leg side. Hammers it away. So it's a nice shot, and Iqbal has got off the mark with a 4. So maybe this is what he needed, and he hits that clean out the middle as well. So maybe the confidence will start to flow for him now. Gets beaten with this one. Good pace, good wheels. Gets the applause from his teammates as well. Yeah, look at this. Lovely delivery. You can see that Iqbal was just trying to guide that away as well, but he's got to be careful. I mean, he's trying to guide it into an area where there is a man. The third man is lurking dangerously. Another dot. Certainly not looking like a batter that's in any sort of form at the moment, but he's there. And sometimes when you've had a bit of bad luck like he has, and when you are not in form, the only way to get back into form is you've got to draft and draft hard out there, and maybe get a bit of luck that comes your way as well. Iqbal trying to make things happen. He gets promoted up the order. It's not often that a batter who's got 3 golden ducks actually goes up the order without scoring any runs. So there's a lot of faith being put on him by the captain. Well struck, but straight to the fielder. In comes the throw, and you know that Hassan is not running. End of the second. 12 on the board, and once again, I think that's another one that doesn't get taken that probably should have, if the batters are on the same page, the same frequency. Have a quick look at the tables. This is what it looks like here now. So Lemgo done themselves no favours really. They've allowed Cologne CC to join them on level points. So one of these two teams now will take third spot with 6 points. The other will watch nervously on what happens this afternoon between the VfB Gelsenkirchen and the Düsseldorf Black Caps. So we're going to miss. So Shazad does come into the attack. Starts with the dot. Wants to forget about, well, you won't want to forget about these second over. We picked up 3 wickets. But the first over was the one that was costly. 23 came off it. There was a couple of extras as well, so it went for 25. This is nicely played. It's in the gap. Nobody's going to stop this. This is a lovely looking shot. And Ali, this time, goes all along the deck. He's been caught a few times exactly where that ball is going, in that mid-wicket area, cow corner, when he's going for the big shot. So he's a big man, so you'd expect him to clear the boundary, but he hasn't been able to on a regular basis. He's managed to get one good shot in, and then he gives his wicket away. But he makes a start here, gets his first boundary. Shazad charges in. Short. And, this one was advertised very early, and just how high was this? He bangs this in. A batter does come out, but I still think that's going to be a wide ball. I think you've got to call it from where the batter would be in his upward stance inside his normal batting stance. So when you look at that, that ball's always going up. I think that's a wide. Gets away with it, does the bowler. This one's hit hard, and it's a chance, and it's dropped. It is dropped. I'd like to see this side on as well, again because of the height. Because again, if it is over the shoulder and it's the second one, this then has to be called a no ball. That was okay, I think. Ali's also coming out to it, but he meets it well. But again, just like I said, this is where Ali has been caught several times, and that's an unusual one. I mean, Dhani putting the catch down, that doesn't normally happen much. See the bowler there, Shazad, just holding his thumb a little bit, not sure. I think that's when the ball was thrown back to him by Dhani. Dhani obviously a little bit frustrated that he dropped Ali. Hit well, hit to the boundary. This has gone quick. I think this is 4. I think, when the umpires are checking, I reckon this just bounces before the rope, but this is going at some pace. I don't even know if we're going to be able to keep up with it on the replay. This is going so fast. What a shot this is. And just, I think, dropping, yeah, 4 runs. Cracking shot. Shazad is still holding his thumb. And there's the signal from the umpire. So, no, they did lose that wicket of Barkside. These two now starting to put something together for Lemgo. Well, Sharifullah Shazad not having it all his own way here today. 9 off his first 5 deliveries, including that blistering shot from Iqbal. Short, and this is sent to the moon. Well, that is going big. Lovely shot. He bangs it in short. And Iqbal, just like that, I told you, just needed that one shot, didn't he? And once he got off the mark with that boundary, he's now looking like a completely different player altogether. Mudassar Iqbal wants to turn on the start. Well, how about that? That was a bit of relay work from, well, the Fletcher zone. Well, Fletcher's not there. Somebody else just piling that on to, not sure who sat down there, but takes the catch on the relay. This power play, 27, 1 wicket down. So the partnership is coming together from the two big hitters. 2 men that haven't, at the moment, left any impact in this series. Iqbal just has struggled to get off the mark. He's off the mark here now with 14 off 9. And Hassan Ali, well, maybe that drop catch, him being dropped by Dani or 4 people on 5, maybe that will spark him to a big score as well. And not with shots like that, he gets well beaten. Gets good support, that's the bowler. That dot ball. Walks back to his mark, Rathod. Took a 3-for. Did bowl some good deliveries, but bowled some bad ones as well. But was pretty lucky to get away with them. This one's short. Ali keeps it along the deck. One fielder misses it, but fortunately for him, he has got somebody backing him up. And that's Deshpande. Doesn't make too many mistakes out there, but he was relieved to look back to see that. I think that's Dani that was there to shave his blushes, if you like. I thought. In the air, this is gone. Balle, ginna sona, shaka lagya. Well, this was a master blast, wasn't it? And well, as soon as this hits the bat, this is only going one place. Look, it comes sweet out of the middle. Sweet like a bowl of rasmalai. What a big hit that is. And Iqbal is turning on the style here. Well, he's had to wait patiently. We've seen him hit balls well, but straight at fielders who have taken some amazing catches. Now it's his turn to shine, maybe. He's given them a blistering start here. And he's, well, he's going after all the bowlers. Scores per over at the moment was, well, 7 off the first, then 5, and then 15. This one, at the moment, 7 from it. Slower delivery. Well bowled. Good comeback from the bowler, I thought about it and decided, right, I'm going to take the pace right off it. The only thing he'd be thinking to himself is, why didn't I bowl it straight? I think it was all about trying to keep it out of the swing zone of Iqbal. Iqbal does get beaten, so he wants to go back and have a think about that. Doesn't want to throw his wicket away now that he's made this start. Oh, well, I think there's something on this, you know. I'm going to keep an eye on the umpire. I'm pretty sure I heard bat. And yeah, it is runs. You see this, and the wicketkeeper does always, yeah, but it's straight into the ground. I mean, that's not catchable at all. The keeper sort of gives an apology to Rathod, but I mean, there's no way Sakar was going to take that catch. Into the legs, not the best of deliveries, but Hassan's a little bit slow getting into position on that. I think even if he had swiveled on this and gets a good bit of bat onto it, I think it would have beaten the man on the at fine, because he is pretty fine. He's not really quite on the 45. End of the over, I thought. It doesn't go for too many, just a 9 from it, so it's fairly tidy. As we have an opportunity to have a look at the stats here. I want to have a look at the batters for Lemgo. You can see that they've been moving around the batting order quite a bit like a yo-yo. Babar, we've seen him open, but now he's not open again in this one, so no idea when he'll come in. Barakzai, and they've stuck with him, but he's been running hot and cold. Barty, we haven't seen him come out as yet. They came pretty low in the first match, and nobody came out, and he had to try and blast every ball to the boundary. The first one he tried, he got caught. So it hasn't really, the consistency hasn't been there, and I think sometimes that captains and teams just try to move things around too much, and it just changes the balance of the side slightly here. These two doing pretty good, but I'd like to see the captain himself batting higher up the order more often. He's shown two sides of his play. He can hit the ball well, he can stay there as well. We saw a good demonstration of that yesterday. I think Rizwan as well. There's no point having somebody who can hit the ball so aggressively too low down. I mean, you don't want to go through an innings and not have him go out there and have a hit. You know, he can change the match for you. And you've also got the likes of Gupta as well. Down the ground, and this won't be stopped. It's too straight. It dissects the field beautifully. Another good shot, another good straight drive. We're starting to see that a lot, and that's nice from Ali. This time he doesn't go across the line. He shows that he can play straight, and there's value in playing the ball straight, because those fielders are always pretty wide. I mean, he gets straightened a little bit now. You see the captain instructing Zadran to get straighter. You don't want to be following the ball either. It's the other danger. That's what seems to be happening here at the moment. So Zadran goes a lot straighter. Makar, oh, he was their hero, wasn't he? Getting the runs at the end where it mattered. This one is been totally missed by the fielder out there. So 4 more. And, that was Sharma. Sharma, once again, he's tried to go with the foot and needed to get the slide in, the dive in. That's not going to be something that's going to put a smile on the face of his captain. Ifan Ahmed just having a quiet word with the fielder there, saying, come on. Smashed, hard, big, long, 6, beautiful. And this sounded beautiful as well. It was like a bomb going off when it hits that bat, and echoes around this magnificent Bio-Erdingen cricket ground. A lovely shot. It was there, and it was put away effectively. So Hassan Ali now is up and running. Maybe that drop catch was a wake-up call, because that's what he's been doing. He was dropped on 5, and that's the sort of pattern his players followed. He goes out there, hits one boundary, then the next time he tries, he gets caught. When he was dropped by Dani, of all people, who's probably one fielder, who's one of many that have got very good safe hands, doesn't put any down. He gets put down, and now he's making it count. Fuller delivery, nice ball. It's a bit slow to get going, but he does get there. Bowler has to try and do the fielding. That is the end of the 5th over. They're going quite nicely. They'll be pretty happy where they are at the moment here. 53 on the board. And a fine time to welcome back my partner in crime in the commentary position, Mr. Vinny Sandhu.
Yes, thanks, Rico. Great to be back. Halfway point of this first innings. Pretty disciplined bowling performance, I think, for the most part. No extras at all, except for the leg by, but none of what I call the avoidables. Pretty decent partnership. After Barakzai went 6 and out, but that's Iqbal. He'll be one of the most relieved people in the country right now, coming off 3 golden ducks in a row. He's built an innings of 22 so far. Hassan Ali, nice to see him getting some runs as well. So, I mean, right now, they're on target for that kind of 100 to 110 score, which does seem the norm at the moment. He's Dani. Starts the 6th over. Little inside edge, and we'll trot away for 1. So, yeah, Lemgo, they seem to be the experts of using all their batting resources. So I think with 9 wickets in hand, we'll see some hyper-attacking cricket from them now, knowing if they lose wickets that they've got a bunch of people even. I think we saw, Tomar come out at number 10 and whack a 6 first ball.
They've got that. They've got that in their squad. And one thing that is the batters that come out, they don't waste too much time.
Edged and, well, kneecapped for the guy at third man who will keep it to a single. I think there's some stops you want to make and some that you may regret momentarily. At least he gets something behind it. He's not the widest fielder, is he? But he made sure he got his body behind that one. Saved 3 runs for his team. Good work. But I think still Clone CC, I feel if they can bowl and field well from here, they might be able to keep it under that 100, maybe something to like 90. This is a dot ball. Wasn't on the walk again. They seem to like that, a few of these Lemgo batters, to go walkabout, as I like to say, as the bowler's running in. It's not really trying to hide the fact that they're going to come down the wicket.
Yeah, he's not the biggest hitter on the leg side, is he? That's where he misses out on. Maybe he's just a little bit slow getting himself in the right position. But he's hit well straight down the ground.
Another good full delivery. Hits the ground here, it won't be out. But I want to say a quick hello to Neville Russ in the chat. Hope you're well. And, well, there might be a nice time to do a bit of a lurker call out. Haven't done that, have we, today? So, look, if you are watching, don't care where you're watching from, I've come back and I would love for you to put a message in. So, come on, come at us, 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 come at us.
Let's have you here.
Let us know where you're watching from today. And we want to say big thanks for your support. This is smacked and almost knocks the umpire's hat off. But the field there is pretty straight. And it's Zadran that will keep it to 1. Who will the first lurker be? I'm keeping an eye in the chat now. So I saw that Neville was just popped in.
Come on, lurkers, where are you? Let us know. And we love to introduce new people to our family as well.
And there's new people all the time. I think I mentioned something like 5,000 new subscribers to the YouTube channel since I went on vacation 3 weeks ago. Another big swing, but the field's well placed down the ground. And Zadran is going to let this go through his legs. Oh, dear me. Well, let's just say that's been the danger zone, hasn't it? We saw the golden ball bounce up. That was a good one for Clone CC last night. This one, I don't think it does too much. I think he's maybe looking for a Tortuga, but it bounces in a pretty friendly fashion. And so at the end of the over, what does that make? I think 60 for 1 after 6. Ouch.
Yeah, that wasn't a good one, was it? You can't blame anything there apart from the fielder himself.
It was a barrier fail. A barrier fail is what that was, wasn't it? The barrier was down. But keep your legs closed. Good advice. And I want to say hi to Shrug, who is in the chat. Good to see you. Yuvraj Singh as well.
Good advice for who is that? You're talking about your wife again here? What's going on here?
We're on the air here.
Big, that's going a long way. Right out the middle. Oh, I'm liking this. This is a sweet one. Forget the Rasmalai. This is Glab Jambu sweet. What a hit this is. Big hit. That's an alley. He's getting his range right today.
Guess the length he wants here, doesn't he? And he swings straight through it. I mean, it's not express pace, is he, by any means, Rathod. That one took some finding. Hello to Claire, who's watching from Australia. I think from country Victoria. Is that right, Claire? Claire Sky?
Yeah, hello.
Always happy to see Claire. She was in the chat a fair bit, I noticed, when I was away. This could be gone, you know. I think he is. It's right off the end of the bat. Great keeping, got to say, by Sekar. Up to the stumps. I think just grabs a little scratch on the bottom part of the bat. And so Rathod with the perfect reply as he removes Hassan Ali for 32. The second wicket has fallen, 66 for 2.
Yeah, this is a great bit of keeping. It really is. Fantastic catch. Sekar gets himself and his gloves in the right place. Really good take, that is. That's such a good take. Look at the slight little adjustment and to make late on. Look at the gloves here.
Well, because it's a little bottom edge. So you're not really reacting to the edge, but you're reacting to the fact that the ball hasn't bounced as much as you thought it would in the first place. It does really well to stay down on that. Excellent wicket keeping. And so 66 for 2. We'll get to see the opposition keeper, Krishna Rajendran, coming out in the number 4 position, where he batted pretty well earlier on today. Yeah, got to say, as a keeper, that's one of the skills, is to try and stay down as long as you can. So basically, the reason the batted bottom edges of the ball is because it doesn't bounce as much as he thought in the first place. But the keeper had picked that up and had his hands in the perfect spot.
And Rathod takes his 4th wicket of the day. Took a 3-4 in the first. And he's been there and thereabout, been challenging and testing the batters. Well done to him.
Come on, all you lurkers, let us know where you're watching from. Keeping an eye on the chat right now. Rajendran faces up for the first time. It's a pretty good ball. It just gets past the bowler, but let's just say that was a nervous stop from Zadran. 99 times out of 100, he'll stop that. But he just saw the one. last over, but he's all right. He's back in form now. This is where you need about 30,000 people behind you, and you get the biggest cheer you've ever had for the next one that you do stop.
I gave him a clap. You gave me a smile.
It can
back.
happen to anybody, though. That's
Yeah,
the thing.
Of
Can
course
happen
it
to
can.
anybody.
You said this morning as we were walking across this outfield, coming to our little home here, that this is the sort of field that you like. Because
I do.
anything can happen out there. You know what? I can put a challenge out to anybody on this ground that I will hit along the ground 10 balls to you, and out of those 10, you won't take all 10.
We should do that.
We're going to
do that with me. We'll try and do that. Look, I think that I mentioned yesterday, I'd love to see in professional cricket these kind of outfields. Because like in golf, the courses get harder, right? So I'd like to see them have to deal with it. This is hit pretty hard as well. This is probably slightly easy one because you get one big bounce to actually read the bounce. The harder ones are when they bounce several times and the last bounce is just before you. And then I think, like, for example, Zadran there, he's looking for Tortugas now. You know, he's looking for a bad bounce. He got a pretty normal bounce and somehow went through his legs last over. Oh, yeah. That's done well to go back there.
Good work also on the keeper.
That's
He's
great.
called a wide.
He's got confidence up now, up to the stumps. And I think, they pretty much gamble for the stumping. And I think Rathod deliberately throws it out there to try and to dismiss the batter. But he does well to put the brakes on and stick it in reverse, doesn't he, the batter there?
He does well. He's quick to get back. And Iqbal just drying up a little, hasn't he? I mean, he made a good start, and now they've got a few dot balls in against him, a few singles. He wants to get going again.
Got some lurkers coming out now. A lot of people just want to be in the chat to flirt with my wife, apparently. Okay. Well, this is a nice shot straight. Picks this up beautifully. Maximo! Mudassar Iqbal making up for lost time, and that could be a lost ball. Beautiful straight hit.
Yeah, this is beautiful. Like the way he gets that. Look at this. Gets in the perfect position. Talk about the elevation. This is all about getting one.
Are you okay up there? Who's that up there?
Who's in the tower?
Andres?
Andres, give us a thumbs up. You okay?
Oh.
You didn't wear that one, did you? Give us a thumbs up.
That was way closer.
Hey, he's all right.
Well, that's his one good thumb because the other one might have been blown off by that straight drive. Anyway, we're into Group B, and by the end of tomorrow, we'll have finished match 40, and one of these 5 teams will have to, unfortunately, depart stage left. The 4 remaining will come up against the Group A qualifiers, the Ark and Rising Stars, Golden Star, Bonn, Bio Spartans, and Cologne Challengers. Quarterfinals Friday is just a couple of days away, and then finals day on Saturday. So that's how things are going to wrap up here. So yeah, the lurkers have come out, and I want to say a quick hello to Ujwal Gadaraju, who has been lurking.
Hello, G.
And he was really enjoying watching ex-stallion Sasanka Sanka gallop along. Notch up a 50. Yeah, he's not in the lineup this time.
Is he appealing and he hasn't hit the stumps?
He appealed despite missing the stumps.
What is it with you wicket keepers? Why are you so
I think I've mentioned this before.
At bowling?
I made a promise to myself
that
I would never throw back at the stumps, attempting a stumping, because it's always a waste of time. Because I wouldn't miss, and they'd always be in, and the umpire would kind of roll his eyes and come in. Cause
they're not always in.
At a better level, the batters are not napping like that. They're not napping like that. This is hit to the cover region. Cover probably would have taken it, but there's nobody in the circle. Say hello to you, Ujwal. And I want to say hello to Rob Thompson watching from New Zealand. How's the weather in New Zealand at the moment? Let us know. I also want to say hello to Baba Azam. Hope you're well.
Hey, Baba. And hello, Professor. It was, how are you getting on? It was great to have you here last week. And in the Comms Cube, a lot of good discussion. Professor Ujwal.
Yeah, did a great job last week. Full, pretty straight, but too full, but he'll get away with it. Low full toss, dragged out for 1. Again, this is going to be right in that Goldilocks zone for a close game / golden ball, isn't it? We've had 2 golden balls in 3 before. So, anyone else that wants to pipe in for a lurker call out, now's a great time. We've had some really great action here in Krefeld. Beautiful weather as well. Nice to see a bit more sunshine than we had last year when we were here in May. A little bit short, and he bangs it, and he bangs it pretty good. Maximo Rajendran into the action Well, he's a guy that shuffled up and down the order. This time it's a little shuffle forward and smash over mid-wicket for 6.
That's a very powerful hit, Vinny, you know. I mean, he's not charging at this to hit it. He's actually hitting this sort of off the back foot. So he comes forward and rocks back, hitting it off the back. That means he's got to get plenty of meat on it. He does, and it clears the boundary easily. It's a big lad, and he hits it big. And the bowler there, Shazad, just trying to put the extra effort in, but all of the extra speed just ends up going against him.
Got to pitch it up, I think, now. He does. And, yeah, the drive comes back. Bowler frustrated there. Shazad doesn't get the full hand on it. Just one. But Iftikhar Ahmed says in the chat, is there any clip where we can see Rico umpiring? Now, I don't think we'll see you. We have a clip of you umpiring, but maybe at the end of the over, maybe I'll appeal and you can show me your... Because everyone's got a slightly different kind of stance when they're umpiring, kind of slightly different style of giving things out. Do you reckon we can do that at the end of the over?
It goes,
wide.
goes down there.
Are you ready for this? Am I making you nervous?
No. Go. So you're going to just say something.
I won't appeal too loud because I know my microphone's on, but I'll try and be a bit realistic with it.
All right, fine.
Okay. Haven't bowled for a while.
We can do it. Yeah, there's
right.
no...
That's the best we can do, Iftikhar, because I don't think we've got any footage of you umpiring, right? You were originally down to umpire the first ever ECS, is that true?
I was,
You're on the list?
I was on the list.
We dragged you into the commentary box and that was it. You never left. Wide. I like the fact he's going for this though. If he gets a bat on it, might fly away for 4.
Yeah, it's interesting. Shazad, I mean, after being hit for the boundary, he's decided not doing that to me again, and he's just keeping the ball too wide. I mean, the batter is trying everything to get to it. He's diving at him.
Okay. I'm a bit more nervous for my appealing and how loud I can be with the microphone on than you probably are umpiring. He might go
for the short one here again. I think if he's struggling with the swing here, might just hold it cross seam and ends up being short. Let's see.
Yeah, not too bad. This will be a pretty good stop, actually. Irfan is fielded well today. Doesn't have to deal with the sun as badly now in that position. That will be the end of the over. And the score at the end of 8 is 88 for 2. All right, here we go. So I'm coming up from behind you. And I'm bowling. Hazard! Oh, I like that. That's a real thinking face that you put on there.
Yeah,
I don't know if we get a slow-mo of that one, Martins.
Can
we have a slow-mo of that?
Let the batter know.
Maybe after... I didn't really get a good look at it like everyone else did. I was too busy getting ready to be annoyed at you. It was an awkward, an awkward pause as you were thinking about it.
Yeah, it was like that. It was like
I won't get done for over.
It was like the hat trick that that Nick Craig. Remember the hat trick? Did you watch the hat trick, Craig?
Yeah, of course.
How long the umpire took?
Oh, yeah. It was a good decision, though.
Yeah, it was.
Here we go with Zadran, and this is going to loop over the man behind the wicket. This is going to be 4. Was Maximo in the background. That one is mowed backwards, and that will take them to the score up to 92. So, yeah, looking to make that ton plus again. Will it be enough this time? Here we go. I actually think I bowled it pretty well. Look at that nice front arm.
Yeah, you've got to get the arm a bit higher, but yeah, to look and say, yeah, you got to go, got to be done.
I like that. I like the little furrowed brow as well. It really gives the impression you're thinking about it when you probably knew it was going to be out all along. Anyway. Oh no, it's a double fail. And yeah, I don't think anyone was expecting the ball there. I think that might have fooled Andrew up in the tower. But that will be another boundary for the second time. You have a fairly regulation single, which turns into a 4. And, well, that's maybe slight Tortuga for Deshpande, who's a very good fielder. Madassar Iqbal's due a bit of luck, though, isn't he? And that one will bring up the 100 now, I believe. Takes him up to 48. Iqbal.
What a comeback from him, eh?
Lazarus. Gets hit with this one.
Slow ball, gets a dot.
Yeah.
No, you're ahead of yourself, I think. I think there was 2 boundaries there. It went from 88. Yeah, went to 88.
I actually wanted to run in front of you after I bowled that from around the wicket just to annoy you and then see if you give me a warning. A few people saying that you should...
I just shrug.
There are a few people saying...
Should have given it not out.
A few people saying you should have called a wide. I don't know if there's any bat on this or not. It seems to take a bit of a deflection, but it might have been one that was squeezed into the ground. Anyway, thanks for all the fun today. Let's have a look. See how it takes a big thing, big deflection, but it might have just been bouncing, hitting the seam.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That was a nice little insight into your umpiring career. I think that's a pretty nice signal. Yeah, the Krager one was hilarious.
Yeah.
Almost had time to run two.
It was absolute plum, and we were just thinking, the umpire, what's he did? And I was like, he's got to give it.
Yeah.
And Craig had actually stopped appealing as this one goes to the boundary.
Yeah.
It's a poor delivery.
I told you he'd be on 48 before you knew it, and the score would be up to 100, and that's exactly what's happened now. Iqbal within touching distance of a half century that he'll feel very, very happy about if he can get there. Even if he can't, he's got his team in a very good position here. Always looked like he could bat, didn't he?
It did. I don't think things not been going his way, but you know what? He spent a bit of time away from the crease. That happens sometimes. Right, I'm giving up this game.
But he cracked that one to Prabha yesterday, first ball.
Yeah.
And he didn't play this morning, so he just needs a bit of time off. Oh, okay. Well, that's going to be 4. I think this is an inside edge, and this is a hilarious one because I genuinely thought he was backing away then. And I think that's what the keeper's saying. See, he's saying, but the bowler knew he was just playing cat and mouse, and in the end, it's the mouse that gets the cat by the tail, and it's going to be 4, and that brings up his 50. What a way to do it, Rico.
Yeah, well done, well batted. A great comeback there from Mudassar Iqbal. He's had a bad run of form. 3 golden ducks, remember, he had before he came out here today, and then, well, he was relieved to smash his first ball for 4, and then after that, he hasn't looked back. He really has batted well, and he's helped his team now to get past 100, 104 on the board. So they've really got now here 6, I would say 6 bonus balls really to try and get that score. I mean, I said they're looking for 110 before the start of this innings. They should get the 110, but ideally here, if they can get to a 115 beyond, they'd be more than happy with that.
They've got 2 batters that can do it as well. I mean, I'll tell you exactly what happened that last ball. The keeper thought it's going to be a dead ball because he's backing away. The keeper, because he almost complained, but the keeper's kind of irrelevant, I suppose, because the bowler kind of knew it was all just a bit of a play to dance around on the crease. And so the bowler still bowled the genuine ball. I don't think he was put off, but maybe the keeper was because he's saying, hey, what are you doing? But the bowler and the batter thought it was game on. And so, yeah, the keeper had to react now. Now the bowler has to react. Makar will take a good catch. It's a skied ball from Rajendran, so the new batter will have to come out on strike. And a good start to the last over, Clone CC. 104 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is not where they want to throw away this good start, and they've got an opportunity here to get a 110 plus score. But with that wicket, caught and bowled, well done to the bowler actually. He had to make up a lot of ground.
It wasn't as easy as it looked over the shoulder.
Catch, if you see where he takes it. But what he also does is he means that the new batter is going to be on strike. There's this man. Now, if you think he's going to take a single to try and keep Iqbal on strike, it ain't going to happen.
He can whack it.
Because Rizwan Babar, he only plays one way.
So there was a few years ago, there was a bit of an epidemic, or it was a bit of a strategy that came in some of the franchise T20s, where bowlers would run in and then make it look like they lost their run, and then swing the arm over. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
I think it was Andre Russell that might have done, or maybe Pollard. This is hit down the ground. Babar will get off the mark with just a single and hand it back to Mudassar Iqbal. Yeah, so batters would kind of, as soon as they broke their stance, thinking they would just bowl because they never stopped, because they never actually stopped. And you know who actually tried that tactic as well? He didn't know that it happened before. It was Pavel, who had this strategy. I don't think he's hit this. Had this strategy of running in from a long way, pretty much stopping, and as soon as the batter would look away,
he's just bowled.
Try and bowl. He'd do these things in the nets, actually.
It didn't do it. It didn't try and do it while the umpire's signaling a dead ball, did he? Just bowl from behind the umpire.
I gotta say, it's pretty crafty. Anyway, 105. That's 100 to 110, I think, is your par region this week. It's kind of in the slot, and he gets a fair piece of it. In fact, this will be 4 as well. It's another one. I think it's probably in the fielder's range, but Dani couldn't get down. Cuatro carreras más, and Mudassar Iqbal, well, he's had a very good 10 overs with the bat, hasn't he? And he's set up a pretty good score for Lemgo, who wants some revenge after dropping the points in a close one earlier on this morning. Right now, they're in a good position, 109 with 2 balls remaining. Yeah,
it's good to see the batters respond here today. I mean, it's been we've seen good things from bowlers and from fielders. We've had Sanka scored a 50 in the first match, and then, that's a Gundy ball.
Oh,
it's a no ball is called as well, and it will end up being a no ball and 4 byes. This is this is a poor delivery.
Just when you think you're almost out of the kitchen, this is shoulder high almost, and when no one really had a play on this is a nightmare for the keeper, who ends up just trying to go with the foot.
I'm glad he didn't touch that with his foot. That he would have been hobbling off by
Would
now.
have been like last scene of The Karate Kid, where he couldn't for the last ball. Well, that's a terrible result. Makar had some issues yesterday late in the piece. He was the one really that got Gelsenkirchen back in the game.
Yeah.
With a loose over. Anyway, free hit. Sound the horn. Iqbal's ready to go. I'll just be pretty happy there's a ball he can't be dismissed.
Asking the question, why don't the batters run here? Good opportunity.
Well, you can't be
to go.
stumped. So, I mean, this wouldn't have been out, you see. Never. Even if he wasn't in his crease, he wouldn't have been out there.
Yeah, but missed opportunity for the batters.
I
As soon as
think
that ball hits, you
if
go.
you want to speak cricket IQ 200, if you want to get an extra run there, you get out of your crease and you force the keeper to throw, even though he can't be out. But you'd still get him to throw, I bet. And when it bounces off the stumps,
yeah,
then
as long as you don't make it look like you're running.
Yeah, as long as you don't make it look like you're running, you turn around straight away. That's all you have to do. And kind of move back towards the crease. Anyway, last ball, 114 plus this. Get some bat on it. It's pretty high. They should run 2 here at least. Well, they're not going to. And so, whether they would have made it or not, I'm not sure. But Iqbal said, I've had about enough of getting out, so I'm going to keep the red ink. And he'll finish 57 not out off 30 balls in the end. And them go score 115. Pretty good effort from them. They didn't run into the same kind of wicket trouble this time. And they just have about 10 more or so on the board, maybe 12 more on the board than this morning. They might need them because we know that Clone CC batted very well, but they're without Sanka, so we might see someone like a Panwa at the top of the order for them. Still, I think game in the balance at the halfway mark, but I think Lemgo, after winning the toss and batting, they'll be the happier of the two sides at the halfway point of match 34.
Yeah, absolutely. I was saying that with the score in the first one, when they put 103 in the board, they would know that they were probably around 10 runs short. Well, they've done better this time. They've got to that 115. I was saying that they'll be disappointed if they don't go past the 110. I thought 115 to 120 would be a good score, and they've got the 115. So 116 is going to be required. But I like this partnership that developed between Hassan Ali and Mudassar Iqbal, two batters that we know are capable of scoring well, are capable of playing some nice good shots, and they did. They combined well together. Ali, I particularly was impressed the way he hit the ball straight. I mean, we saw a few errors in the field as well that started to creep in. And these sort of things happen when you know that you're under a hammer a little bit, and that's what was happening. That was a very good catch there from the wicketkeeper Sakar. He gets the breakthrough, and it was Rathud again that was doing the damage, and that was the fall of Ali. But one man who didn't fall was Iqbal. It was a very good innings from a man who's sort of been out of form. But one thing they always say, don't they? They say that form can come and go, but class is permanent, and that's what Mudassar Iqbal showed there. He played some really good shots, and we don't get a chance. Well, maybe we will get a chance to see his wagon wheel for his 50, but you'll probably see that he did play shots to all parts of the ground. So it certainly will be one that he'll enjoy looking at again. Well, those were the highlights. And what that does tell us is that 115 has been put on the board by Lemgo. Is it going to be enough this time? Look at the scorecard, and I think they'll be pretty happy with that. Brookside, he does what he does, goes out and he tries to hit every ball for 6. Connected one, missed one, and then the third one knocks his stumps over. Mudassar Iqbal though came out and he made the perfect reply. 57 not out of 30. Hassan Ali, 20 balls for his 32, played a really vital part before he was caught brilliantly behind by Sekar, and that Rajendran there, a quick fire 10 of 7 deliveries before he was caught and bowled brilliantly by Makur. So it's a good response from Lemgo. They could have just put their heads down and thought, it's not going to be our day, but they didn't. They came out, they batted well and did better. And some good partnerships there. The partnership after the first wicket fell was quite good between Hassan Ali and Mudassar Iqbal, and then you saw the partnership there towards the end as well. So they've got the runs on the board. The thing is now, can they keep their head and bowl well? Their problem has been, for me, is the way they've used the bowlers, and I hope that their captain this time round, Aziz Bharti, has a better look at his bowlers and uses them in the right area. Diljit only got the one over in the last match. He came on to bowl the ninth. It was a brilliant one. 2 wickets, 2 runs. Will they use him higher up the order again, or will they keep him back to bowl maybe the 8th and the 10th? Well, we'll have to wait and see. What we do know is that Clone CC, if they're to make it 2 out of 2 here, they've got to score 116. Rico Full here in the house alongside me is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu, and we'll be back for the conclusion of match number 34 in around about 10 minutes' time. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Muy buenas tardes, mi familia, y bienvenido. Eso campo de Bahia Urungan Cricket Ground. Looking forward to the start of this one, and it's going to be a decent chase if Cologne CC are able to get to the 116, the target that has been set to them. And they're going to have to do it without the man who scored the half century in the first match, which they were victorious in, winning the first one by 5 wickets, chasing down 104. They did it with a ball to go, and it was Sanka who got the half century, but he's not playing in this one, so somebody else has got to stand tall and get those runs. They have got the batters, but maybe a bit like their opposition Lemgo, it'll be a batter that we haven't seen the best of so far, that's going to be performing when required. And for Lemgo, that was Mudassar Iqbal, a fine half century from him, scoring 57, not out of 30, coming in at number 3, and he came in with 3 balls down when the first wicket fell of Barakzai. Toma, Ankit Toma, the left armer, is the bowler that's hoping to make the difference. Good pace into the pads. Been an appeal from someone, but it's not out. Walks back to his mark. In no particular hurry. It's Zadran and Ifran Ahmed. Maybe Ifran Ahmed, you've heard Vinny talk about the sort of form that he was in last time round. Hasn't been able to rekindle that this time, but that would be a good time to do it. Down the leg side, wide ball. But they've got to want this, haven't they? I mean, they've only done half the job here, Lemgo. They've got to want it. That means they've got to be vocal. They've got to support the bowler. Just like now, it's bit of silence, but you need somebody to say, hey, "Come on, Tom, keep it going. Come on." That's one thing that Cologne CC did all the way through, even when the bowlers were getting pumped. Hit well, but straight to the fielder. Good stop. The ball does bumping around, and well, this one Babar notices that that Ifran Ahmed is in no hurry to get safe in his crease, so this gets fired back at him. Nice shot, and this will not be stopped. It's Rizwan who's given it some chase, but it's just beautifully played, lovely placement. And as soon as this gets past the inner circle, and that is it, that's 4 runs. And you see that ball bobbling away, but this outfield is absolutely lightning. It is so quick and so fast. That, you see there that batters are getting value for the shots they play. We've seen that with the batting of Sanka. We saw that with Mudassar Iqbal. There may be, just as I always been suspecting, that we are going to see the batters now start to take control and start to score bigger runs. This one's played out to the square leg area where it gets fielded. It'll take the single. Maybe that century that's eluded us since Landskrona. We saw century in the ECL from Baba Hussain, then Nawaz, Umar Nawaz was the man who scored the century in Landskrona. He almost had back-to-back centuries. Got a century, and then I think he got 88, and he was out to quite a rank full toss when he was looking set to do back-to-back. Just getting this swing wrong. I think Ankit is a bowler which just needs somebody to sort of get hold of him and say, look, see what you're trying to do. You're attacking or trying to bowl at the stumps to try and get wickets, but try to encourage him to sort of be bowling outside of the off stump, getting the ball to go across the right hander all the time. He can be far more effective. It's not wickets, it's about getting a good economy. Matches without a goal on the ball goes to 1. Remember, we had one last match yesterday, and what a thriller that was. It was won, of course, by Gelsenkirchen, a team that we're going to see come and have a double header now against the Düsseldorf Black Caps once this match is complete. They desperately needed that win. It was the only win that they've registered in the group, and as a result of that, they've kept their hopes alive in this series. But by the end of today, they might know their fate, because they've got to get points on the board to catch up with the teams above them. But to get one win against the Black Caps will be something, the form they've been in, unbeaten in 4. But to do 2, and then still you need other results to go their way. This is not a good delivery from the bowler. He bowls it and then sort of skips out of the way. 10 came off the first. Takes the walk back. That's a Iqbal. Probably thinks, well, today's my day. I've got the 50. Now I want to have a bowl. And the captain says, well, who am I to argue with you? Big swing and a miss. Not that far from the edge, this one. So Zidran is going for his shots, but at the moment, he's missing more than he's hitting. Iqbal goes for the fuller one, just slower as well. So I think he beats him here with the sort of flight and the pace of the ball. I think he's expecting this to be coming a lot quicker. Thinks it's going to be a full toss right at him. So it's a miss hit. Very eerie sort of quietness out there at the moment. No noise coming really from the batting camp. Nothing coming out there from the fielders at the moment. Iqbal, right on the money, right on the stumps, gets played out. And easy bit of fielding there from Gupta. Akshay Gupta does the fielding, gets the throw in. Iqbal marches back to his mark. Yeah, it's very quiet. I don't see too much noise being generated by Lemgo, and I think they need to be a bit more vocal here, just to try and keep everybody on their toes. And oh, that's a good delivery, and there he is. Well, I said they're very quiet. Well, they're not quiet anymore, because Mudassar Iqbal, he gets another one right up there, and the batter plays all round this. You could say it's not quite a Yorker, but it's that slower delivery again, a sort of slow full toss, which the batter, rather than try and hit straight, he's trying to hit it across the line, is Zidran, and finally he loses his wicket, and he's going to go for 3. And cleaned up with this. So yeah, it's not quite the Yorker delivery, but it's just dead straight. That's all you can say about it. Dead straight. It's full, and look at him. He's absolutely pumped. Here's Mudassar Iqbal, and it takes Toma to hold him back and say, all right, son, that's enough. That's enough. Calm down. Easy, Tiger. Iqbal, he wanted to bounce back with the bang. You can see what it means to him. And he did it with the bat, and now he does it with the ball as well. So the captain, I said, the captain is just going to say, all right, if you want it, you can have it. I'm not going to argue with you today. You're on fire. He certainly is on fire, and he's pumped as well as he gets that wicket. So Zidran, he does depart. It's not the best of innings from him. He never really got going. He goes for 3. Of the 6 deliveries that he faced, cleaned up by Iqbal. New bat comes in, takes guard, ready to go. Oh, well, this is a bit of a relay. We're talking about passing it to one field to another. Well, this is Etiquette Tomo, who says, you know what, hey, are you ready out there? This is coming to you. And Rizwan says, thanks, buddy. Well, how about this? Toma is the fielder that gets it all wrong. He's a big man, and he clonks it on to Rizwan. Rizwan then picks it up and fires it in. Well bowled, good variation. I'm not sure what the appeal was from Iqbal. Clearly misses the bat, but he's got things sparking. He's got them started. He gets the first wicket, and now he's bowling to Akshay Dani. But once again, no Sanka in the side, so one batter has to fulfill that role that Sanka played so brilliantly in the match that they won when he got to a half century. Who's going to do it for them here? Look, these two teams, neck and neck, 11 on points. One of them will go into third, and they'll both have 2 matches to go. That's the problem, that Gelsenkirchen haven't got the team that are at the bottom. I mean, like I say, them winning that golden ball match was so crucial to their survival going into this day. But the matches they've got today, their last 2 matches against the Düsseldorf Black Caps, is going to be so key. Is that golden ball victory going to be enough to have sparked something out of them to pull off what would probably be two surprising defeats because on to the Black Caps, because they have been a team on fire. Goes right across his stumps here. And you can see the bowler is about to appeal, because Daljit is thinking, if this doesn't hit the bat, then I've got you. But he survives. Dhani living dangerously. Daljit Singh, he almost pulled off an amazing save here in that last one. He just bowled. This one is out, and there he is again. Daljit Jagadepatte is all going right for him today. Nothing was happening for him yesterday. He was being pumped all over the place, and even though the captain showed faith with him yesterday, it wasn't enough. He wasn't able to get anything right yet today. Well, that is his, what's that? That's his 8th delivery, and he's picked up 3 wickets. He only got the 1 over, bowling the 9th over in that last match, and he almost pulled off something sensational when he bowled it and took 2 wickets and only gave away 2 runs. So it meant that they left them a lot to do in the last. But then, well, he's in this one, and he's taken another wicket. 15 now for 2. So it's not the start Clone CC wanted. It's definitely the start that Lemgo wanted. And another wicket goes, and this time it's easy as that. And Daljit says, yeah, it's more Chak De Fateh style. Struggling. And to find time to welcome back into the, well, I'm not going to call this the Ice Cube anymore. I think it's lost his name as the Ice Cube. We're going to call it the microwave. So welcome back into the microwave to Vinny Sandhu.
Well, it was the Brescia cooker. I remember that back in Brescia. But hello to everyone. Hope you're well. Nice to see a few names in the chat. Of course, hello to Maya. Hello to Luke as well. Thanks for joining us. And yeah, looking forward to seeing how this game works out. How about Mudassar Iqbal? I mean, he was actually dropped for the last game after his 3 golden ducks. Genuinely.
Yeah.
He's come back. He's banged half century. Gets a wicket, albeit with a full toss in the first over. Now, Daljit's turn. He gets it completely wrong. It's going to be a 5-er. And well, watch out. That one could be headed for the goal. Don't think he'll quite make it, but this is completely wrong. Daljit, after getting the wicket, I don't know what happened here. The release point's all off, and the keeper had no hope.
No hope at all. Well, I thought you were going to say, well, what a comeback from Iqbal, and also what a comeback for this man, because he was all over the place, Daljit, and just as we would have said that, he was all over the place again. And, this is the sort of issues he had yesterday. Remember, I think his first 2 balls yesterday was a wide and then 5 wide, so he is prone to it, and this is not the time to do it when you've just got a wicket. See if you can get it right.
This is better delivery. Well, his last 3 deliveries, 2 have been fine. One was miles down the leg side. Daljit's a guy they normally pin a fair bit of their hopes on, but I suppose you just kind of got to go with form sometimes. He had a bit of an off time. I think they stuck with him a bit too long during those times. Now he's come good. Yeah, sure, you can use him a bit more how you intended to. Here he is again, Mondu Deshpande, who drives slightly uppishly. Slight fumble as well behind point. They'll scramble through for a single.
Yeah, uppish, doesn't carry. Fielder does well though, watches the bounce and the spin on the ball, gets control of it.
So, Dhani, again, he's promised a lot with the bat, hasn't really delivered as yet. Good opportunity for him. It's pitched up and he goes to the long boundary though. Fielder comes around, holds a very, very good catch. That's Gupta. Well, he's a cowboy hat wearing fielder and he catches him like a cowboy as well. He gallops around the boundary and he skates just in time to the drop zone. And so that's a big wicket. Dhani couldn't quite clear the ropes. He goes for 2. The score is 21 for 3.
What a great catch this is. I mean, I'm not doubting for one moment that he's going to drop it, to be honest, because actually Gupta, his catching has been sensational. It's gone a long way up in the air, and look, he's Nah, it's such a good catch. It really is.
I think he
gets into
misjudges
position.
it slightly. He's probably 1 metre further in than the perfect spot, but he's able to adjust and kind of get it over his head, almost behind his head. So yeah, deciding to go across the line there, and you take a bit of a chance when you do that. Disappointment for Darnie and Clone CC. Again, they're in some early bother. They don't have Suncut to dig them out of it this time either at 21 for 3.
Yeah, so another failure for Darnie. So he's not able to, still not able to show the class that we know that he has.
Another third over wicket as well. We talked about disproportionate amount of wickets in the third over. I think it's because the field's about to go back, so batters feel, okay, well now or never, I'm going to take on a ball that is marginal. Now's the time I'm probably going to do it. Daljit gets another wicket though. What a start to his match in the bowling seat. Last ball of the power play coming up now, and it's Panwa who's on strike. He gets pushed right back, and now we'll make a late decision to go for the single. He'll get away with it. I think that was off the bat.
Yeah, I think it was off the bat, yeah.
Yeah, so it will be the end of the power play. 22 for 3, and at the moment it's Lemgo right on top.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? As you said, we saw Iqbal coming back after those golden ducks. He scored a great knock, great 50, and then Daljit's come back. All right, he let himself down a little bit, that one, with the 5 wides, but still, I mean, he took 2 wickets in the first match in the 1 over that he got, and he's taken a 2 for here already, 2 for 7.
Yeah, very, very good first over. We had a nightmare third over. I remember when he bowled, I think it was Monday, my first day here. It went for heaps. But yeah, that's what they want when he bowls the third over. And only 2 outfielders, but one of them was Gupta, who took a very, very good catch. So 2 new batters at the crease, Deshpande and Panwa. Again, they both can pack a punch, no doubt about it. But yeah, it's a lot to do, isn't it, at this stage already? Let's just have a look at that required run rate. It's gone out to 13.4 and over. That's not going to be any easy task at all. Here comes Ankit Tomar. Right on the money first up, just angled away for what should be a single. Nice bit of fielding. Get the easiest bounce, but made sure he blocked it. And so much of fielding is just doing what you can right. Okay, sometimes you might get a bit of a bad bounce or something, but you've got to play the percentages. I don't think still we're getting enough fielders getting right down to where the ball is.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're kind of just lurching over, or even, we see a lot of foot fielding, but I mean, he does a good job there to make sure it doesn't get past him. Good delivery. This is what you should be doing as a left armour.
Yeah.
And we've seen a lot of left armers very quick to go around the wicket to right-handers, but you see here, it's just a natural angle across, and it has you feeling for the ball as a right-hander. It's quite easy to edge a ball like that to the keeper.
Yeah, when he finished his first over, that was the one thing I was saying, Vinny, is that one thing I like to see him do, just get somebody to take the side of side. You see that you're attacking the stumps. Forget that. Get the ball going. Aim for a second set of stumps. See, that's what he does. That's where he gets it wrong.
Yeah.
And that's where he gets hit as well. He gets the wides hit, or a lot of batters just clip him away because that's a free hit for them.
He maybe just gets a bit greedy going at the stumps. He actually gets a bit of swing. So yeah, even if you can get outside the off stump, if then you bring it back towards the stumps, then great. I think that one, he goes straight at the stumps and doesn't realise it's going to swing down leg side. In the end, it does for a while, but he'll get another opportunity. And wickets are key here. If you go bang, bang now and have them 20-odd for 5, it's a real long way back for Clone CC. Yeah, better delivery off the inside half of the bat. Daljit will do the fielding. We'll just keep it to 1. So tell me now, do you bowl Daljit in the next over, or do you hold him back?
No, you bowl him.
Okay.
You bowl him. When you think of the number of bowlers that they have, I mean, remember that last match, there were so many that weren't used, so you do bowl him, yeah.
Yeah.
And remember, they've already used Iqbal here, which he wasn't playing last time around, so
you've
got
plenty
bowlers
of
there.
Yeah, exactly. Slightly slower ball, I think, this time. Quick to turn down the offer of a run from Deshpande. Yeah, so a little bit of a malaise here for Clone CC at the moment. You see how much they're missing Sanka, who really engineered that chase last time.
Yeah, he was the one that held the innings together, didn't he? It was like the glue that they needed. And when he fell, so disappointingly, he wasn't able to see them through. It was, Makar that came out there and hit the big shots when he had to.
Panwa He wants something, and he wants something soon. There you go. I can read his mind there. He's saying, okay, I've had a couple of balls. Time for me to take a chance. That one goes, well, actually, he's going to go for a bye in the end. And the keeper throws back at the stumps. And I think for me, the most surprising thing is how often keepers are missing this. He says, oh, hold on. He sees a bit of movement. And so he's trying to be super strategic. He only moved for a second. I don't think he ever really left his crease. But that'll be bye.
I'm loving that when the bowler, he's walking back to his mark. He thinks, oh, that's close. He's just standing there walking casually, and the ball just goes past him.
I would have turned around as well, if I'm honest. If I
And
was the bowler.
And he just realises, thinking, oh, he's just giving him a run now.
Palmer gets one for nothing. Deshpande on strike. And he elevates, but this is going higher than it does. Longfielder comes in, and what a good catch that is. Daljit is on fire here on day 9. He ran a half marathon to get there, so, well, the bite turns out to be a masterstroke as Deshpande hits the next one pretty high in the air. Another catch taken, and right now, Lemgo are all over Cologne CC like a rash. It's 26 for 4.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant catch. Daljit Singh at the moment, well, can he do no wrong? Well, he's come out a different man. I told you yesterday he had fruit for breakfast. It didn't suit him. This morning, swere tarke urke pronte khade, and with those prawns in his system, he is doing a great job for his team.
Yeah.
Well, not only is he picking up the wickets, what a good catch that is.
26 for 4, and I tell you what, all the fielders should have run to Regender and then the keeper. And if I was keeping that, I would have been going the high five saying, well, that's my wicket really, because Deshpande shouldn't have been on strike. He gifted them a run. But, you know, life's funny sometimes. Sometimes, you know, you serve up lemons and somehow you get lemonade out of them, and that's exactly what happened there. And Lemgo, they can't really do too much wrong at the moment.
No, at the moment. What a story that is, though, for Daljit Singh. I mean, what a chat. That's one thing that I always say, and that's why sometimes when you see teams like captains really drastically change the batting order, I'm thinking, don't do it.
Yeah.
Leave it. Just because it didn't work in one match, or just because it didn't work yesterday, doesn't mean you've got to change it. Leave it as it is.
That's why cricket's one of the greatest games in the world. It's a great test of character, because you do have times where you have to face adversity. And I think there's a lot of kind of parallels with how you have to live your life. Sometimes you're going to get some things that are pretty annoying things or tough things to deal with, and sometimes it's not always your fault. Sometimes you can do everything right and still get a bad result, but you just have to roll with it. I think it's character building, and I like what I'm seeing from Daljit here. I think, you know, he did take a bit of punishment, but he's come back, and yeah, right now he's going great guns. But he's not going to get the 5th over. I can see that Mudassar Iqbal, another player that's had to deal with a fair bit this week, he's coming back, and he's having a very good day today as well. So some of the guns firing for Lemgo. And, well, this has gone down and up and almost, I thought for a second, could have come back down on the top of the stumps. But yeah, you can see there's no real intent in this shot from Panway. He's looking to angle it away. He seems to be all or nothing in his batting. He's trying to smack it for 6, or he's almost premeditating a little careful shot. I think he needs to probably have a look at the ball coming at him first. Do feel 2 off 5. It's go time for him. And this time he gets something a bit short he can turn on, and this is going to be a boundary. Or is it? Yeah. Well, does he make the stop here? Well, Daljit's been pretty good. I wouldn't mind seeing this one again.
Don't get past Daljit. I told you, he's a man on fire. He said he's Braunters in the morning.
I think he's saying it's 4. I think maybe, let's see where Daljit is though as well. See here. And yeah, I mean, he's over the boundary.
What's he doing over there?
I think to be fair to Daljit, he signals, but maybe he thinks the laws of physics don't apply to him anymore. To be fair to Daljit, he was very quick to say that was 4. So
well,
almost had me going.
After he fielded and threw it in, yeah, maybe. Well, there you go. He says it doesn't get past me, but it is 4.
He was the wrong side of the border. This time he goes very high. Well, where's this one coming down? Not on the field, that's for sure. Maximo Panwa goes power, and that is blasted over the leg side for 6.
Oh, this is the beauty. Shot मारे अच्छा, shot मारे शक्का के ना शक्का तो मार देता और लड़की कितनी है कैमरे वाली मेरा फोटो भी खींच दे. That's a lovely shot. Smile, please. Snap, snap, snap. I heard the camera clicking.
It might have taken a while to get going, but they're still in this game.
Big hit, good shot.
16.
We'll watch that and see that on our social media.
Yeah, I mean, if
Dana Oroz is right here clicking away.
Panwa can do a couple more of those, it will be game on. Can this last? Better bowling from Mudassar. Full straight, squeeze down the ground for a single. So there is one there. Half warming up. Maybe he's trying to send a little subtle signal. That's Ball. Just has a couple more deliveries to try and grab a second wicket. He's bowled to Makar, who's facing for the first time. Again, well bowled, full, fairly straight. Can't do too much with that. It's fumbled, but will just be one. Yeah, Clone CC. Run rate in danger of taking a battering, says Shrug. It's a good point as well. In such a tight 5-game group, that could be crucial. We saw 3 teams tied on points in Group A, the middle 3. Last ball of the 5th. Yeah, gets another pretty good Yorker. Can't do too much with that, but Panwar will retain the strike halfway through this chase, and it's not looking great for Clone CC. They're 39 for 4, and they will require another 77 in the second half of this chase if they're going to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the game exactly where they want it. I'm going to give you a readout on the rate required now already. So they've gone past that 15 already. So unless they start to get some big scores on the board here, I mean, pretty soon, it could happen in the next 10 balls or so. That rate is going to get to a point where they're not going to be able to maintain it at that per over. So they've really got to get going here now. So this is going to be a big over for me. It looks like they're going to go with Rizwan Barber to bowl it. So he's going to take the pace right off it. And are the batters going to be able to get after this?
Apu Murali, are you out there? I know you've been watching. I've been missing him a little bit in the Cologne CC lineup. I know that he's been watching with interest. I probably like him in the 11. Right now, let's have a look at Rizwan Babar.
Short, pumped, gone. Bully, and that's the part of the ground, well, the other side of those trees. Anyway, you do not park your vehicles because they get pumped and they get smashed.
Yeah, this is just a half-track loosener, isn't it, really, from Babar, and it got what it deserved. And we need a magical over here. Magical over, you're right back in the contest. And that's the perfect start to it with 6 off the first ball. Panwar, 20 off 10. He'll feel like he's the man that can make a game of this.
Yeah.
Ambitious in the chat saying 6-6 in and over changes the game. Well, we saw that with Vasekaran last year. Imagine 6-6 in and over right now. He might be trying. No, he again gets hyper defensive instead and just feels for this. He seems to be Sydney or the bush, as we used to say at home. All or nothing.
37 of 15 he made yesterday in that golden ball match, but it wasn't enough to give him the victory because the scores ended up being tied at 93 before VFB won it.
What a finish.
So he needs to find that form again. We know he's capable.
Yeah, there it is, and he smacks this. This is going to be 4. Nice shot. Well, showing he's no one-trick pony here, Panwar, who hits this over cover, and it wasn't that far away from the sweeper out there, but it was just hit so well. It was always heading for the boundary.
Yeah, there's nothing Navjot Singh could do about that. That just hit so hard. He's a strong man, and when he swings and when he makes connections, they stay hit.
Oh, Vinny's wife is back in the chat saying, just had chicken masala with steamed rice and missing me. What country do we live in, by the way? You want to tell me? If there's food, you know, if you give me an address and a promise of food, you'd be surprised. Could turn up. So Navjot, despite not really being anywhere near that, gets swapped. I think that's.
Are they swapping him? That's a bit harsh, isn't it?
Tomar probably just has a bit more of a reach, so he's going back to the boundary now. Tomar's got to keep going here. He angles this away. And I think Panwar, basically his batting partner, Makar says, well, I think you should do most of the batting at the moment. But I think some people say, okay, after a boundary, just consolidate. Don't do anything crazy. Yeah. Because often you will do something crazy and get out. I think the Panwar seems like he doesn't want to swing it 2 in a row. He seems to really be playing by numbers, going big shot, defensive shot, big shot, defensive shot. Because these balls are pretty much all the same. There's the big one, and he misses it. So what's next? Yeah, he seems to not want to go 6 and out, basically, as we'd say, or go boundary and out. He thinks he knows he probably has to bat the rest of this time if they're to get home. He doesn't want to throw his wicket away, but you've got to kind of play every ball as an independent event, I think. That's the way to do it. And this time he gets down on one knee and gets a fair bit of bat on this. It's going to run away to the boundary. So a bit of everything in that over, and the 50 comes up at the end of 6. It's 53 for 4. You can see what Makar was thinking, saying, well, if I'm going to be completely honest, Panwa, I reckon that you are the man. That looks like you're going to get the boundaries that we need to get back in the game and get some of that over. 14 come off it, and it's 53 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they needed. And, well, like for like, I mean, they're more or less there. It was 53 to, no, actually, no, 60. So 60 to 53. So they're a little behind, but they've got the batting. They definitely have. And as long as Panwa can keep going the way he is. And Marquette, look, take nothing away from that guy. He was the one who was there at the end and helped to win the last one. Remember the big 6 he hit. So he's just waiting to explode himself.
Yes, I mean, they pretty much get what they need off that over. They need about 16 and over. They get 14 off that. It's not too bad. Keeps you in the hunt. Now we're going to see Navjot Singh bowl the next over. Big swing and a miss from Maka, who, if that's his strategy, last over, to give or try and keep Panwa on strike, he should be trying to give him the strike here, I think, rather than going for glory. Just take the one and see if Panwa can get a few boundaries. I want to say a quick hello to STS in the chat, saying good morning to all of us, including myself and Rico. We see Maka strike 2. He said, was sadly called into work the night of yesterday to you today, so spent the morning in bed, hoping to see you on Friday. The medic. Did you meet him last week or not?
The medic.
And you got to tell, can we call you by your first name, STS? I'm looking forward. I did hear a whisper he might be down.
He is. Hopefully, this might be called a wide, I think. Oh,
it's an interesting one because I think he jumps, but that shouldn't make a difference, right? It should be standing at the crease. I think Navjot's pretty impressed that he got one that high, just looking at his face. Yeah, have a look at this. That is got to be.
That's a wide ball.
Yeah, that hurts.
That's a wide ball.
Really hurts at this stage. They are hard to judge. I mean, we're seeing it in slow-mo, of course, but yeah.
Wide ball there, for sure.
Yeah, Maka.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Simon is his name. I did meet him. A lovely guy. And, yeah, a bit of a medic. And he came over and he was disappointed that you weren't here, but I did tell him that you would be back this week. And he's hoping to be here for maybe Friday and Saturday, so that'll be great.
Yeah, sounds good to me. I'd love to meet you, Simon. And where's Simon from originally? Maybe you can tell us in the chat. Keep asking through you, Rico, but I could just ask him directly. Oh, this is in the air, and who wants this? Well, Navjot wants it. If he drops it, he might have a run out.
Oh, he's got it.
He's kicked the stumps over on the way. So, well, take that. And he says, chuck it up there, style. Well, they're happy about it, aren't they, as well?
Jumpy time. Well, there you go. He says, I've got it, don't worry. It may look like I'm not going to catch it, but I'm going to catch it, especially when it's off my own bowling. And look, he's still doing the celebration.
It's not often you see this, but we can see the stumps go down.
Oh, well, now he's doing. Oh, no, now he's doing a bit of safi with his moustache as well. But he's got all the celebration. Look, there's another one coming up. Una, dos, tres, chakadevate.
Them go enjoying their cricket, aren't they? Especially because they didn't come away with any points in the first game of the day. And now look at this. He says, "All right, I've got." Well, what was that? It did well not to be put off by that.
Glad the umpire moved out of the way as well. They could have been a bit of
I was
going
to say that if he drops it, he might get a run out because there was no batter there. And then he had to deal with everyone coming in from the sides.
We had the chuck the fate. Then do we get a bit of the moustache in there as well when he's just doing the old much, the old safi? Remember that's what Safi and what was it, Niwazi? They were doing a lot of that. The old moustache, the bearded twins. Looking forward to seeing them again on Friday.
Ah, I see. So Simon is the medic from just around an hour or so away. He helped with the rogue delivery last week. Thanks so much. I know that was a bit of a nasty one, wasn't it? This is coming towards us in the cube. I don't think it'll make it. Should be fielded. Not an easy one, but yeah, Toma does well. Great fielding to the wrong side, actually. Now they think about a second. Not quite there. So it will be a single. Sakar is new to the crease and he'll retain the strike. He's off the mark and 7 overs down, 54 for 5. And what a good over. I mean, he was on a maiden there, believe it or not, until that last ball. But just the single run in that over. And you feel that Navjot Singh, with that performance, has pretty much shut the gate on this challenge.
Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you? I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right. That last one going to Tomar, so they get the single, which means it's not a maiden, but what a great moment that is for him as well. He gets his opportunity, gets the wicket. These two teams, well, it's talking about the team at the top.
Yeah.
The
top versus bottom.
Against the bottom side, yeah.
But having said that, you know, Black Caps can be suspect at times. They do have Venkat Ganesh, and he's listed at the top of the order there, so he is playing. Majid Ahmedzai's had a pretty good time so far. Jamshid Khan's a very dangerous player, but Gelsenkirchen, they'll feel anything's possible after that golden ball win yesterday. Tomar's going to be tested here, and yeah, well, now they're going to take 2. Well, no, they're not going to take 2. They'll just take 1. And I think, well, now they are going to take 2. Well, that might be, I mean, they're winning anyway here. So they probably shouldn't be gifting ones, but it probably won't hurt them too much. They could have taken 2 about 3 times. And about the 3rd time, they still said no. And then there was an overthrow, so they ended up getting the 2 anyway.
Well, Tomar replaced Navjot in that area. Navjot is probably giggling somewhere, thinking, see, it's not that easy.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty good shot by Seiko, who backs away and he square drives. This is a really good shot. He does get a boundary, gets back on strike and makes the most of it. 4 runs.
That's nice. I'm liking that. He's saying what we say a lot of the times. It's not just about power's placement. He makes room for himself. The ball was short enough for him to do it. Finds the gap, 4 runs, and he's getting a bit of encouragement there from his partner as well, from Panois. And now Barty wants to change the field out there. Safi Rahman is the bowler.
He backs away and tries it again. Straight over the stumps. So yeah, it looks like this series is going to be split, which just keeps it really, really close, doesn't it? And also, it's probably not great news for Gelsenkirchen either.
No.
But still, their destiny's in their own hands. They need to force a couple of results, I think, against the Black Caps. Angled away. This is pretty well cut off down there. Short third man position, just a single.
Yeah, thinks about the throw and decides against it. Said they got the single. This is probably what the captain here is trying to say to his guys. He said, look, just hold on to the ball now. If they're getting singles, they're not hurting us. Don't throw it away. Let them have the single. Make the stop and get the ball back safely back to the bowler. Not like that, where the bowler has to now chase after it. And he's thinking that. He said, I'm supposed to be running the other way, not this way, with the ball. Safi Rahman picks it up, goes back to his mark. Let's see what Panois can do here. So probably wants to continue and try and get as close to this score as he can. And gets lucky with this one, but once again into the safe hands of the man at third. He's done a good job down there.
He's done a pretty good job. Not an easy position to field. Get a rogue bounce down there as well. So Rahman getting an over. May get a second, we'll have to see. Could come back and bowl the 10th. It's over for a ball now. I think Panois, trying to get the strike back, thinking about it at the start of the over, but he also knows, this run rate required is out of control now. Well, this is a good shot, really good shot. Seika goes large, Maximo. Well, when he stands still, he's able to play some good shots as well. Look, just very still head, still at the crease. Hits that one right out of the middle. Says Carreras. Also the end of the over, I think, and the score is 68 for 5 after 8 overs.
Yeah, that was a good shot. Lovely shot. The ball disappears. So does the fielder running after it. And neither one of them as yet has returned. So all eyes to that part of the ground. Where are you, they say? Well, is the
worm's it's too hot. The worm's gone to sleep. You see that? Sometimes
is it gone?
The worm just disappeared.
It's gone underground again?
Yeah. Must be the heat. We're up to 29. Touching 30 almost.
Hey, listen. There's Zorro in the house.
What? Oh,
Zorro.
It does look like that, doesn't it?
Bit of Zorro
the
in
clouds. You can see the clouds there, yeah. That's great.
The sky's looking absolutely beautiful. Got X marks a spot as well. Bit of Zorro action. Well, the action now is from Navjot, who continues to bowl. This one will go for 4, so the third man is not able to stop this one. And if it's right at me, says Hassan Ali, I got it. If I have to move a little bit, forget it. And he does have to move a little bit there, but I think, in fairness to him, I think that one's gone past him before he's even had a chance to get into position. So 4 more. So Navjot, who almost got a maiden last time round. This time his first one goes to the boundary.
Yeah, that'll do. Palmer's had a good knock here, but he just hasn't had a lot of help, and he's run out of time, basically. I mean, nothing wrong with his strike rate. 33 off 17. I mean, he's one. Where did he come into bat here? I'm just going to check this.
Who's that?
Position. Panois. It's coming at 5.
Yeah.
I was going to say, could he have come in earlier? But I mean, they did lose some early wickets, didn't they? Came in just before the end of the third over. This is in the air, and this is going to be a teaser for Tomar. Goes over his head. Maximo! Panwa shows the power on the offside this time, and it's pretty good kind of forward cut shot, really. And he gets enough to get it over the rope.
Well, gets it over the rope, and the fielder has to go fetch that. That's the leapfrog. Diana that's hiding behind the tree there. Well, she's sneaking, taking some pictures without the players knowing.
Yeah, sneaky ones.
Good shot, good hit.
Gets it back under 4 a ball. Any chance? Yeah, you need everything to go perfectly from here. And this is a pretty good result as well. Bounces over the 2 fielders that were hunting it. Well, if you thought this game was over, no one's told Panwa, who goes 6 and 4, hungry for more, and he's going to need a plenty more, but he's keeping them alive right now. There's a faint heartbeat in this contest.
Yeah, there certainly is. Look, the other thing is Panwa, he's going to be upbeat because he's got Sakara at the other end that is doing exactly the same. Look at the two of them. They're getting together, they're chatting, and they're saying, hey, you know what? We got this. We got this. Let's just keep on going. We got this. So Navjot Singh, well, he does get given a second over, but it's going nothing like the first. It's being pumped.
Uh-oh.
Oh, well, this down. Oh, where's this hit him? He's down, he's hurt, he's injured.
How hard are these kookaburras we're using at the moment? We saw Irfan Ahmed almost knocked out.
This is just his balance, unless he's twisted his knee on the way down. That's the only thing I think of here. Look.
I reckon it hits him in the ribs. It definitely goes down like it. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
The side of the rib cage. I mean, if I'm honest, it's a pace bowler, and you got the kookaburras we use are super hard. You could easily crack a rib with one like that. You know, it's true.
Yeah.
He's got a bit of padding over them, but I mean,
I cut that out. It's a family show. It's a family show. You can't be doing that.
I mean, does that help? Probably not. I know that broken ribs is one thing that you.
I like the bit. The rubbing was being done in one place, and when it stops, the batter's holding a different place altogether. Look, I think Navjot Singh's going to be your best friend when you say pace bowler. You call him a pace bowler. He's not a pace bowler.
I was going to say, like, he's a pace bowler. He's not a spinner, is what I'm saying. But yeah, that's the one thing they say with broken ribs. They can't do anything to fix them. You just have to live with them until they fix each other. And I think playing Australian football once, I copped one, and it was pretty nasty. There we go.
I want to see the rubbing action.
Look, he's
rubbing there, and when he stops, I don't know what's going on there, but look, he says,
please
enough,
stop.
and then look,
actually hurt more.
I thought this. I tell you what, our rating's going to go up. It's going to be about. It might be 14 at the moment. It might go to 16 or 18. It used to be a family show. This. Oh dear. Okay.
What are they going to do? Bring out the electric massager or something and get that on it. Anyway. Well, surprise, surprise, he's fine.
He's okay.
And he's got 2 to play in this over.
And the magic spray's been used. He's going to have...
There's the magic circles of the massage.
He's going to have some hard nipples, isn't it?
Who is that? I still can't believe how quick he went down. Rico's lost it. Oh, he's going to get another boundary here. Well, when he stays upright, he's a dangerous customer. And Panwa goes to 47, and he gets it down below 30 required, but just 7 balls remaining. He's running out of time. Again, this time he kind of goes down on his haunches. This time it's planned, and he gets a boundary.
It's a clever shot, you know. So, hey, what's happening? Are we going to see something crazy here? Well,
you've still got to go for this.
Crazy stuff already.
Sekar's been decent as well, so you can't just take one here because you only got 7 balls. You need more than that.
So Helix has given me an X rating here now. Oh dear.
Yeah, I just can't believe that's twice. Irfan Ahmed got hit earlier as well. What are they using? Oh, he hits what would have been a wide, but he might get away with it. He'll get 4. I suppose that's a good result.
That's a good result.
So they get it down to 25 required. Also, look, that brings up Panwa's 50. It's been a pretty good knock. He was knocked down, but he got up, and he gets to his half century of 22 balls. Well batted.
Yeah, well batted. He says, you might knock me down, but I get back up again and stronger. And he hits the ball stronger and even harder, so he's okay. Well, -1 rib, it doesn't matter. He's still hitting the ball well.
You know, what are those balls that you use in fights that have spikes all over them? Like, what are these kookaburras we're using today that These,
Well,
I'll say fairly gentle taps in the midsection. Irfan Ahmed went down like he'd been knocked out by Muhammad Ali earlier, and then so did Panwa. I'm not saying the ball's not hard, it is, but he fell pretty quickly. All right, here we go. Well, this will be a new record if they can do this. The most runs we've seen chased down off a last over is 23, and that was by Kings 11 last year in Italy against Baracca Prato.
Daljit is going to bowl it.
Well, is Daljit going to be the good Daljit or the other Daljit? Right now he's no Daljit because they back away. And Sekar, he needs to be looking to score a boundary. Look, if he gets one, that's fine as well. But he cannot swing and miss at this. So it's a tough one. He's in a tough spot. Let's see what he can do. Now he gets a fair bit of bat on this, hangs in the air. Look, it won't be caught, so that's something. And now it's over to Panwa, who basically is going to be thinking, like, 4 sixes, we win the game. I've got 5 balls left.
Yeah. See the fielder there, Tom, not making any effort to try and catch it, thinking, I'm not going to try and mess this up and go for a boundary, just stopping the ball.
I don't think they're running singles anymore from here. Just saying. Here we go. Needs a Maximo. And instead, it will get...
It's dropped. Was that a bounce?
Yeah, it was dropped.
Yeah.
It was dropped, yeah. It was off the hands of Daljit, but that'll do. And the reason is, I just think if you need a bunch of sixes, I think Panwa is the guy that might be able to do it. I don't see Sekar doing it consecutively, but now, it's now or never. 4 sixes to win. Can Panwa keep this game alive? Well, he tries. How far's this gone? Well, not far enough. It's going to be dropped. They're going to get a couple. Panwa with 3 broken ribs, trying to come back for 2, and he'll get away with it. But still, that makes it 22 off 3. And look, despite a brave half-century from Panwa, he just hasn't had enough help. And like I said, he's run out of time in this run chase.
Yeah, he tries the little flick shot here. I mean, you've got to hit it and hit it hard. Maybe it was just a little bit too wide for him to do anything else with it. So Daljit, with the caught and bowl chance dropped, then another could have been 2. He could have been on a hat-trick here.
Yeah, no, he's just annoyed. He's had about enough now. He knows the game's gone. Meanwhile, searching for cheap stats here, trying to run out Sekar, retreating to his non-striker's end. Got to say, you know, Panwa, it's a good sign, though, for Clone CC. We wanted who'd stand up for them, and sure, it's not enough to get them the victory this time. You look at the score, it's in that kind of 95 to 105 region. It's not a bad score. I just think that this time Lemgo batted a bit better, and that bit better is enough to get them the win. A couple of balls remaining. He goes leg side. This time he will run.
But, I mean, you're right. I mean, the difference those extra 10, 15 runs make, it's huge, isn't it? Because it's not just having the runs on the board, but I think it's the mental impact it has on the team chasing.
Yeah, for sure. So, nice to see some chats going on over there. I'll try and keep a bit of an eye on it over the break. We'll probably have a spot of lunch. We'll be back, don't forget, for the afternoon session. Here's the last ball, and it's a pretty nice little jink shot from Panwa, who'll finish on 59, but he'll be frustrated because they don't get there in the end. In the end, it's 99. So the final score here in match number 34 is Lemgo 115, Clone CC 99. They split the points in the morning session, and so I just think in the end it's a pretty good effort from the men out there. In fact, they get the 100. I don't think so. I think we'll probably find it ends up on 99, but we'll find out shortly. But regardless, I think it is a pretty fair result, if you ask me. Pretty even mornings cricket. I think both teams take something away from it. Yeah,
I think when you consider the way the first match went, I mean, it was very close. Remember, it went down to the last over, and it was Clone CC winning that by 5 wickets. So I think it's absolutely fine. These two teams that they've shared the spoils, if you like. I think the two teams are evenly balanced. And what I liked about today, Vinny, is that we've seen the batters start to shine. We saw 50 in the first match from Sanka, and we've seen 2 batters from each side making the 50 in that one as well. So that's good. And that's one thing I'll be looking to see, that batters starting to get used to the surface, applying themselves better, getting to those scores, and still maybe before the end of this series here in Krefeld, we will see another individual 100.
Yeah, we could. And look, just quickly, it was 99 because it was a 1 short second last ball, and that's why it wasn't quite 100. So a bit unlucky, but still, let's have a look at what's coming up this afternoon. You see Black Caps, Gelsenkirchen. That one is around about 15 minutes away. Well, it's the undefeated Black Caps. Can they keep it that way against a VFB Gelsenkirchen team who'll be battling to keep their tournament alive? You see their full toss. Well, a couple of days makes all the difference. Iqbal wasn't even in the team in the first game after 3 golden ducks, but he came good, as did Daljit. And yeah, well, Daljit in particular, he really put out a couple of spot fires, didn't he, when he came on in the third over, even though that was pretty wide, let's say. Could have had 3 wicket keepers and none of them would have stopped that one. But apart from that, saw some good fielding there. But when they needed to be good, they were good enough, Lemgo.
Yeah.
Again, they're a team that have a lot of potential, I think, in this form of the game. We saw them get a couple of wins in their first couple of games. They hadn't won one in a while, but they'll feel a lot better to get some points on the board.
Yeah, they will. I mean, lost 3 on the spin. They needed to get back to winning ways than they did. And I like the emotions showed by them as well out there. Team that making their debut. They had to come back strong. They had to come back with a win, and they did. So I'm liking that, and I like the way they supported each other. I think they were a little bit quiet early on. I think they were a little bit tentative. They knew that there was a big, this is a big match for them. They need to get back to winning ways. That one, well, look, he's falling over everything, falling over the stumps, but he takes a catch, does Navjot Singh, and then, well, he does the celebrations as well, the Jakde Patte, everything, that celebration and everything. He even had the old Mucha Siddhi one as well.
I think of all the highlights, what I'm looking forward to seeing out of Panwar's innings, which was a really good one, by the way, but is when he goes down like a sack of potatoes when he swings and misses at one of them. But apart from that, geez, he played some good shots, didn't he? Ends up 58 off 27 balls with 3 big maximos and 8 boundaries in there. And look, he played shots all around the wicket, to be fair to him. He's batting 5. It might be a bit low for him. I mean, they've got Dani at 3, hasn't really been firing. Maybe Panwar's a better option at 3. Keep Dash Pandey at 4. But in the end, the fact that Lemgo were able to squeeze a few more runs out of their first innings, that is the difference between the game. Between the two teams, 16 runs the margin in this one. Didn't get quite down to the wire, but you see there, didn't have a lot of help, did he, Panwar? You got the top 4, only scoring 13 between them. Zadran didn't really work out at the top of the order. Dani is probably the one for me, the way things are going. I probably would, when Sanka's there, have him at the top of the order. Probably have Panwar at 3, just Panda at 4. Keep Irfan Ahmed up there. I think, he's shown enough last year that, he's a bit of a wild card that could go off at any time. I think Saker played some nice shots in there as well. 15 not out of his 7 balls. And looking at the bowlers, well, no one really went the journey, and I think most of the work was done by the openers. And I think Tomar and Madissa Iqbal batted very well. Tomar in particular went under a run of ball. Madissa Iqbal had a very good game. 1 for 17 for him. 2 for 16, Daljit with the figures. And the other wicket went to Navjot Singh, who I think came up with a very important over. His first over was crucial to snuff out any chance of a counter-attack from Clone CC. So there's the final score. We're going to have a quick break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. And when we do, it'll be the afternoon session. The undefeated Düsseldorf Black Caps. We all remember their golden ball exit last year at the hands of the Boosters. They are a team on a mission, and I think that they want to be 6-0 by the end of the day. But Gelsenkirchen, well, it might be their last stand. So join us for an exciting afternoon's cricket just after this break. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo Rico Full with me. You're watching the European Cricket Network, and this is the FanCode ECS Germany Krefeld.
Hello and welcome back to Germany, and we're halfway through the day here on day 9. It's hard to believe, but there's only 6 more matches left before we have to eliminate one of these teams from Group B. Now here's a team that we haven't seen yesterday because of the fact it was their day off. It's Düsseldorf Black Caps. For me, they've been the most impressive side so far in Group B with a 4-0 record. They're taking on a team that's had a bit of a tough time, though they did have a big highlight last night when they won Golden Ball 34, and that is VfB Gelsenkirchen. Let's get ready for the coin toss for match 35. Rob Kemming is with the 2 captains.
Your call.
Tails.
Tails is scored. It is heads.
You're going to bat first.
So it's the Düsseldorf Black Caps that have won the toss and they've elected to bat first. Good confident move, I think, to try and bat the 10 overs and try and bat VfB Gelsenkirchen out of the game. But don't forget when VG batted second yesterday, they were able to get a tie, essentially. Mohamed Owais was excellent through that. 49 not out, plus 4 off the golden ball. But I think that if they're going to do well in this game, they need to get early wickets and get into that middle order early. I think Rubesh Palaniappan is a guy that can swing the ball around. Not sure if the conditions are really suiting swing bowling, but I think he can do it in any conditions. And don't forget, last year he took 4 wickets in a very, very memorable over. But the Black Caps, I think for me, they were stung going out at the quarterfinal stage last year, funnily enough, in a golden ball to the Bayer Boosters, who are also in this group. They've got the day off today, but I think that the Black Caps are going to want to make a pretty big statement. VfB Gelsenkirchen, they kind of need to force a result in 1 or ideally 2 of these matches if they are going to improve their prospects of even surviving to quarterfinals Friday. Let's go over to the commentary Ice Cube now, where Rico Full is there, ready and waiting. I can tell you the Black Caps winning the toss and batting first. Over to you. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Well, I'm not surprised at all that Majid Ahmadzai wants to have a bat. His team have been in top form. They're unbeaten at the moment. A team that has a 100% record, and he's got, well, a multitude of very good players in the side that have been scoring big runs for fun. I mean, Mohamed Rial, he's been really good. Jamshid Khan as well. When he's needed players to pull their socks off up, they've been able to do it. So really, I can see them looking to get a big score here. But what about their opponents? Well, Gelsenkirchen, remember, they did get that victory yesterday in the Golden Ball, and that will give them surely some confidence. It was the only victory that they've had to date. But their issues, you got to say, has been once again with the bat. But we did start to see 1 or 2 players just starting to make a mark. I mean, Mohamed Owais yesterday was good. Pavaluri as well. And I think if they can show the sort of fight and the fighting spirit that they showed yesterday, I think they can make this competitive. This is what the bat versus board wall says. It says 101 to 77. But I think the key thing is have a look at the bottom there. The green dots for the Düsseldorf Black Caps, that's the 4 wins they've had, 4 out of 4. And then yesterday, where was that finally a victory for VfB when they won the Golden Ball. But before that, they'd lost their 5 matches on the spin. The other thing, of course, here that's against VfB when we look at the tables is that this is the last 2 matches they will play. So it's very important for them to try and get points on the board. And but they will be relying on other results going their way as well in the group if they are to make it into the quarterfinals. Umpires are out there ready for the start of this one, and it's a good afternoon to Ayush Sharma and umpire Arun. Ayush Sharma will be the man at the striker's end, and we'll see the dashing red shirts of the Düsseldorf Black Caps with the bat, and we've got the black and green of the team that really need to get to and maintain the winning start they made yesterday, the first match that they won in the Golden Ball match. VfB Gelsenkirchen got some good key players in the side. For me, it's all about how much they want it. I think the body language from them has to be key. They've got to be, right from the word go, upbeat. I think they can't come into these matches knowing that they're playing the top side and that victory is unlikely. They've got to believe it. They've got to want it. And I think sometimes that's part of the battle. Here we go, ready for the first ball. And, well, this gets just defended by Jamshid Khan, just showing us the maker's name, Rubesh Palaniappan, the captain, starting off. So just a straight bat back down to the bowler. Not this time. Hits it hard, and it gets over the infield of the man at the mid-wicket, and this will go to the boundary, 4 runs. So he blocks the first and says, right, I've seen it now. I'm ready to go. The big swing, bang, 4 runs. Jamshid Khan is off and running. First runs on the board as well, courtesy of a boundary. It's not, that's been the theme today, I think. Boundaries to start the matches. And Venkat Gadasan is the non-striker. Beats him. And once again, you see the wicketkeeper then have a shot at the stumps and missing. Yeah, I mean, one thing we know that if you ever are going to play jumping bowling and you see that there's a team called the, I don't know, the keeper's arms or something that's two wicket keepers, you know you're going to win, because they're not very good at having a shot at the stumps, are they? It's another miss, clearly. Very good and very warm. Good afternoon to everybody on the chat. It's a very lovely day here in Germany, in Düsseldorf. Going the aerial route. Has he got enough of it? Yes, he has. Kinnasona Shaka. Well, he gets the full meat of the bat on this. And just like that, that's a 4 and a 6 in the over. And Jamshid Khan, that's a little chat there with Venkat Gadasan, who's probably saying, hey, good shot, buddy, and keep it going. And he's probably saying to him now, look, you've got 2 boundaries in the over, so don't do anything crazy. Don't give your wicket away. Good advice. I think there's a number of batters that can take the ball. I mean, if it is a bad ball, yeah, put it away. But if it's a good one, respect it. Take the single. Oh, gets an edge. Well, he would have been filthy with himself if this goes to the keeper. I mean, he moves big time. Look at this. Right across. It's going to be a wide ball, but as soon as he makes that movement, it wouldn't have been. The umpire would have said, right, that line's going to move with you, and he could have been caught. He just manages to keep it out of reach of the keeper. So gets a boundary, a streaky one, a lucky one. First over is done. 14 on the board. And all of those runs coming off boundaries. As we have a look at the stats, let's look at the Black Caps. And Jamshid Khan, you can see there, he's been right up there as one of the top 3 batters, along with Ahmed Zai, the captain, hard-hitting left-hander, and Mohammad Rahel as well. Rahel just went off the ball slightly, but I'm looking to see him bounce back strong. And on the other side, well, it was all the players that performed yesterday, Pavaluru, and also Mohammad Awais, and Ronit Sapati also been in the runs as well. With the bowlers, I think Palapani, Rubesh is by far the best bowlers on the consecration side. And then it is Mohammad Rahel, who's putting a good all-round performance, being one of the top bowlers on the Düsseldorf Black Cap sides. Black Caps looking to maintain their 100% record. Off to a good start. We're going to see the left-hander now, a man that's well known in Germany for his batting and also bowling abilities. A very good all-rounder. He's captained the national team, the German side, many a times. He's a talented player is Venkat Gadasan to face his first ball. Down the leg side, it's not a good delivery. He misses out on it. Will be called a wide, but he's going to be disappointed. He's not been able to get anything on this. Doesn't come up as much as he expects. I think it stays just a little low. And as a result of that, he plays right over this. Mohammad Awais is the bowler. He's hoping to stay in the sort of form he was in yesterday. Yep, it's the call. He'll take the single to the man at short cover. Comes in, but he's not able to stop it. Yeah, Mohammad Awais, 49, not out of 34. He was the one that kept him in that golden ball match, and then he was the player that stayed in and faced the golden ball, hit it down the ground, and it was misfielded by Shazad, and it went for 4. This one's up in the air, chance. Oh, goodness me. That is a dolly and a half that goes down. And you can see he's got all the gear, hasn't he? He's got the cap, he's got the bands on, but he drops the catch, and that's going to be a massive moment. Sasaranaman has dropped to FanCode and dropped him on 0. Gone. This has got to be out, I think, and the umpire will go upstairs. I don't think he gets his foot back quick enough. Really, really good work here from the keeper. So, well, FanCode survives as the catch goes down, but what about this? Does he survive? I'm suspecting not. First of all, takes it cleanly, and, oh, well, is that foot on the line or past the line? I'm suspecting that is on the line. The bail is in the air there. I'm thinking that's out. I'm suspecting that is gone. Have a look here. Just at this point, yeah, that foot for me, when the bail starts to come up, it's on the line. That's what the third umpire will be looking at. I wonder what the decision is going to be here. For me, that's the shot. That's the shot for me with the bail in the air. And for me, that foot is not past the line. Well, it looks like they're saying not out, so they're saying it's not conclusive enough. I think the decision on field was not out, and that's what they're stuck with. So he's lucky to be there. Well, he's going to be even more lucky to be there if this isn't taken. And it is taken. And for the first, not for the first time today, whenever we think that something may have been out and it's not, the very next ball, well, the wicket goes. So maybe that's a bit of karma there, as we say. So Mohammad Wais does get the wicket, and it is Jamshid Khan that goes. He was in a bit of a hurry. He wasn't in a hurry with the first ball he faces that he defended, but after that he wants to take the bowlers on, and he gives his wicket away. So he goes for 15. It's a quick fire 15. He'd be disappointed with that. I think he gets a life, but it does not make it count. So he goes off the ninth delivery, caught and bowled by Oais. But of course the big talking point is that before those two deliveries, it was that drop catch. FanCode, he could have been gone. He would have gone for a duck if the catch could have been held by Sahasranaman. So new batter comes in, and it is Mohammad Rahil, who's been in good form. This one just creeps up at him, and he's quite happy the same way that Jamshid Khan was, just to defend the first. Very warm afternoon here. Players will be appreciating the slight breeze that's blowing across the ground here at the moment. Ways to finish. This is played into the ground. They'll take the single, get out straight away. So the over finishes with one more on the board. It's a good over from the Ways. He goes for 5, but does pick up that wicket, and the score moves to 19 for 1. Still plenty to play for here, and they've just got, like I say, got to believe, got to be positive. So you can see why. There they are, VFB Clinton Kirshen at the bottom there. A victory will take them level on points with Clone CC, but they're looking to do the double, which will be unexpected to say the least against Dusseldorf, that haven't dropped any points so far. But remember, Clone CC have then got games in hand over them, so not only are they looking to do what many would consider the impossible here, but then they're hoping that the other results go their way. And of course the key thing there we're relying on is that they can do the double over the Black Caps, and then the Black Caps do the double over Clone CC, because that's who they still have to play. So it's all very much in the air, but it lies in their hands. It all depends what they can do here. New bowler is going to be Aswathi. Starts well. It's a bit of a swing and a miss from Mohammad Rahil. So he, just like Jamshid Khan, though he was happy to block his first one, now decides, right, got that out of my system. Now I want to play a few big shots. So Surtav Awasti gets the dot ball in. He comes again. Busy action. This one may be a wide. Yeah, gets too much movement away. Wide call by the umpire. It's a walk back to him. He's got a very long run as Awashthi. So it's a little start and stop sort of run as he gets to the delivery crease. Up in the air, and this is straight down the ground and one bounce, 4 runs. And nice looking shot. And just the Maximo, as he's making his way back into the cube, thinks, okay, this is one that I can field. Nice shot to play. You see, he doesn't go for the big power. It's all about timing. He knows that there's no fielder out there. There's no danger. Looking forward to seeing the antics once more of Alom Dali. He's the man who's doing the fielding there in the covers. Dali is he likes to get his cap off and gives the ball a bit of a polish on his head. Maybe it's a bit of luck he puts on it for his teammates. Trying to get this past the man at square. Doesn't. Good call from Mohamed Rihal. He says, wait. Doesn't want to take the chance unnecessarily. Venkat still waits just at the other end. Only faced the one ball. And to be honest, he shouldn't have been there because he was dropped. It was an absolute sitter by Sahaz Rahman. But the very next ball did bring about a wicket, but it was of Zamshad Khan. Firmly struck, and this will go for 4 runs. The fielder chases after it, needs to get a stop on it. Once it gets past him, he can't, and just a little bit too wide from him. See there, it's not the quickest, but I think the ball was already going to be 4 before he even gets into his strides. A lot of chat happening on the YouTube chat there. Helix is there as well. Maiden Waters, hello Maiden. And Ian Johns and Helix in the air, shouts to catch it, chance. Cameron Khan makes no mistakes. Well, if anyone can, Khan can. Cameron Khan takes a very good catch low down in front of him, gets himself in a good position, and gets low and takes the catch. And congratulations now for the bowler. Where's our man? Well, there's the man who does all the congratulating. Is Dali, and he certainly will congratulate Cameron for this. Doesn't quite get it, does he? Goes for the big one, gets sort of the toe end of the bat, doesn't get the middle of it, and another catch taken. So Mohamed Real, he'll go for 9. That was his 7th delivery. Very good catch from Cameron. And just like that, another wicket goes down. So going out there, playing the shots, but at the moment, I think this power play probably is definitely belonging to Gelsenkirchen. They picked up 2 wickets, and good wickets as well. 2 batters that have made valuable contributions to what the Dusseldorf Black Caps have done so far. But he's been replaced by a man who's found his form the last time we saw him, and that's Oskaroni Amhad. And gets off the mark straight away quite comfortably. It's a single, and that means that Venkat will still have to walk back to the non-strikers end. Well, we've seen 18 deliveries. He's only faced 1 of them. 29 on the board. 2 wickets down. So who would you beat at the moment? Who do you think the team is on top? I'm going to go with Gelsenkirchen, just purely based on the batters that are out. I mean, 2 men who on another day could really punish you. Big hard hitters, and that's Jamshad and Rahil. But as I was saying, Oskarani Ahmed, he's somebody who just started to shine as, again, a very good all-rounder. But as we know, any one of these 2 batters can get going and hurt you. Venkat at the moment, though, he's just like a passenger. He's out there, but he's not doing much. Liam Day is just underlining the point that I mentioned about Venkat. Ganesan is a class player. Yeah, he is. Plays for the national team. Is the captain. But he's been lucky today, isn't he, Liam? I mean, being dropped, you don't drop him, do you? Shot. This is right out of the middle, and well, there's no. Well, this is 6. I mean, I don't know what's going on here. He can't be on that side of the field and jumping and stopping the ball. This is 6. And they're going on the walkie-talkie. Well, forget congratulating him. Yeah, it was very good what he did, but look where he is. Look, he's got a launch from inside the field of play, but he's on the ground there. He's already taken a few steps. So 6 runs. And hang on, they got to call this 6, surely. Put him up. Oh, thank you. I was going to have a heart attack. I thought the umpire's going to say, that's fine, carry on. 6 runs. So, yeah, I mean, the rule, if he had jumped from inside the field of play and done that and not made contact with the ground on the other side of the rope, yeah, it would have been fantastic. But he didn't. So 6 runs it was. And this is going to be tight. Oh, well, like to see this again. They're going to go upstairs here, surely. You're going to see the umpires on the walkie-talkie once more. Well, let's have a look. Well, VanCat is living dangerously. He seems to think that he's made it. Look, he's not showing any signs of not making it. This is going to be close. Well, he gets in. Well, that's the experience of the national team skipper when it comes to running. You see, he was absolutely confident. He just walks to one side and says, you guys can think what you want. I know I'm in. But he is living dangerously, but he will get a chance to face another ball. 21 balls have been bowled. He's only faced 1 of them so far, and that was a catching opportunity that got put down. It was a sitter, to say the least. Wide ball. Yeah, he seems to... He's striding around, isn't he, VanCat? It's like he's trying to get himself in the mode, trying to get himself in the game, just pacing around a little bit in between balls. In the air, and they've got it. So he just hasn't clicked, he just hasn't looked the part, and there we go. They give the ball a polish, takes a catch and says, there you go, have a little bit of this on the ball. But he thinks, why did you do that? I liked it the way it was, it just got me a wicket. So VanCat and Isan, it's just not happening. He just didn't, I don't know, it's just something there, wasn't it? I think it doesn't help when you're out there and you're not getting any strike. It's just the second ball that he faces. So he was dropped off the first that he faces, and then when he faces his second ball, he gets caught. No mistakes this time. And good catch. And then he says, okay, let me just give you a little bit of this, put a bit of shine on the ball. Well, I don't know what he's got underneath that cap, but well, that's the look of a disappointed man. He's a very good player, VanCat, going to say it, but at the moment, just not going his way. You can see he's going for the shot. He's trying to loft it over Dali, but Dali says, no, you don't. And Dali, well, he takes the catch and gets rid of VanCat for just 1 of the 2 balls that he faces, and it's a wicket for the captain, Rubesh. Well done to him. And they're going to be, well, the happier team by far, because that's another good batter that they've seen the back of now. 37 for 3. Couple of balls to go in this one. And we're starting to see that the volume, the decibels starting to raise. They're starting to believe here. Oh, that's an absolute beauty. What a seed this is. This is a peach of a ball. And how this misses everything, I've no idea. Look, misses the bat, misses the stumps. That is just class. Unlucky. Bloody up, and the captain. This time's too short, but is he going to get lucky? I think he is. It's going to be a simple dismissal. It's a second wicket in the over, so he finishes his spell with 2 for 22. And what a soft dismissal that is for the captain. And the battle of the 2 captains is over pretty quickly, because it's Majid Almadzai that goes. He goes for a duck. Yep, he's got to go. It's not a good shot for a man who's normally so strong on these short deliveries. He's normally pumping them to the boundary. Well, surely Dusseldorf Black Caps, it's almost like they're coming into this match and they're not fancying it for some reason. Well, that's a big dismissal. So Majid, he goes, and once again, well, Frederica Constant, welcome. Frederica Constant from Geneva. It's now our official timekeeper, just in time for the European Cricket Championship as well. Lovely to have you on board, another very proud partner of the European Cricket Network. And this match, well, what do you say here, folks? What are you thinking? 37, 4 wickets down. And we've got now Kashif Shahab that comes in. Oscarani has really not got going himself, but I mean, what a big surprise this is at the moment. Majid there, the captain, being done by Rubesh, caught behind. It was very soft dismissal from him. Varhade is the man that takes the catch behind the stumps. Pavlura comes into the attack. This is played out and oh no! The two fielders have hit each other pretty hard. I think you need to, the umpires now should here for me say the ball is now dead. When you get a collision like that, I think as soon as, yeah, oh well, he's hurt himself. He's hurt himself hard. I mean, the two, you can see the fielder, what he's doing here is clipping the ball forward. And as he does, at the same time, there's a collision between the fielder and also by Kamran. And looks like he may have hurt his wrist slightly. And yeah. I'm going to have to get a medic over here pretty quick. I think which is a bit of shock.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Krefeld, and we are very sorry for the delay. We had a bit of a situation that forced us to pause this match as match 35 in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Rico Fort. And yeah, it's a nasty collision, wasn't it, between Ronit Satapathy and Kamran Khan. It was right in front of us. It seemed serious, but not that serious at the time. But we had a delay due to this medical emergency, and Ronit Satapathy was the man who did take, it looked like a knee to the face, and then he did essentially go into some kind of shock. We're not medical professionals, of course, but that is what had to take priority. So we have paused the game, but there won't be a reduction to overs, still be 10 overs. But a pretty scary moment. I'm just glad that, Satapathy has now left the facility. He was up and he'd improved a lot by the time he'd left.
Yeah, I mean, that's the main thing. Of course, we're no experts, but the thing was that once the medics arrived, by that time he was already responding well. He knew where he was, and all of the important things he knew about. The signs were good. So the medics have done a quick examination, and of course he'll have further tests back at the hospital. But the key thing is he's well, he's okay. It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, here's Pavaluru, pardon me, as it'll be a wide to start. So we'll score 2 runs in there. We've scored 2 runs.
And we're continuing with the 10 overs, so though we're returning back to this match, it stays as it was, 10 overs. And of course, everybody's thoughts and best wishes are with Ronit. But like I say, when he left here, he was in good spirits, so that's the main thing. That
one was pretty much as up close and personal as you can get. It was right in front of us. And this is up and it's over, backward point. This will be a boundary. So look, kind of taking the wind out of the sails of what was a really good start for VfB Gelsenkirchen with 4 key wickets. We know the Black Caps, they top of the table. They haven't tasted defeat just yet, and it was Gelsenkirchen that had the better of the first 4 overs. Let's see if that delay maybe gives the Black Caps a chance to recover. Still 2 very good batters at the crease with Oscaroni Ahmed and Shahab's out there. Hasn't faced a ball yet. Pavaluru, he's been pretty good for Gelsenkirchen in this series. He's trying to get another breakthrough, another wide. And anyway, I don't mind. We can probably go into it now because I know it was a nasty moment. But we were right here, and actually I happen to be right behind the fielder Satapathy, and as he went down, luckily I was able to catch him just before he hit the ground, because I think he went into some kind of shock.
He did.
And you were very good. You were on the scene pretty quickly. We managed to get him in the recovery position, just to get him on his side. It's one of those moments where you realise, the more you know in first aid in that situation, until you can get some more professional help, is really crucial. But one of the things you meant to do is to bend their legs, right? Yeah. So he kept having his legs straight. You tried to bend them, and then you actually copped an injury, didn't you? And Ronan, if you're watching this back, you've given Rico a dead leg. Explain?
Yeah, I definitely wore one. It was, well, let's just say it's, took one for the team, Vinny, took one for the team. But the main thing is, like we say, I mean, the key thing about all of this, because at the time it was quite concerning when somebody goes into shock, and other things came into play there as well. But it's okay. It doesn't look like there was no external injury. But when we looked at the replay again, we could see just how bad a hit it was from the knee of Kamran Khan when they collided. Yeah. So
they did stop the boundary, so at least there's some positives, I suppose. It's been another wide though. Pavaluru struggling to locate in this 5th over after the resumption. Yeah, so it's just a stark reminder. And look what happened to Ryan Campbell, the Dutch coach, recently, former Australian and Hong Kong international. And he was essentially had his life saved by a bystander who had just done a first aid course. So I do implore you, if you're able to, go out and do it. Because, it's a moment where, a lot of people, they can kind of panic around and not really know what to do. Everyone wants to kind of do something, right? But if you have kind of had even a little bit of training, the basic training, it's certainly it's going to result in a slightly better outcome. We're able to get him in the shade as well. Shade of the ice cube, that came in handy. This one will just be 1. So it's the end of one of the longer overs you'll ever see on the European Cricket Network, and halfway through this first innings, the Black Caps, they're 49 for 4.
Yeah, 49 for 4. I mean, at this point, the 100 is on. I think if they get to the 100, bear in mind the start that they lost those wickets pretty quickly. They get to 100, they'd be pretty happy with that. But I think, if a delay like that has favoured any team, it would have to be, of course, the Black Caps, because they've had a bit of time to just regroup and say, hey, come on, guys, we're going into this the wrong way
Yeah.
around. We're the unbeaten team. We're throwing our wickets away. So I think the captain would have certainly spoken to Scaroni, Ahmed here, and Shahab and said, come on, we really need to put something together here, get a score. I think if they get 100, they'll fancy themselves to defend it. I mean, they've got an array of good bowlers there as well. But the question is, they've got to get there first. They don't want to be losing any more wickets at the moment.
That's for sure. Pavluru goes for a dozen in that over, and so now we're going to go to Mubashir Hussain in over number 6. Short down leg side. Eventually stopped by the keeper. Now this will still be a 10 over match, as we said. We don't have a confirmed start time, but it seems certain that the last match of the day will have some sort of delay. So I'll let you know exactly when that is right now. Well, once we know, it looks like we've got planned start time of 3:15 local. So that's 6:45 p.m. in India, 7:15 p.m. in Bangladesh. So we'll keep you advised with regards to the start time. If there are any changes.
Up in the air. And that's well fielded. Well done from the captain there, Rubesh.
That's the danger zone, isn't it, around here? But Rubesh, he's made sure that there's no other fielders near him. I've noticed that. I think Cameron was coming around for that one. And anyway, nice stop by the captain. Keeps it to 1.
Nicely bowled. Good. Well played though as well. I think that's one of the things that we like to see. It's good ball, respected, but still getting something from it. So, nice start at this from Hussain. Just keeping it nice and tidy, keep the ball up there, Mubashir Hussain. So no big shots as yet. Ahmed waits when he hits this pretty well, and that's going to be 4 runs. Lovely shot. And one thing we were talking about earlier, Vinny, is we haven't seen too many batters execute the square quite very well. Well, that's the way to do it. Rocks back, gets right on top of it, keeps it along the deck, 4 runs.
This is the shot where I reckon there's value today. Well, not just today, I think on this field, because there is a fair bit of bounce in it, and there's rarely protection in that area. So if you can cut and cut well, I think you're gonna have a good day. And I think it's a fairly low risk option as well.
Just a little bit too much width on that occasion from Hussain. Well, this one has been blasted. What a hit that is. Well, he says, I can play on both sides. Plays a beautiful square cut, and then he butchers this over the leg side. Well, he's muscled this over 6. That's a big shot, and that's exactly what they need here at the moment. One batter to punish the bad balling, the short stuff, but at the same time, keep taking the singles as well.
Yeah, brilliant shot, wasn't it? He went offside first, then he goes leg side. And often, if you get a bit of width and cut, you start to think, oh, I think this ball might be a bit straighter. So you can kind of half premeditate, or you can look for something to go the other way, and that's what he did. Nice shot.
Well, and right on cue, that's what I'm talking about. The better ball is right up there, and he's thinking, okay, I've already got 10 off the last couple of deliveries. I don't have to play at this or give my wicket away. If I can take a single, I will. He's not able to. Hussain gets the dot ball in. He's looking to finish this over. 13 have come off it, though, so far. Full toss, and this is Gundy, and it gets put away. Well, that 13 goes to 19. Well, that's not the way to finish. And any coach, if you're a coach now, well, you'd be spitting feathers. You really would. You're thinking, what's this all about? It's a Gundy full toss. I think he's gone for the slower delivery, and it comes out wrong on the leg side. Punished.
That was asking for it, wasn't it? And well put away. Oscaroni Ahmed has sprung to life. And the Black Caps, despite those 4 early wickets now, they're in pretty good shape. More than 11 and over. Plenty of batting to come as well. They do have a pretty deep batting lineup. Yeah, Mubashir. Yeah, almost got away with it. Ends up going for 19. Do have some good bowlers to come back, though. Mohamed Awais, slower option. I'd consider it now, maybe. They bowled him early. We haven't seen him opening the bowling much, Mohamed Awais, with his spin. But I think maybe now's a good time to bring him back. I think they are going to stick with pace, though. And Mazain Kamal, who was the 12th man, is on the field now, of course, for Satapathy, who had to depart with that injury. I think it's safe to say we won't be seeing Ronette again today, which is such a shame because he's been playing some good cricket, especially with the bat.
He has.
So, yeah, we certainly hope it's not too serious. And I'm not even sure if we'll see him back this week, but I certainly hope that he recovers quickly. Who knows?
Awasthi coming back. wanting it. And they're definitely wanting it. And the umpire in the end is giving it. He takes his time, thinks long and hard. Well, you see the bowler running one way, appealing. The wicketkeeper's running the other way. And in the end, the umpire sees the traffic coming his way and says, yeah, I think there is enough on this. Probably gives the batter the opportunity to walk. I mean, there's a clear edge there from me. You can see the deviation. Let's see if you pick it up even clearer here.
It's hard to tell on the replay, but I would tell you what, if you look up convincing appeal in the dictionary, then I think you'll probably see something like that. If that wasn't given, he's saying, but what about that? Well, what about that? Wasti does get the wicket and breaks his partnership, although Shahab hadn't really faced too many. I think he goes second ball in the end, and the score is 68 for 5.
Yeah, another one taken behind the stumps there from Vahar. And you mentioned this guy. You said that I know he hasn't been able to play a lot of the earlier fixtures, but you reckon he's a bit of a gun, right?
Yeah, he is. I mean, he's a guy, he's a good leader for their team. He's been studying his PhD, and that's why it's been a bit difficult for him to get available. So he's a smart cookie, Swapnil Vahade. It does kind of solve their keeping issue as well, because they've tried a few stopgap solutions. They really missed him. I think we'll also see him at the top of the order, Swapnil. So, yeah, really nice to see him back, and had a very important time as well. So, you better out there as Gaurav Gupta. Hasn't he had some highlights in this series already? One-handed catch, 3 for 3 one game. Anyway, Wasti has 2 for 10 now. Nice effort from him. He bowled back in the third, went for a couple of boundaries, but did pick up a wicket. And here he is now bowling to Gupta.
Well, this is a genuine leave. Doesn't fancy it. So Gupta, like a few of the Dusseldorf Black Caps batters, quite happy to leave the first ball and not play at it.
Yeah.
Or play it defensively. But he is generally quite an aggressive player.
He don't leave too many. I mean, maybe get a bat on that anywhere in the offside and get a run at least. But yeah, he's had a look. Let's see what he does next. Well, there you go. Pretty good shot, but just get one. Yeah, so I mean, what are they in line for here? Looks like 105 to 110 at this run rate. Mascaroni Ahmed, though, he becomes a huge wicket now, isn't he? Yeah. He scored pretty much half the runs, over half the runs off the bat at least. And just a reminder that the last game of the day is a 45-minute delay on the first ball because of that medical emergency that we had. Once again, Satapathy sending him our best wishes. For everyone at ECN, hopefully makes a full recovery very soon.
Nicely played, gets right on top of this one, just plays it out on the offside. So you can see that Oscarani, he's not, at the moment, he's not thinking that he's got to try and play big shots to every ball. He's quite comfortable with where the team are with the score. It's probably, I mean, again, I mentioned about the extra time they had, so they probably had a chance to just think about it and say, right, okay, this is the score that we're looking for. So there's a plan in place.
He's on the walk here. Where's he going? He's going home.
Big swing, and well, this is not where he's looking to go. This, I think, goes all the way, you know. This is going to be 6. They're going to check this, put him up in the air. Yeah, put him up. Arriba, arriba, arriba. Well, this one, well, he couldn't play this again if he tried. He couldn't. I mean, this goes all the way over. Look, that's 6 runs.
This is crazy. He just literally, he looked like, you know, Mortal Kombat when they say finish him. He was just kind of wandering around. Then just stands and swings, gets a big edge for 6. Well, your luck's out when those are going for 6. But, well, Maximo time.
Well, I told you, he wanted to leave the first. He certainly not want to leave any others. This is probably a little bit too wide. And the umpire, yeah, does call it. He starts to call it, then thinks twice, and then in the end continues with the decision.
Yeah, he goes to give the wide, and there's a bit of appeal. So he's like, hold on. No, yeah, it was a wide. So it's good umpiring in the end.
Yeah, see, this is the thing here now. Now, the wicketkeeper there is sort of appealing again, like, come on, that's a definite edge again. And that's where the umpire, I think, starts to think, okay, I know your game now.
Boy who cried wolf style.
Yeah.
Yeah. Last ball of the over. Coming up, walking 677.
Down into the deck. We'll take one. I wonder if they fancy taking a second. The fielder fields it well and gets a good throw in. And just reminding the batters what he's able to do. The wicketkeeper decides to get a run backwards to take it on the bounce. You know, he has to go a long way back.
Those goals that the goalkeeper scores on the other goalkeeper when it bounces over the head. I thought we were heading for one of those, but Vahadi was able to make the stop. 78 for 5 after 7 overs. And just a reminder, if you have just joined us in the European Cricket Network universe, we can tell you that we are in Krefeld, Germany, just outside Dusseldorf. We have 2 weeks in Belgium coming up. Rico, you're going to deserve your break. Charlie Hunt will be stepping in for you for those 2 weeks with me. And then we have Cartomania. We have 5 weeks of the European Cricket Championship. And the weekends will have Spanish T10 as well. So you're going to have 5 games every day, 7 days a week for 5 weeks. It's going to be huge, 160 matches in total. And then we'll be in Croatia for a 1-week tournament. And the Croatian series is a pretty exciting series as well, because typically we'll see a Croatian side, probably 3 of them, probably a Serbian side and a Slovenian side. So a bit of a multinational tournament, 1 week up from the 17th of October. Looking forward to that. Let's get back to the action. And here's Pavluru to bowl the next over.
So we're going to miss, and the umpire just having a little chat with the bowler and say, well, look, maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, but if you're going to be there, I can't give it either way.
Yeah. Gupta's gone the whole range, the whole spectrum of aggressiveness. He started with a complete leave. Now that same ball, he's trying to whack it over the leg side into the car park. Yeah, you're right. Pavluru just needs to get off the pitch to the right-hand side if he's going to bowl from that side.
Well, he's going to get the wicket here. The batter can't believe it. Just have a look here at how quickly he's going to run in front again. He quickly springs the other way. It's just as well he does, because I think otherwise the umpire would have said, nah, I don't see it. I mean, it's just another close one. Umpire says, all right, I'll have the ball back again here now. I'd like to see this one again. The batter is not convinced at all. Pavluru and the wicketkeeper, well, they go up for it. But I think we've seen this before, and I don't see it this time around.
There's no way to tell. I mean, it can take a little edge, and there's no way we can tell. I mean, we don't have the technology for snicko and hotspot, things like that, but there must have been a clear sound. And see, both the bowler and the keeper are spontaneous in their appeals, which tells me that there was a sound, and I probably couldn't see it hitting anything else. It didn't seem that far away from the bat either. So Gupta goes, like I said, he left the first one and ended up nicking the last one at 78 for 6.
Yeah. And the only thing is, I'm not going to go by what the wicketkeeper's doing there, Vinny, because I think every time he catches one, he's off and running. He wants it. Gupta shaking his head. No, I didn't, he says. But sometimes I will say that some of those ones you generally don't know.
Yeah, sometimes.
Especially when it's like the inside edge like that one was.
Like feeling the breeze on the edge of your bat. Anyway, left-hander. I don't mind that. It's going to be the other Ganesan, Praveen Ganesan, who's going to take strike. And Pavluru gets the big wicket of Gupta.
Pavluru's top player. Goes for the cut shot. Doesn't
Expecting
get it,
a big appeal, weren't we?
Yeah, you see what I mean? This is what I'm
well,
saying.
think about it.
This
Swap
is
nil.
where
Go on.
you could get snookered if you're the umpire. And I think when it happens a lot of the time, then I'm going to say those close ones. I'm going to say, sorry, guys, you guys are appealing all the time. I don't know if I can believe you. You know what I mean? Unless if you're not sure.
That's what you're saying in theory.
Then you tend to go the other way.
In practice, I don't think that's how it works. I think you can, some umpires you can lean on. I hate to say that.
No,
we knew there were certain
right,
umpires that we could definitely get the marginal ones. Because in the end, everyone just wants to be liked.
Listen,
right?
when we were playing, you know it, when you're playing in your playing days, you used to get a certain umpire and you thought, right, guys, you know this guy. You appeal. Everybody goes up. You know you're going to get the decision.
For sure.
And also, if he doesn't give one, if we make a big noise and don't give one and look really disappointed, the next one you know he's going to give. I mean, you know it. It happens. This is going to be 4 more lucky ones. Well, hay poquita de suerte ahí. Por este equipo de Düsseldorf, Black Caps, they're having a little bit of luck. They haven't batted anywhere near what we know their capabilities are, but they're still getting a little bit of the rub of the green. That's 4 more runs.
That'll do. Yeah, well, spare a thought for Swapnil Vahadi. He's had to watch the first 6 matches that his team have played in this tournament. He's probably stuck behind the laptop writing his thesis. So no wonder he wants to get out there and scream his lungs out. So, good on you, Swapnil. I'm really happy to see you back behind the subs.
How many victims he got? 3 or 4? 3, right?
What's that?
3 catches behind in this one?
He's got 3.
3, yeah.
Check in a minute. Last ball of the over. Last ball of the spell for Pavluru.
Oh dear, well, I was just saying they're having a bit of luck. That's a bit more luck. Well, that poor man, the third man there, that's Sarana. But his day didn't start well when he dropped that absolute sitter. Look, it's a long time back now, wasn't it, when Venkat Ganesan put the ball up in the air. It was a dolly and he put it down, and now he's been put third man and he's running backwards and forwards, side to side, but the ball just keeps finding its way to the boundary.
Yeah, 87 for 6 after 8. Well, he runs to the left, he runs to the light, and every time the ball is out of sight. And yeah, spare a thought.
The worm's back, that's good.
Yeah, worm's back. Yeah, came out from underground, poked its head out. So yeah, 8 overs down. I think Gelsenkirchen, they'll be happy if they can keep it to around the 100 to 105 mark here, maybe even 110. It won't be an easy chase. No, Black Caps, they're undefeated in this series, and we haven't seen Zahas Runneman with the ball as yet. Thought maybe see some of his legs spin, but left-hander it's a bit dangerous, I suppose. And so we'll get the 9th over happening pretty shortly. Oscar Ahmed, though, he's been super important, hasn't he? 42 off 17. Gets a couple of edges away short last over, but he's also played some really nice strokes. We are going to get a waste finally coming back to bowl his second over. He bowled the second, now he's going to bowl the second last. Bowling to Praveen Ganesan.
He plays this nicely, gets a single. I think that's the best thing that he can hope to do at the moment. Just keep getting the single, giving Oscarani the strike. Mandrake, good to have you back, and I hope it's nothing too serious what you're having to deal with at the moment, but it's good to have you back on the chat and enjoying some more European cricket.
Yeah, nice to see you, Mandrake. Hope you're well. I'm going to ask Kamran Khan in a minute if he's okay, because remember, he's the other man that was involved in the collision. I don't think anyone's checked if he's okay.
Yeah, I mean, he was, of course, a bit shaken by it all. But then, having said that, it was, I mean, there's not too many soft spots in the knee, is there? Yeah, he says he's okay. He's fine, he says, no problems.
Yeah, that's good. Good to hear, because we know it can, when there's a collision, often you can see 2 people quite badly hurt.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that Cameron seems all right.
Smash, big 6, Shaba, Shaba. Well, that's what you're talking about. This one has been muscled over that square leg boundary. He plays this shot so well, Vinny.
Well, too short, and if you want to know why, that's why. And he absolutely smashes that right out of the middle of the bat, and that was into the forest on the full. And just like that, Oscar Ahmed has raced to 48 not out of just 19 balls, and he's been the man, really. That's going to get them over the triple figures, and they looked a long way from that early on.
Yeah, I mean, he's just showing what good teams do there. That's what they have up their sleeve. If they have a few issues, somebody from somewhere turns on the style, and Oscarani, he's been the man here. And he goes to play that cut of ease, gets a bit on this.
Better ball. Better ball just inside the tram line. Force him to play a cut. If you really nail it, you can get 4, but quite often you might beat the batter for bounce, or you might just get off the end of the bat.
This is good bragging rights for Praveen Ganesan, isn't it? I mean,
yeah.
he's taken over.
Internally competitive, the Ganesans, you think?
Yeah, more runs than Venkat. I know Venkat, when I was talking with the other day, Venkat always says, well, I always have the bragging rights, he said, whether it's on the field of play or even in the garden. Not today, Venkat. Looks like your brother, Praveen Ganesan, is going to enjoy his moment. He's got 1 more run than you.
He's only got 2, to be fair.
Yeah, but still,
2 out of control with the praise.
Well, that's a nice looking shot, and he's going to get 4 runs from it. So there you go. Look, he's rubbing it in now. Go for it. Go for it, Praveen. Rub it in. Say, hey, Vanny, did you see this one?
Yes, nice shot, actually, wasn't it? I mean, that's the thing. Against a slow bowler, you can sweep pretty much anything. It's just whether you hit it in the middle or not.
You know what he's saying? He's saying to Venkat, he said, yeah, what you do in the backyard is nothing. It's what you do in the middle that counts. And look, in the middle, I'm outscoring you, bro. I'm outscoring you.
100's up now for Düsseldorf Black Caps with 7 balls remaining. We talked about 100 to 110. Could be a few more than that. Looks like that one actually might have rolled all the way into the bushes. I think you can see it. There you go. He's plucked it. He might be the 12th man.
I was going to say, well, we're going to have to call for the shepherd. Shepherd Williams. But he's not required. It's okay, Sammy. You're all right. God, he's had a bit to deal with today. What
yeah, but he didn't want to get in the stinging nettles in there. That's why he didn't really kind of stride in there.
Can understand that.
All right. I think Ganesan's going for this no matter what. Last ball of the over. He tries. Oscaroni says, no, you know what? I'm pretty happy at this end. No, he's saying, I'm on 49 and I can count. So I'm going to have the strike. It'll be a dot to finish the 9th over and even 100 for 6 after 9.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is now, I mean, all right, I get it. I do get it. But you know me, Vinny, I don't like to see runs turned down. And when you look at what happened there, they could have probably got 2. Of course, you don't know that. But quite often what happens when we see this is the next ball ends up either being a dot or a wicket. And you think, you just
maybe, but you got a guy there 49 off 20, I think. Imagine, in the free market, if you could pay 1 run to get down the other end, you would. You know, if you went down and said, hello, I'm starting the 10th over on strikers end. If you said to the captain, you'd say, hey, we'll take a run off our score. If me to go down there,
Yeah.
the other captain say, no, we're fine, thanks. So I think
I'm just saying.
I agree with you. Sometimes it can be overdone. But I think in that situation, I think it's a good decision.
Yeah, I suppose
Whether
also,
it works out or not, I think it's strategically it was the right thing to do.
Yeah, I think also the 100, like you say, is on the board, so they've
Yeah.
got probably to the score that they would like now.
And
It's all about trying to get as many as possible this last
Even if
over.
he takes the one now, it's still not necessarily a bad decision because he's putting himself in a position to hit a boundary here. He wants to be on strike. From here, I think you take most of them, and even you take those marginal twos just to try and get Wascaroni on strike for most of it. Here we go with last over, and it's Cameron Khan to bowl. Run hard. Yeah, they're going to come back here.
This is going to be a bone. He's got to go back. Oh,
Oh,
well,
no.
He's going to get back. You see, now go on. Come on, get down and
Well,
get
this-
on your knees and
no.
say, yeah, Rico, you know.
No, I gave them props last time, and I think he does everything right here except come back for two. I think he should have come back, and he just got cold feet, didn't he? And he almost sod Praveen Ganesan up the river, didn't he?
See, cost him a run.
I think it shouldn't have because they should have run two there.
You're
And they
right.
would have gotten away with it.
But-
Oh, by the way, that is his 50, so
Yeah,
stop bagging him for a second.
batted, Oscarani. Well batted, Oscarani. No,
Not
50 puri
not
gal.
often you make the 50 and get Rico criticising you, but there you go. Nice moment for him to cut out. Here's the next one. It'll be turned around the corner, and is the fielder going to get this? This is going to be a race, and the ball's going to win it. Wow, Ragesh. He had one chance to stop that, and he just watched it go by, and he would never catch up to it 4 runs.
Yeah, here he's got to get down there, dive, slide, whatever, throw something at it, stop it. You're not going to chase it. You chase it, you're going to be chasing it over the boundary into the nettles. 4 runs, nice shot, and well, just like that, Pravan, he's showing Oscarani, hey, you didn't want to take the single. I hit it for 4. You only got a
He's
single.
jumping across, and he's trying to hit this defiant leg. Ready?
Oh, he does you. He
Well,
goes the other way.
oh,
Oh, no!
Dear
He's
me.
going to get 4 as well. Oh, no. Please don't show that again,
Krishnan
please.
Sahas-
Well, this is
Sahasranaman.
it's clever, though. I like it. And Pravan
Well,
here, he's leading the way,
I
isn't
still
he?
think, now's my turn. I think a smarter, yeah, I don't want to watch this again. But what I will say is that I would have thought that would have been a better play because there's a gap at fine leg. And if you're going to deflect, I would have tried to manufacture a fine leg little touch. But maybe he knew that Sahasranaman was going to fumble it. In which case.
Maybe.
Anyway, come on. Let's see some big shots here. 4 to come. Smart.
Yeah, it takes the wide. I mean, he knows he just gets a little bit on this. It's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah,
There's
some
no
people
fine
say,
leg.
well, why is this a wide? And I'll tell you why. It's just for simplicity, right? I know he's gotten out the way there, but it's the bowler's responsibility not to bowl the ball that goes down the leg side.
Isn't that a lovely leave?
Yeah.
And then some leaves look ugly. That was a very, very handsome leave.
110 on the board. Still half an over to spend. This will be gone.
Yep.
Yeah, so a 4th catch to Vahadi. Got to say, though, you know, when it came down to it, I know kind of what Praveen Ganesan was doing, but I'd like to see him maybe play a few more attacking shots in front of the wicket. You might get a little edge anyway. Here he tries to just deflect, gets a little nick through, so Cameron Khan will take his wicket. And yeah, I think when it comes down to it, I just would have liked to have seen him be a bit more proactive because there's a fine third man in place anyway. So even if you hit that, you're only getting 1. So it's just something to think about.
I think that's probably what he's trying to do here, actually.
Yeah.
I think he's probably seeing the eyes of Oscarani at the other end saying,
well,
okay,
it's Ruscaroni's
what are you
fault that he's...
doing?
Yeah, it's Ruscaroni's fault that he's down the wrong end anyway.
Yes, that's
because
true.
I still think he should have come back for that marginal too. But you see, Vahadi...
it isn't one more catch and he equals a record. And we've seen a record equaled here already.
Yeah, and he's taken
The
4
fine catches.
all in a row on the score sheet as well. All right, here we go. Time for some muscle. And it's Niraj Patel who will do the keeping for the Black Caps. He's coming up with 2 balls to go. Run. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's out. But this is where I like it that Oscaroni Ahmed is still basically yelled at him for missing the ball. Rico likes it. All right, talk us through this one. It'll be a run out. So it's kind of a fifer for Vahadi.
I just want to know what he's saying to the other batter here. I mean, he decides he's going to go. He goes running. Then look, he gets run out, and then he's
Like, wait, what you running for? But let me tell you, this is an idea I've got. I think, you know, you say yes, no, wait. They're the only 3 calls you should ever have in cricket, right? I think there should be a call called hold. I thought about this while I was away. Corey will love this, by the way. But if you're the non-striker, then Wascaroni Ahmed should have been calling hold to the other batter, which means I'm running, but you hold your crease until the ball comes down the other end. And that way, Oscaroni would have been safe.
Gets
Your
on
fourth run at
strike,
the other
yeah.
end, and at least he would get to face the last ball. Because when you both just run, I mean, that's about as easy as it gets for the keeper. But what I will say is good innings from Oscaroni Ahmed, who ends up with an even 50 off 21 balls, 4 4s, 4 6s. Here's the last ball, and it's another one for Van Hardy, and well, they're not going to get anything here. So it's an even 110 in the end. Look, VFB, Gelsenkirchen, certainly in the game, probably because of their very good start, where they are able to restrict it in a sense to 110. They'll feel that they wish they could have kept it down to double digits, but I've got to say, Oscaroni Ahmed did bat very well there. And had a bit of help towards the end as well. So yeah, Gelsenkirchen, essentially you feel like this afternoon they're kind of playing for their tournament life. They need at least one win here, preferably two. And they are in the game at the halfway point of match number 35.
Yeah, they certainly are. Look, another batter getting a 50. So we've seen that in all the matches today. We saw 50 from Sanka, 50 from Mudassar Iqbal, and then also from Panwar in the last match. And now another fine 50 from Oscarani. He batted really well. But look, the thing about the early part of these innings is I think the batters, they just thought they were going to score runs easily. I mean, that was a big moment, wasn't it? I mean, Van Cat being dropped, but he was only able to face another delivery, and he did go. So it wasn't a good day for Van Cat, and the openers just weren't able to get things going. But then we saw the run starting to come from the bat of Oscarani Ahmed. He batted really well. We saw some good catching. At this moment of time, they were up and about, weren't they? And they just needed a few more things to go their way. That was quite amazing because he was having a picnic at the other side of the field and thought that he could launch himself from there and keep the ball in play. He did very well, but well, there was a catch taken by our man Dali, and when he takes a catch, he always gives the ball a bit of a rub and a bit of a shine. This was a soft dismissal, wasn't it? And well, that was the captain Majid who went. This is when they needed something to happen, and they did. They got that partnership going, and that's one thing we've seen here today, Vinny, that all teams have managed at some point to get a partnership going. All teams have managed to get one batter that gets to 50. And I've always said, if you get one batter in your side that gets 50, then you will score 100, 110. And if you get another batter that gets in, that 110 can quite easily be 130, 140. That's what we saw here today. And we saw Vardy. He comes in to the side behind the stumps and takes catches and also a run out. So he certainly got several points on the fantasy dashboard for himself, and he'd be hoping to get a few more with the bat. This is where we say you don't chase them. This one, oh, that was Pravan. He went fine leg and then he went third man. He tried to do it again, but gets out, and you can see just there Oscarani saying to Pravan, look, why didn't you get bad on it? I need to get on strike. And then he tries to get on strike here, and he gets run out trying, but he's batting very well. He did get a half century to his name. And the Dusseldorf Black Caps is certainly not a very convincing display, far from convincing really from what we'd expect from them. But what they do show is that they have the depth in their squad. Even when the top order fail, they can come back and put runs on the board, and they have to thank, of course, Oscarani Ahmed for that. I mean, there was a Jamshed Khan started well, but he was in a hurry, wasn't he? He gave his wicket away really unnecessarily. Venkat Ganesan just hasn't really got going in this series with the bat yet. Hasn't had too many innings. And then we saw a valuable contribution there towards the end from Pravan Gunsan, who certainly earned the bragging rights for his family. The bowling, you have a look at that, you wouldn't say that anybody got blasted away. They'd be disappointed with the 11 wides that they bowled. I mean, that's certainly not going to help you. That would have, I mean, don't bowl those 11 wides. Remember, it's not just the extras, it's the extra ones that came off those extra 11 balls. That would have kept that score to under the 100. So they'd be pretty satisfied with the way that they bowled. There was 2 wickets there for the Aswathi. I think he bowled really well. Probably the pick of the bowlers there, but Rubesh, the captain, Pranapan, he bowled pretty well as well, just conceding 22. So mid-match summary here, 110 on the board. It's going to be the Nelson required for victory for a team that desperately need it. VFB Gelsenkirchen need this win to keep their hopes in this series alive. They're really looking to do the double over the team that have got a 4-0 record at the moment, the unbeaten Dusseldorf Black Caps. I'm Rika Full, and alongside me is Vinny Sandu, and we'll be right back for the conclusion of this match in just under 10 minutes time. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hasta pronto. Hello, good afternoon, and welcome back to the sunshine here at this beautiful ground, the Bayer cricket ground. The sun is out. It looks beautiful. The Maximo is going about doing his business in the far side of the field. And we still have to give it a face, I reckon. I'm going to work on that, I think, get some designs drawn up. And we have quite an exciting match online here. The Dusseldorf Black Caps, the team that are unbeaten in 4 so far, playing the 5th match. They've put 110 on the board. So 111, the Nelson required for a team that is desperate for the victories. They won the Golden Ball yesterday, which was the first points on the board for them, for Gleason-Crucian. And now, well, they need at least, well, minimum, they want 1 win from this that just keeps their hopes alive. But 2 could be what they need, and then hope that other results go their way. And more on that after this delivery. That's a good ball. Gets good chap. Oh, is he running into danger? Oh, if this hits, it would have been close. And that's risky, but I suppose that's what they have to do. That's Gleason-Crucian. If they want this, they've got to hustle. They've got to run hard. Picks it up, gets the throw, and I think he just makes it. Very good running, taking on the bowler. Yeah, I mean, what's the ideal scenario here for Gleason-Crucian is to win both these, and then hope that Dusseldorf Black Caps can do the victory, the double over Cologne CC when they play. Oh, this is just a beauty. Well, is that too high? What's the umpire thinking here? Well, he's thinking it is too high. We've seen a number of occasions. These, and we've mentioned it on comms, that there's a lot of deliveries that you think is going to hit the stumps. It misses the batters and then goes over the stumps because of the bounce on this pitch, and that was a good example of it. So, not out. Standing way down the leg side, and with this swing in play, could be in a bit of trouble, but not if it's bowled there. If it's bowled there, it'll be whipped away. And, well, just like that, Sahasranaman just clips his away, says thank you, that'll do very nicely. Yeah, you can see what the bowler has to be trying to do here is Mohamed Ruhail. He's got to start this around about the off stump and get it to shape back and then be hitting off, because he's certainly leaving the gate open. Look at that stance, very open. Oh, and he tries, just over pitches, gets bat onto ball, that'll take the single. So, Varde, they're too open with him. And we heard Vinny talking about Varde's a key player, Swapnil. He certainly played his part behind the stumps. Got a fantasy points to his name with some caught behinds and the run out as well. Nicely bowled, but well played. And you can see the difference in style between Varde and Sahasranaman. And that's basically Varde is. He's taken a middle stump guard. He knows the ball swinging into him, so he's going out and meeting the ball on the full, not allowing it to shape back to him. Whereas Sahasranaman is probably playing a little bit on luck this time. Gets a bit of bat onto it, gets it past the bowler, and take another single. They won't mind this at all. That's the end of the over. So we'll finish with 9. A little bit behind where they want to be, but I think they'll be focusing on what they score at the end of every 2 overs. So 9 off the first. 2 matches now without a golden ball. Golden ball, in case you missed it, came yesterday. And it was an exciting one because it was one that the batting side won. It was Cologne CC who put 93 on the board. And, well, the team out there, it was VFB, Gleason-Crucian, who were chasing. They got to 93 as well. 6 down. Mohamed OS was 49 not out. And he also was the man that faced the golden ball. And it was hit down the ground. And Shazad had to deal with a very, very difficult Tortuga bounce, which he couldn't. The ball popped over him. It went for 4. And they won the golden ball. In all fairness, though, I think even if he stopped it, they would have run 2. It was a very unkind bounce. In the air, chance. Oh, just dipping. Wasn't able to gather this. Gets fingertips to it. But doesn't stick, doesn't stay. Good effort from Oscarani, but he's not able to keep the ball in his hands. You see here, dipping viciously, comes forward, and just at the last minute, gets fingers to it, but not able to keep hold of it. Captain Majid. down the ground. Well fielded by the Kashif. And he's going to be difficult to beat out there. Shahab has taken some really good catches. That's one thing. That's one part of the Black Caps that has been so exceptional. I mean, even when sometimes they don't go on to score as many runs as you'd expect them to do, the way that they go about things in the field, and they're a very professional, well-drilled outfit. Well, this is Gandhi. This is the Gandhiest of Gandhi balls, and that ends up being 5. Well, I don't know what happens here, but this comes out the hand all wrong. Have a look at that. That's a nasty one, and the poor wicketkeeper can't do anything about that at all. So, well, Niraj Patel is probably having a look at his captain. Hey, Skip, what's that about? What are you trying to do there? So 5, just like that, from the captain. It's nice to see Fletch walking around with a clipboard in hand. Ball comes to him. I'm sure he'll be looking to take the catch. This is being played out to the third man. Takes a single. Tall man is the captain, Jid Ahmadzai. And you know that if he can get this ball on the seam, it's going to be very, very difficult to control. Wow, a few people said about that wide. And no power hitter batter in this team. Well, I don't know about that. Bit more pace there. Gets that one through. And that's what you'd expect from Majid Ahmadzai. The two batters just coming together and having a little chat. You can see that Saz Ranaman is getting a bit of advice from his opening partner, Vahade. Majid. Oh, beats him again, and this time it gets the edge as well. There's a good catch from Niraj Patel. Just beats him with pace. So it was the filthy 5 wides, but other than that, there's only been 2 other runs off the over, and now he gets that wicket. And like I said, he is a tall man, and if he gets it right, he's going to cause trouble. And here's that delivery again. Look, gets a bit of shape away as well. But one thing to notice about that is go back to what we were talking about, the LBWs. You can see the ball there clearly going over the stump. So unless it's really full and is hitting the batter sort of more or less inside his crease and on the back foot, you know that LBWs are going to be hard to come by. So they get the breakthrough. And yeah, I'm liking that Mandrake. He says, tell your friends, tell your family about the ECN. And also remember to get them to subscribe. Click the thumbs up. That's the key. That's all we ask, is to share the love and share the fantastic work that everybody is doing here from at the ground, from all of you guys, all of the moderators as well, everybody on the chat. We're just making this European cricket family bigger and bigger all the time. And around about 1,000 new subscribers at the moment every week, which is amazing stuff. And you guys on the chat are doing a terrific job on that. Slower delivery, it's played away, and well, bit of a misfield, and it's going to be 4 runs. Well, it gets through the inner circle, and the fielder out in the deep is not able to stop it, get something on it, and Huckleberry Hound, just like that, gets 4 to him. Yeah, look, you see, it's got to be side on there, not with the knee pointing forward. That's just going to make matters worse if he hits the knee. So 4 runs to finish the end of Ahmadzai's over, and the score moves on to 21 for 1 after 2.
Let's have a look at the table. Nice to be back, and hello Rico. That was Group A. Remember the Rising Stars thought we'd have a little peek at this, and that's how close Group A was. Have a look at the bottom Blue Stars. They only missed out by 2 points. 3 teams tied 4 and 4, so we know that the top 4 teams there will make it through to the quarterfinals. They'll be joined by the top 4 in Group B at the end of tomorrow. Yeah, that deep square leg position, that's where Rubesh Palaniappan, the Gelsenkirchen skipper, went for a bit of a swim. Remember, a very similar one to that one that kind of bounced off him, and then you end up trying to kind of swim towards the ball because he had no hands to use or anything like that.
Cap coming off, sunglasses ejected.
And they're pretty much going at the rate here. 11 and over. You don't want to really fall behind it. Here's Gaurav Gupta. He's had a good week with the ball. Starts with a wide though. It's a bit of a tradition, isn't it? But Harde's out there trying to find his feet, and Dali starts with a boundary himself. So, yeah, Gelsenkirchen, they need to win at least one of these games this afternoon to at least be alive in the competition. So this is a pretty good opportunity here. If they bat well, they're going to have to bat quite well, but they can chase these down. It goes large, and I think this one is travelling out of the ground. Maximo Swapnil is back. You don't need a PhD to know that that one is going to get you 6 runs. He hits straight through the line. Beautiful looking shot from the opener.
Yeah, loving this. Such a good shot. Like the way he just takes those few little steps forward, and the execution of that shot is absolutely brilliant. What a lovely shot. And this is easy as well. It's down the legs. You can't be bowling there to him. Well, he may have been sat behind a desk and working hard and studying hard, but he couldn't wait to get out there in the middle. He showed that when he was behind the stumps, when he was clinical, and now out there, well, he's playing some beautiful strokes.
Yeah, nice shot, back-to-back boundary, 6 and a 4, hungry for more. Well, my wife in the chat saying that why she doesn't like the wide lines painted red because they're a bit hard to see. Could I please paint them white? Well, you should know, if you know me, that I'm absolutely hopeless at painting around the house. It won't be me doing it. This one would have been a wide. Instead, it's banged and banged pretty hard to Raheel. He takes it on the first bout. That'll just be a single. But I mean, he's hitting him so well at the moment, Hardy, that he's going to go after that one anyway and still hits it pretty well, but just gets the single for it. Yeah, I've got to say, sometimes I've heard the umpires saying they don't like those wide lines white. I like them white. I think it's the easiest colour to see. Sometimes they want them blue, the tram lines I'm talking about.
There's a reason, and of course it's a very logical reason, and I think if you put your umpiring hat on is, if the ball, let's say there's a ball that pitches before the line, okay, then it can quite easily get camouflaged with the white line.
Yeah, so but that's a good thing to me, because if it gets camouflaged, then you know it's wide.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? No, I think that's actually a good thing.
I think it's clearer when they are coloured, to be honest. I think from an umpire's point of view, they would prefer that.
Would have been out if he hit, by the way. Pretty well backed up in the end. I see what you're saying. I just think I don't mind it, because then if you see any unholy union between ball and line, then for me I know that's wide. But I kind of know what you're saying as well, if it was maybe past the outside edge or something, or
and
close to the bat.
The other thing about it is, especially when you have the sort of weather that we've had here, this fixes away to take the single, doesn't mind that, is that the white can also, when the sun's right on it, can also glare as well.
Yeah.
So there is logic behind it. There's different ways you can look at it, of course.
We should make them gold. Anyway, at the end of the power play, and a pretty good start to the innings for Gelsenkirchen, who are trying their hardest this afternoon to keep their tournament alive. It's 35 for 1 after 3 overs. Decent power play. Verhade, you can see he makes a big difference. And look, really a shame they've lost Sadapathi, because he's been pretty good with the bat as well.
Yeah.
And he was listed at 6 in this game, but he's capable of batting a lot higher. So, yeah, still got Mohammed Awais, who was the opener yesterday. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't want to open with him here, because remember, he scored that 49. He won the game off the golden ball. Sure, Verhade's came back, but they came out with Sahas Runneman as the other opener. I would have thought perhaps they go Verhade and Mohammed Awais, but they've still got him up their sleeves. I guess that's a good thing. He's listed to come in next. Pavaluru still to come. So some good batting to come.
They've got batting. We saw that yesterday. Now they've got to deal with this man, FanCode, Ganesan.
Yeah, so this will be a big moment in the game, I think. I'm going to see the spin of Ganesan.
Starts with a Gundy ball. It's a full toss on the leg side and just clipped away. And that's what you need, you see. Just these couple of loose. Every time there's anything loose, you put it away. There gets plenty on this. There is a man at square, but this easily passes him 4 more.
Takes a bit of a risk by pretty much standing right in front of his stumps, because it's a full toss. It's an easy put away. If that was more of a Yorker, I think that could have been a big LBW shout. Verhade, quarter century off 11 balls. Just take one off the next one.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. And that's exactly what we saw that Oscarani Ahmed did in East 50. And he played the shots, but at the same time, he was clever enough to take the single as well and said, okay, I think what I need to do is done in this over. So he gives Amol Dali an opportunity to play a few shots. And he does. Hits this straight, and that's 4 runs. Once this gets over the bowler, it's going to go all the way. Interesting field set. I mean, they have got the long on that's back, but no long off. So
good shot.
It's almost like he's saying, oh, I want you to take me on. So he's sort of dangling the carrot, and at the moment, Well, that one, Darley wins the battle.
That's a brilliant shot, really. Yeah, Darley's capable. That's for sure. This one was nailed down the ground flat. Ganesen's got something to think about. 9 off the first half of his over.
2 men straight now. Oh, this is brilliant.
Where's he got this?
This is absolutely brilliant. What a catch. This is sensational. You will not see, I don't care what type of cricket you watch, you will not see a better caught and bowled than this. This is absolutely stunning. This takes your breath away.
I can't believe he caught it. I mean, I saw him drop it, and he must have got it on the scoop when it came out of his hand the first time. Let's have a look at it.
Wow, well, it's right in front of the umpires. What a catch this is.
Thought it was a good stop.
Vinny, that... Oh,
look, see?
That,
he
pops it up, doesn't he? Watch this.
Yeah, look.
That is world
Even
class.
the way he used his left hand to balance himself, I mean, that was an incredible catch. And how about just the presence of mind not to panic and how easy as you like. Venkat Ganesen hasn't been the best over so far, but it has a really good moment for him. It juggled, caught and bowled. The reflex, the technique, everything there was spot on. And now it's 44 for 2.
That is something else. I mean, you will not see better, folks. I mean, he knows what he's doing here. Look, he knows exactly what he's doing. He knows it's close to the ground. He pops it back up first. The way he balances himself with the left hand and takes it, and then cool and calmly as you like, he just gives the ball back to the umpire and says, umps, I think that's out.
Yeah, sometimes you just don't believe your eyes, and that was one of those moments. Fantastic work from Ganesen. A little bit of magic. This brings the highly combustible Pavaluru to the crease. Naresh Pavaluru bowled pretty well in this game. He likes to attack pretty much from the first ball. That's exactly what he does. Dragged away off the inside edge of the bat for a single.
Gets off the mark straight away. That's what you'd expect. I mean, I liked Pavaluru yesterday. I think he was the pick of the players for the Clinton side. And he's one that they want to see the back up pretty quickly. Also, remember, like we keep saying, you still got Mohamed Awais to come out there as well. He's hit well, got to get down. He does, but he's not able to stop this. 4 more runs. It's the captain, Majid Ahmadzai. That sort of puts in a 50% effort here. It wasn't a very convincing dive, was it? I know he's a tall man. He's got a long way to come down, but he sort of makes a bit of a bridge. The ball goes under, and it's 4 runs. And they're going pretty well here now. So 49, 2 wickets down at the 4 overs point. And plenty of action to look forward to coming our way as well. And remember, day-night matches.
It's going to be so great, isn't it, when we get to Khartoum? And so yeah, we'll be under lights. And so yeah, looking forward to seeing that. Be installed, I think, temporary lighting, but it should do the job. Yeah, looking forward to that. Starting on the 12th of September. It's less than 3 weeks away now, Rico. It's going to be great.
But the huge thing about that is the news that we had when we were in Rome, that not only we're going to have the European Cricket Championship, but we also going to have the T10 series.
Yeah, that's
as well
exciting, yeah.
During the weekends. It's going to be fabulous.
It's going to be busy, but we're going to enjoy it, and we love to be busy here. I mean, the fact that there's so much cricket has been created through ECN over the last couple of years is something I know that we're really proud of here at ECN. In fact, 52% of televised cricket last year was European cricket.
It's going to be wonderful. Listen, I've ordered my tent.
You're going to sleep there, are you?
There's no point.
Okay.
There's so much cricket. I'm just going to stay at the ground.
I'm just going to take my helicopter. And they promised me a helicopter
last time. You can't have the
year.
helicopter. You were told that last time. I think
We
Daniel
almost got a
Weston was
helicopter
after the
last time.
helicopter last
Yeah.
time. It never came. You can't have the helicopter. You can have a
Looking forward
tent.
to it.
They'll get you one of those electric scooters to get around.
All right.
In the air, and this is going to carry to a fielder. It should. He's all over it, though.
Wow.
It just doesn't look comfortable, and that's a man who he hasn't dropped anything, and now drops something that really, for a man of his ability, and that is, of course, we're talking about Kashif Shahab, of his ability, he doesn't drop them. What's going on here?
That's twice in 3 minutes that I can't believe my eyes, because I can't believe Ganesan caught that one, and I can't believe that Kashif Shahab has dropped this one, because he has such a safe pair of hands.
Yeah, that's quite an incredible drop.
Pavaluru gets a real break, and he's back on strike.
Oh my word. I can't believe this. Wow. Well, he's left this thinking he's going down the leg side, and it just misses the off stump.
Look at this. Look at the batter after it goes past him as well. This really bends.
Oh.
And then he looks like that side, and then he looks behind him like, did it go that side?
I don't think he realises where he's standing for a moment there.
Happened
How lucky is he?
Oh,
Pavaluru.
my word.
Oh, and then it could have been another quarter
He
ball
tried
chance.
to knock Mascaroni Ahmed into the next ball. Wow, what a game this is at the moment.
Well, what is happening here? That was
Oof.
a chance.
You want to call that a chance?
That's a chance, yeah. Come on.
A chance to
If
call the
Van Cat
ambulance
can
back,
hold on to
maybe.
his, if Van Cat holds on to his court and bowl, well, that one is easy.
Wow.
It's nicely played. I'm liking the line being bowled here by Oscarani. He's making the batter play everything, and it's full. It's pitched up. He's not allowing them to get underneath it, but they're having to get their feet into play to get to the pitch of the ball.
Yeah, you're exactly right. But 50's up now in the 5th over. They're pretty much on the pace here. Gelsenkirchen.
Not doing enough for me. So, what do you think? You up for it, 10? We do a bit of camping.
Yeah, we could.
I don't know
think
where you're
about
going
it.
to put all your shoes
I'm
and
more
all
of
your
a
suits,
glamper
though.
than a
That's the
camper.
problem.
It's the end of the over, by the way. It's 54 for 2. I'm more of a glamper than a camper. You know what glamping is?
You're a princess. That's what you are. Bit of a princess. You need. Where would you put all your suits?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, but you know what glamping is? Glamping is glamorous camping. It's
Glamorous camping.
basically, yeah, it's
So what makes it glam? You have a cabin instead, do you?
yeah, it's pretty fancy. Look it up. I'm more of a glamper than a camper. I'm just telling you that. And it comes with more glitter on everything as well.
Is there nothing?
It's glamorous.
Can't we have anything in between? Bit of both. Look, you know that Cardamom has everything, right? You know there's a lake at the end. So can you imagine that? If we set up, if we pitch up over there, we have a nice tent, we have the lake, we can fish for our food, get a little barbie going. Plenty of fish in there, you know.
I do like getting back to the outdoors sometimes.
Do you?
Yeah. But I do
You're not
also
you're
like...
not a naturalist, are
the
you?
thing is-
if you're a naturalist, then no.
Oh,
I'm
well,
not having you walking around in the nod.
well, you know, if
That just wouldn't be good.
I'm not afraid of it, I wouldn't say I'd choose it. You don't want to intimidate the animals either. It's yeah, I would say I don't mind it. And myself and my butler will often go out camping, and you know, as long as the things are done for me that I need, I'm pretty happy about it.
Okay, we'll talk about it later.
Okay.
Maybe that could be a conversation over our little drinky poo tonight. Anyway, where are we here?
This is Raheel, and he's normally a pretty good performer. Remember, he had a really good day Saturday with the ball. And yeah, well, right now, yeah, they're pretty close to that 11 and over that they need to beat. 6th overtime. Oh, do you think that
Have a look at that, folks. This is why LBW is so difficult on this pitch. This is
Yeah.
why the umpires, if it's front foot, they're going to say no. This one, you think it's hitting the stumps. And look, the ball bounces over.
Pavlura is not going to die wondering, if you didn't realise that already. But he just hasn't hit too many at the moment. He's 4 off 7. Oh, look at this one.
You see
Yep.
what I mean?
Yeah.
That's hitting the pads. Everyone's going up, thinking
Yeah,
it's
sure.
plumb. It's got to be plumb. It's found the gap, but they have got that sweeper out there now.
That's the one. A hard day for me, though, especially with Pavlura being more misses than hits. I think he becomes so important. He's faced 14 balls so far. So slightly less than half, but he's looked pretty good when he's been on strike. But he's got a bit of a test with the left arm of Raheel.
Well, a lot of people don't like your glamping. They're saying that's very un-Australian. You can't do it that way.
Yeah, I mean, you can. No, I'm not afraid. I actually do like camping.
How would you be with
you
the
know,
creepy crawlies?
We're
Because you're not very good with
I'm
creepy
fine
crawlies.
with the creepy crawlies.
No,
I'm
you're
fine.
not.
They
You're
annoy
not
me,
that
but I'm
good with
not. I'm
them.
not scared of them. They're a nuisance. Need one of those hats with the corks, you know.
Chance, but just wide of the fielder,
Oh.
and now he's going to try and chase it. Forget it.
Takes
It's
a friendly
gone.
bounce, doesn't it? That's
Yeah.
Karthik Suresh. And look, Raheel's got to cutters now. He doesn't think the ball's swinging for him, so he's rolling his fingers on a lot of them. Well, this is more good fortune than good management, really, from Farhade, but he will take the boundary. Yeah, you know what I used to love doing on school camp when we'd go camping? I would always have a tennis ball and I'd improvise some sort of a game of cricket. That's one thing I was really good at.
Yeah.
If we didn't have a cricket bat, we'd find like just the right width or length of a stick and we would improvise a game of cricket. So we'd make up the rules based on where we were staying as well in the wilderness. So yeah, I'm not afraid of it at all.
Well bowled again. He's bowling again. A very good full length. Oh, well, he has a shy at it. And thankfully, the captain, Majid, sees the danger and gets backing up pretty quickly.
Real Cinderella story. Gelsenkirchen can pull this off right now. At least it makes things very interesting with the table if they can pull off at least one win this afternoon. 2 will be even more interesting, I think. 2 there, I won't say safe, but they'll be safe-ish.
They're needing around 12. I mean, they're there or thereabout, aren't they?
Yeah.
This will help because, again, it strays on the legs, and anything that's going over there to any of the batters, has to be said, has been put away. So they're starting to believe here, Gelsenkirchen. You can hear their players, and they're part of the marquee, making a lot of noise.
Into the over at 64 for 2. Yeah, with Pavluru coming out, it's an interesting one for me because they still haven't gone for Mohamed Owais, who scored that kind of 49 plus 4 in the Golden Ball game, opening the batting. And Pavluru is a bit more of an aggressive option to send out there. He's 9 off 9 now, so he gets that boundary off the last ball of the over. But yeah, I'm just a bit curious why they wouldn't go to Owais, because Owais has shown he can bat for long periods. But maybe they think, well, Vahade's a bit more, what's the word, sensible? And so they want to mix a sensible player with a crazy player rather than have two sensibles. They just think they're having a free shot with Pavluru, saying, look, go out there, smack him round. If it doesn't come off, don't worry. We've still got Mohamed Owais to come. Maybe that's what it's about.
Once again in the air, this should be taken, and it has. No mistakes at all. Straightforward, easy catch. Thank you very much. And they get the breakthrough, they get the wicket. And that's the one that they would have been searching for, because Swapnil Varde, he's the man who was looking dangerous. He was looking like the man who was going to take this match away from them. But I think they were just sensing that they needed around 12 and over. He knows that that means you're looking for at least minimum one, but ideally 2 boundaries and over. He goes for it, doesn't get it, gets caught, so he has to go. But look, it's been a good start for him. 36 off the 18 balls that he faces. But the question is him coming in the team could be too late for them gaining into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, well, we still don't see Owais now. We're going to see Mubashir Hussain coming out. Well, maybe there's a bit of an issue with Owais, with his fitness. That's all I can think. But yeah, Varhade, that wasn't in the plan. He goes for 36 off 18, just a thick outside edge. And Askarani Ahmed does it again. Comes up with a big wicket. He's having a very good game, isn't he, on the back of the half century in the first innings.
Yeah, good catch there from Pravan as well. He's not having a bad day either. The younger brother of Venkat. Venkat, of course, has still got that over up his sleeve. And, well, we saw a remarkable Gorton bowl from him. We've certainly seen some outstanding things in the field here in Krefeld, just following on from the great stuff that we saw in Dresden as well. And the batter just pulling away there, not really sure what's going on. Maybe there was some movement or some talk happening. Goes back to his mark. New batter that joins Pavluru out there is Hussain. Tries to get hold of this, doesn't. And this is where you see the dot balls now could mount up, and all of a sudden that rate we're talking about, it's been around about the 12, can just escalate and go up to around about that 13 and a half, 14, and before you know it, you're looking at it's going to be close to that 18, which we know it's very difficult to come back from that.
Oh, didn't know too much about that, did he? And that's half an over with no runs now. Wicket dot. Mubashir Hussain, he's practicing all the shots right now, but he didn't really have a shot here except for, get out of the way, really. Try and keep your face intact.
It looks like he got ready to play the hook shot and then stopped himself.
You know why? Because the ball had reached him already. That's why he tries to turn it into a little fend. Another dot.
Yeah, another dot. They
Long
decide
dot.
not to go. You can see the non-striker is eager to get there, Pavluru, but Hussain, probably because he's on the back foot when he plays this, he takes a little walk around his crease. He knows the pressure's on that. This, I think he's already decided he's going for this. Big shot coming up here, Vinny. It's a hit or out, I think. And he hits it pretty well. It will only be a single. Very tentative when I say only be a single, because when that ball is bubbling around to a fielder, anything can happen on this outfield.
Take a quick goodbye to Helix, who's off for a little while, but hello to Archie in the chat. I'm going a little bit longer today, of course, because of the unscheduled delay due to that medical situation, but a very, very good game. Just seems like spiralling out of control at the moment, but Pavluru is the one man I think that can turn the tide back, and that's how. And he's going to go large over the leg side. Scoreboard pressure. The scoreboard's under attack. Maximo to finish the over. 71 for 3 after 7.
Yeah, well, that tells you one thing, and that is that he's got to go and strike. There's no point Hussain swinging and missing, like it's the end of the over. His very first ball, touch it, run, and get Pavluru on strike. But it is interesting, like you say, Mohamed Owais, what is going on there? The man who batted brilliantly yesterday. He really, 49 he scored. He was responsible for getting him to the scores being tied and getting them the golden ball victory. And yet there he is. We haven't even seen him going out there. That really puzzles me.
This is what's coming up in the last game of the day, of course, is match 36, and it's the last group game for Gelsenkirchen, their last chance to put points on the board. We'll start 45 minutes later than originally scheduled because of that situation. But yeah, Varhade makes a big difference to Gelsenkirchen, and it will be Gelsenkirchen chasing again because the Black Caps won the toss again. And Majid Ahmadzai decides he wants to bat first again. And Varhade, well, I think he should be going to his lecturer saying, can you please give me an extension on my PhD thesis because I need my team and my team needs me, because he'll be hoping that they can sneak into the quarterfinals, but is their last chance to get on the park in the group stage, because they do have tomorrow off. The other 4 teams will be battling it out in the group. So here we go, 40 off 18. Hussain, can he do something now? That's the question. Jamshed Khan coming to the attack in over number 8.
Oh, well, this is down the leg side. Look where he ends up trying to hit this. He's going the complete wrong way. Look, he's taken a leg guard and he's still going down the leg side. He needs to be walking the other way and just clipping it, just flicking it away.
Not a good shot, is it,
really?
really?
Easy shot.
Would have been a wide if he got across far enough. But even then, like, just read the room. Pavaluru, who needs to get down that end, doesn't he?
Got to play smart cricket.
Yeah.
You're right, Vinny. He's got to play smart cricket. Well, he's gone, and I don't think, it's not a nice thing to say, but I think that could be a blessing in disguise, because he was just chewing up deliveries. And the Jamshed, well, he's signalling 4 because he said, see that? He said, I bowled it so quick, the ball's hit the stumps and gone for 4.
Don't want a late no ball call, do you? The ball's gone down all the way past the rope, but yeah, in the end, he wasn't really in the same time zone as this one, was he, Mubashir Hussain? So 1 off 6, he burns a few balls, and they don't really have that to play with. Yeah, crashes off the top of the leg stump, way over everybody. And even that, it was just a wild waft. His feet are outside the line of the ball. He'll look at that, and he'll probably learn a few things from that dismissal. But right now, he seems in a bit of a pickle, to say the least. The score, 71 for 4. And finally, we're going to have a look at Mohammed Owais here, batting at number 6.
Yeah, I mean, is he coming in too late for me? Yeah, 15 required now per over. He's a man for me. If I'm the captain and I saw what happened yesterday and they got that first victory, for me, I'm saying, yeah, I might have big, strong hitters, but if this man can bat all the way through the innings, he opens for me.
Yeah, he would have been.
Everybody works around him.
I would have had him opening or 3 at lowest, really. But hindsight's 20/20. Maybe he'll get them home here. So, yeah, 2 very capable batters, but can they go at the rate required? They need 40 off 16 again. Imagine if it was 40 off 20, just a little bit easier if they had burned some of those dot balls.
And normally, what we say is backed up by the next ball being smashed to the boundary. Let's see. It doesn't go to the boundary.
Oh,
but,
no.
Oh, dear.
Oh, well, someone's got to run. Where's the ball?
The batters.
Oh,
they're not going to get it
be
out.
out.
Oh, my word.
Oh.
What is that? Only on the European Cricket Network do you see something like this. But this is quite amazing. This is quite amazing. Jamshed Khan, I think, finally gets the run out. But, oh.
This is nerves. Just taking off.
Gee.
He's not going to be out. Look, you see, don't look at his partner. How can you mess this up? And Jamshed Khan goes and gets it, does he?
He gets it, and he gets a direct hit, doesn't he? So, what do you mean he's not going to be out? What are you talking about? They're not going to be out.
No, well, I said that's what I thought.
That's a direct hit. Look, he's out.
No, I mean, he's not going to be out, is what I thought about here. But then, wow.
I can't believe. But why are the batters racing against him to get back?
Jamshed Khan to Niraj Patel to Jamshed Khan run out.
The throw from Jamshed Khan.
It's
a good job his bowling is better than his throwing.
So
really.
much goes wrong here. I mean, firstly, you see Owais doesn't look at his partner. He looks at the ball, and then he literally gets to the other end. He literally completes one. And, I
want to see this at this speed. Come on, do it for me, Martins. I want to see you speed it up. Come on, this is going to be great. Speed it up.
Right.
Let's have it at the fast speed. Here we go. Look at that. I love it.
I just love that it went nowhere. I thought the keeper might be able to go and get the ball. He was probably going to get there faster, but he just stood still. So Jamshed said, okay, I'll go get it. And then he gets it, hits the stumps.
Well, why aren't any of the batters trying to run and get there? If they did, they would have made it.
Probably they weren't queuing up to run to that end because they had a good feeling that might be them that was out. That's why, if you want to know the honest reason. And so always goes from hero to zero, literally. Although he did kind of get one run, but because his partner didn't run, it won't count.
Yesterday's hero is
dear.
not to be today's. He's gone for it.
Jeez.
Well,
Things you see, hey?
that was the strangest duck that you'll see.
Especially because he ran 1.9. 1.99, basically. Oh.
We see everything.
Oh, we do.
European Cricket Network. We see everything. And I always say it's a frenzy of action, entertainment, excitement, and some drama, and really some comedy as well.
There's the ambulance. No, not really. I don't even know what that is. Can we say that again?
That's our electric tuk. That's one of the electric tuk.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. That's right, they'll get away with the run here. That's looking pretty cool over there. Just doing laps. You've got some sort of purpose. Maybe picking up some rubbish or something. Anyway, into the 8th over. It's a long way home now for Gelsenkirchen. 74 for 5 after 8.
Yeah, I mean, just when we thought maybe the way he's going out there could change things, get the momentum going, he doesn't. Has the opposite effect. And well, at least he was, when he got back, he was warmer than he was when he got out there. He said he warmed up, didn't he? I don't know.
I still can't believe that run out. I know why he runs straight away because he's hit on the pad, and that makes batters anxious. So you want to run to make it seem like you're not bothered, but you are bothered. He has a quick glance, and it looked like his partner might run, but then so he commits to the run and then doesn't notice because he breaks eye contact that his partner's stopped, and he's watching the ball all the way. Then he realizes he's in a big mess. A huge mess. Then he stays on strikers and he sees the ball get away from the keeper, but he's not in a rush to run back, thinking, well, maybe the other guy will run. Because I've already run. This way, the other guy can run. The other guy's like, nope, I won't be running to that end. No, thank you. And this will be out as well. Oh, the wheels are off now. Well, Gelsenkirchen said it was a Cinderella story, but this has quickly turned into a horror story at the moment as Khan departs for just 2, and it's 74 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, that's another one that goes. But the thing that made that run out for me is the bowler, Jamshid Khan, because the throw was awful.
It's terrible. Even then
I love the way
should have done better.
He knew he was the guilty partner, so he knew he had to run and get it and throw it again.
I still think that the keeper, it wasn't a fast throw, and the keeper should have, you need to identify then, even if you have to take some steps away from the stumps, it doesn't matter. Just get the ball miles away from the stumps and then walk it back and take the bails.
But
he kind of reached for it.
The keeper gets the assist for that, right?
Yeah, he does. Last 2 players to touch the ball get credited with a run out. And not often you're the first and the last to touch the ball. Wow. But because Mohammed Owais, they're at the same end, Mohammed Owais saying, well, I've run, so you should run. That way, if you make it, then we'll get a run. But that wasn't really convincing Pavaluru that he should run. Anyway, it looks like this looks like it won't be this game that they're going to pull off the upset. And I still have one chance to try and knock them off and keep their tournament hopes alive. And we'll rely on Clan CC getting pummeled a couple of times tomorrow by the Black Caps. Here's Shahab. Wicket first ball. Ooh. And almost a wicket second ball. This almost goes back onto the stumps.
Well, this is a pretty sharp delivery. Well, there's a man, I mean, we've seen everything happen in this one. Well, that quite easy look, it starts going backwards.
Yeah, just so you know, I'll just give that back to you.
Yeah. This man, of course, was saying, Shahib, he dropped the catch as well, which we've never seen him drop anything.
Yeah, Rusty gets 2 hits but gets no runs.
Catch it. They're not catching this. It's going to be 4 runs. 4 carreras. And that's what they need here. Hey, where are they? Didn't I say to you that pretty soon, if they don't get going, this rate is going to get to a point of no return. It's 20 now.
Oh, yeah.
So
we passed the point of no return a while ago. I think it was Mohammed Owais that passed the point of no return at some point in that run out. I bet he'll never get out like that again in his whole life. I don't think I've ever seen one quite like that. I had a good question about when are you allowed to hit the ball twice or deliberately hit the ball twice as a batter. I'll tell you in a second about that rule. Well, it's pretty convincing body language from the batter who just runs and says, well, you might appeal, but I'm going to run. And that's about
What does the umpire give this though?
Oh, he hasn't moved.
He's got to give a signal.
Yeah, you got to give it a bite. Yeah, good point.
I was going to say, you've got to give something if he's not
Yeah, I
out.
don't think he hits it. I think Pavaluri, he's had about enough by now. He's just watched.
Was that a guilty man running?
No, I think he actually doesn't hit it. But Pavaluri said, I've seen about enough of this. He's just watched carnage at the other end. And so he's there, 16 off 11. And we'll have to do pretty much the impossible if we can bat them back into this one. So, yeah, I'll come back to that in a second. But first, let's watch Shahab. Pavaluri goes for it. No surprises there. He'll just get a single, so that doesn't help that much. Yeah, so you're allowed to hit the ball twice as a batter only if you are protecting your wickets. So you're protecting your wicket from being bowled. So if you hit it once, or even if it hits your body, that counts as a hit. If it's rolling on the stumps, you can hit it away. But there's a couple of conditions with it. And one is that you can't obstruct the fielder taking a catch. So if you nicked it and it was like the keeper's up to the stumps and you're trying to protect your stumps, but that wouldn't be okay. I'll wait for this because this should be out. Ganesan's under it and it will be taken. Yeah, he's not going to drop too many, is he? Awasti goes aerial, but he finds Venkat. And so unfortunately, looks like Gelsenkirchen going down in this one. And the score is 80 for 7 at the end of the 9th over.
Yeah, nice catch from the German international captain. He's not going to make any mistakes here. Watches it straight into his hands. Talented player. Hasn't really turned up with the bat yet. We saw him really struggle, but we saw him bowl very well. I wonder if he's going to keep hold of the ball and bowl the last.
His time will
go
come.
with.
His time will come. Yeah, so just to finish that point, there is a mode of dismissal called hit the ball twice, and you don't see it very often at all. It's really rare, even probably more rare than obstructing the field, for example. But that's if you deliberately hit the ball twice, is what it says it is. And for example, a kick or any kind of deliberate action is counted as a hit. But the exception is you can do it if you're protecting your wickets. You can do it if you're protecting your wickets and you're not obstructing a catch or anything like that in doing so. But the other thing, and I have actually seen this once. I've seen it once. I don't think we've ever had to hit the ball twice on the ECN, although we should have had one once and no one really knew what was going on, and in the end they didn't appeal, but they should have.
Yeah.
But I actually saw it live once. It was a lower grade game next to a game I was playing. And what happens was the guy was protecting his stumps and did it legally.
Yeah.
But what happens is then the non-striker called him through for a run. So this is the other thing about it. Let's wait for the start of the 10th over. Jamshed Khan. It's going to start. They might get 2 here. Fairly long throw coming. And now they'll eventually go, and had to do a fair bit of sideways movement in Raj Patel in this innings, the keeper. Yeah, so in that circumstance, he legally hit the ball twice, but the rule also says that you're not allowed to try and score off it. So because it wasn't even the striker's idea, poor guy, the non-striker was towards the end of a one-day game, calls him through for a run, and as soon as they run on an appeal, it's given out, hit the ball twice, and that's when the only time I've actually seen it live.
What if? Here we go. So what if?
Give me a what if then.
Yeah. What if? So you've in that same scenario.
Yeah.
So the ball's hit you. It's about to drop on the stump. So you literally just one-handed with the bat deflect it.
Yeah.
So you're allowed to do that
That's
legally.
fine. Yeah, that's
but then
fine.
in the process of doing it, the ball goes to the boundary.
That's an interesting one. I believe then it probably should be no score. I don't know if it's necessarily out. I have seen a guy, and this actually happened in a game I was playing in first grade, so pretty decent level cricket. It's one below first class in Australia, where he blocked at the bowler and stood in his crease. The bowler pinged it at him, and just angrily, and it was going to hit him, so he wafted his bat one hand, and he smacked it, and it almost went to the boundary. They appealed, and it got given out.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was filthy. Costa Kapenkopf. I still remember who it was. In Subiaco in Australia. Yeah, and he was just like, well, what happened? I think I'd actually gone to grab something from the changer and came back and looked in the scorebook and saw obstructing the field and said, what's going on here? And these days, probably the guy who throws it's in more trouble these days, because they're cracking down on that a little bit, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but it's good. It's a good, interesting one.
Yeah, because the thing is, I suppose it's where the umpires would have to decide if it was unintentional. So if he's just trying to save his wicket. So I think if he's trying to save his wicket.
But he's trying to save it so hard that you've hit the ball for 4.
Yeah, I mean,
it could be like you've danced down the pitch, it's coming back, and you dive and like whack it away. Anyway, here's the last ball of the match. I've got one more on that, but I'll wait for it. I'll probably see a run out here. Yeah, grab the stat. Why not? Jamshed says, thank you very much. 110 to 84. Gelsenkirchen, well, it's a game to forget for many reasons.
He's not going to miss this. We've already seen him have practice at throwing at the stumps the other end. Jamshed Khan.
He says, when I'm throwing at that end, I'm pretty accurate. So he says that's how to do it. So, yeah, it will be a win. It was a pretty competitive game in the end, but Gelsenkirchen just, the weight of the chase was a little bit too heavy for them in the end. And congratulations to Black Caps. Now they're 5 out of 5, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, they were in this all the way up until at the end of the 7th over, weren't they, when it was 71 for 3. I mean, like for like, at that point, 71 for 3, 78 for 5. But then, Jamshed Khan, that all happened in that over, those 2 wickets, which included that crazy run-out.
Yeah, yes, that was crazy. So before we get to the highlights, I'm just going to finish what I was going to say there. Now, you remember the underarm, Trevor Chappell underarm? And some people were saying, well, what he should have done is this, and like kicked it up and then hit it for 6. But if you did that, that's hit the ball twice. Because if you kick it up deliberately, then that would count as hit the ball twice. Remember Dougie Walters said at the time, said, yeah, I'll show you what you should have done. He got someone to bowl it and he kicked up with his toe and he smacked it for 6. Anyway, this is what's coming up. Last game of the day, match 36. It's a little bit later than usual. 15 minutes to the first ball. The Black Caps will try to go 6 for 6. And Gelsenkirchen, well, they need to try and stay alive. And to do that, they need a win. It's a must win for them. They only have that golden ball victory. Well, that one was a brown ball, to be honest. It was nowhere near where it needed to be. But when he needed to be, he was on target. Majid coming up with some early wickets. And yeah, Sahas Runamum was sent to the top of the order. For me, the big mystery was Aways, who came out very, very low after his fantastic contribution in the golden ball match. And when he did, well, you won't want to watch the replay back. We'll see it shortly. But before that, it was Swapnil Vahade at the top of the order, who was really making a game of this.
Yeah, he was the one that kept things going, didn't he? He played a very good innings, 36 of 18. And while he was out there, anything was possible. I mean, this was so sensational, though. I mean, that, you got to say that Dali is probably one of the unluckiest person here today, because that's been smashed. And Venkat Ganesan, what a catch that was from him, the caught ball. It's probably one of the best I've seen, in a long time.
Yeah, the presence of mind to get it and even balance himself on his non-catching hand. I think that's what made that catch so special. But Askarani Ahmed had a very good game as well, didn't he? Not only with the bat, but also the way he applied himself with the ball. And Pavaluru was sent out before a couple of others. He was really swinging for the fences. And well, there's this. And a waste when he finally did come out. He found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time, and then in the right place at the wrong time. And we'll never see a run out like that again, I don't think. But anyway, it kind of summed it up, didn't it? As Gelsenkirchen, they just couldn't chase down Miss 111 that they needed. And in the end, we saw the wickets tumbling pretty hard and fast. Pavaluru was left holding the baby. And Venkat Ganesan took a good catch there. Jamshed Khan said, well, we can't lose the game, so I'm going to go for the run out anyway. And he says, yep, I'll just have another run out in the book. Didn't need the keeper to intercept it between his 2 touches that time. Black Caps, I've mentioned for me, I think they've been probably the most impressive team, pound for pound so far. They're still undefeated 5 games in, and they'll want to make it 6 out of 6 this afternoon. Looking at the scorecard, Vahade on his return went to the top of the order, scored 36 off 18, the top scorer. The only other player, though, to hit double figures was Pavaluru, 20 not out off 16. You can see didn't have a lot of help. And poor Awais, he's got the yips now. Apart from the golden ball, which doesn't count to his stats, he was on 49. He went dot, and then whatever you want to score that one as. Getting run out, going back for a second when your partner hasn't moved.
Yeah.
And they used 7 bowlers in total. Shahab, 2 for 5. Bowled a really good over in there just towards the end. Apart from that, you saw Jamshed Khan 1 for 7, well below run and ball. Askarani Ahmed followed up his good effort with the bat with 1 for 11 off his 2 overs. The other wickets went to Ganesan, the spinner. Venkat Ganesan, that is, and Majid Ahmedzai, the captain. Well, what can you say about that? That was one of the longer games you'll ever see, but you won't have to wait too long for the last game of the day. We will be back in about 10 minutes for match number 36. It's the last chance for VFB Gelsenkirchen to stay alive in the tournament. Let's see if they can do it. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full with you as well. And hopefully you have time to join us for the last game of the day. It's just around the corner. You're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Germany. It's time for the last match of the day. Lots of entertainment in the previous match between these two teams. And once again, it's Düsseldorf Black Caps who are taking on VfB Gelsenkirchen in match 36. Let's go over to the tournament referee, Rob Kemming. He's with the two captains. Let's see who wins that coin toss.
Tails.
Tails is called. It is tails.
Tails. We are gonna wait first.
So it looks like the Black Caps, once again, they've won the toss. Same plan, they want to bat first. And I think they did recover pretty well after losing 4 pretty early wickets, but they showed just kind of how good their middle order is. It was Raskroni Ahmed with a very important half century that was able to drag them over the 100 last time. But we know that VfB Gelsenkirchen, for them, I got to say, it's really good to see Swapnil Verhade back. I know that there was that scary moment last game with the collision, but it does look like, for the most part, everyone will be okay. So that's why this game is slightly delayed, but still VfB Gelsenkirchen, pretty much a must-win game for them, you feel. But let's just see what happens. I mean, they're a team that does believe, and they have shown they can make inroads into the top order of the Black Caps. Let's see if they can do it again. Rico Full is in the commentary ice cube. Let's get ready for the start of match 36. Black Caps winning the toss and batting. Over to you.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu there, giving us the insight to this match. Match number 36 on day 9. And it's a biggie, isn't it? And we were saying that Gelsenkirchen, they needed to try and win both to really give them, well, a bit more chance of survival, really. But this one is a must-win match. Don't win this, and then, unfortunately for them, then we might as well say adios to them. They won't be seen in Friday's quarter-final draw. So much to play for. We did see signs of what they could do. I think they started pretty well with the ball and also with the bat. I mean, so there were highlights in both disciplines of the game, but they weren't able to finish well. I mean, with the ball, they did have the Black Caps in a fair bit of trouble, but the one man they couldn't get out was Raskroni Ahmed, who made 50 exactly of 21 deliveries. He made the difference of them getting to that 110 score. And then with the bat, I mean, they were thereabout. I must admit, I was a little bit sort of surprised with the batting order, with 1 or 2 batters, for example, like Mohamed Owais coming lower down. 102 to 76 is what the bat versus ball wall says in favour of the Black Caps. Of course, we notice now that there's another green dot, if you like, to be added to the timeline for the Black Caps, but it goes back to red for Gelsenkirchen, because after that victory yesterday, the golden ball victory, well, they'll be remembered for that anyway, but they'll be hoping that they'll be remembered as a team that, despite the odds stacking up against them, do make it through into the quarterfinals. But to do that, they've got to win here. And the other thing that they need to try and do is win well, because if other results do go in their favour, if they were to get this victory, the net run rate would be pretty key as well. So really, it's not just a case of win this one, it's a case of trying to win it, and win it comfortably. We've seen there the tall figure of the non-striker, FanCode Ganesen. And the man on strike who thumps this down the ground. Watch the bounce, and he does. It's nicely done there by Naresh Pavalura. Jamshid Khan hits the first one down the ground. It's a bit of a full toss, bit of a loosener from Rubesh, the captain. Rubesh is somebody that I think the more the teams play against him, the captain Rubesh planning up, and the more they'll get to know him. He's somebody who's got this little run up. It's not a huge run up, but he's bowling the ball a lot slower than what you think he's coming at. But once you've faced him a few times, I think you then get used to it. And I think you're going to start to see that more and more, maybe from the batters that have faced him already. So, FanCode Ganesen, can he make a better contribution with the bat this time round? Takes a long stride into that one and leaves it. It is a wide. So, the two captains. Captain of, not the captain of his side, FanCode, but does captain the German national team. He's on strike, and he's facing the captain of VfB, Short. Just decides to just play this back down. I mean, I think if he was more confident, and if he was coming into this match with good form, I think that's one he would have just whipped away. It's one that a lot of left-handers love to play. Oh, a little nudge, delicate, and a few issues with the fielder picking it up, but he does get the stop on it. That's Murugesh. That just takes a single. Gentle dab there from Ganesan. Gets the first runs off the bat for his team on the board. Running up, and once again you see he's just not pushing the ball through at all. And you can see that even the way he's holding it, it's almost like he's holding it sort of loosely, sort of almost in the tip of his fingers. So he's getting no momentum going through the ball. It's almost a bit like bowling a knuckleball. Nothing coming through on it, no pace. Ganesan back on strike, left-hander. And he once again just gets in line with it, drops the bat on it, quite happy for the moment just to be taking the singles. And as I said, he's not an out-and-out aggressive type of batter. I've seen that in his style even when he's playing the T20 format, but he does manage to adjust pretty well and end up getting runs for his team. He's the sort of batter that can bat all the way through the innings and have the big hitters work around him. And Jamshed gets a good swing on this, bobbles away to the man at third, who does the fielding, Aswathi, and they'll take the single. The end of the first over, 6 on the board. And a nice steady start. And remember, you can get in touch with us, and as I'm talking about ways you can get in touch with us, you can see Vinny Sandhu, it looks like he's doing one of his posts. So just as I'm talking and giving you away, well, you know what you can do. Get onto whether it's Instagram or Facebook. Well, that's how you can get in touch with us there. And lots of other ways as well. TikTok now as well. So, yeah, get in touch. And remember, one thing we were talking about yesterday was, like, wherever you are, do get the cricket casted up. And if you take a photo of it, we'll send it through to one of our accounts. And we'd love to give you a mention and share it as well. Maybe we can organise that, not a problem. But look, one thing I will say on behalf of myself and Vinny, look, that we get so many lovely messages from so many people, and it's just impossible to reply to them all individually. So we want to take this opportunity, as you always do, to say thank you to everybody that gets in touch with us and is always communicating with us. We really do appreciate it. So you guys are brilliant, and it's just unfortunate that we're not able to reply to each and everyone individually. But we really appreciate all your comments and feedback. This one has been smashed, and this is out of here.
That's a big shot, isn't it? It's just kind of a little bit short of a length, and he launches this one. Well, the top order might have misfired for the Black Caps last time, but I think Jamshed Khan has other ideas this time. That one was comfortably out of the ground. That was in the forest and not to be found again. I want to say hello to everyone. I have started an Instagram live. It will definitely finish when my phone overheats, which is normally after about 5 or 10 minutes. And that's because of the heat at the moment. Already up to 32 degrees. Beautiful day. I'm in Krefeld, Germany, just outside Dusseldorf.
I'll give you a tip. Take it off the charging.
Okay, I'll try that.
Yeah, because I reckon that heats it up.
All right. Is that better?
Yeah, give that a go.
It's the worst angle now.
Aswathi is the bowler.
He's bowling once again to Jamshed, who launches this towards his non-striker. And this one could be another boundary. It will be. So just hit so hard, even though there's long on. Had to go probably 10, 15 metres to his left. He couldn't get there. Cuatro carreras más.
Yeah, nice shot. And, well, it was his, like you said, the non-striker. Madhket Ganesan had to be aware of this. He ducks, gets over his head and gets 4 more.
Got a bit of a Romanian flavour, actually, at the moment to the chatter. So Nishant Devray is in there. Pavel Florin's in there as well. And Rish saying he's got Jamshed Khan in his fantasy team as vice-captain, so he wants to see him make some runs. He's 13 at the moment. Paces up to Awasthi again, and, well, it almost gets a ledge on this one, swings and misses. So, yeah, it's last game of the day, so random questions, we normally say it. Last game of the day, bit of food chat as well. And, yeah, just throw them in there. I'm really happy to see so many familiar faces. And Nishant Devray plays for Cluj in the Romanian League. Of course, Pavel, he's very famous as well. Had a Vishal in the chat, says big fan. That's really nice. And a few people looking forward to some other cricket, like India-Pakistan. In around about a week's time, I think. This next one will just be a single cut off by Kamran Khan. Yeah, a few people talking about the injury as well. And we haven't heard anything more, but we'll certainly get an update for you tomorrow. That was Sadapathi, who who took a bit of a knock to the head in a collision and then had, just a bad reaction essentially that forced us to halt proceedings while he got the medical attention that he needed. And so, certainly hope he is going okay. He certainly was better by the time he left the ground. And we'll be hoping that his team, Gelsenkirchen, can come up with a win last game of the day. They need it to stay alive, don't they?
Going to come around the wicket to the left-hander.
It can be dangerous. You mentioned Venkat Ganesan hasn't really fired with the bat so far. And he'll like this. He'll really like this. It's angled in towards the body, turns on it. That goes down all the way to the deep backward square leg boundary, and you cannot bowl there to Venkat.
No, I mean, it's a lovely shot. We saw that he opted not to play one earlier when it was early on, before he really got going. But this one, look, it's shorter. It's a nice height for him. He knows there's no risk involved. And I think with this angle coming around the wicket, it works to his favour, works to his advantage. Yeah,
I think so. I think you've got to get across him. I mean, he's a good player anyway, Ganesan, can probably drive you through the covers. I'd much rather, if I was bowling, I'd much rather he try to hit me through the covers. Maybe I can get a little nick or something angling across him than just bowling into the body so he can turn on it at this pace. A few people ask me about the T20 World Cup. Who do I think will win? I don't know. I picked Australia last time. Corey laughed at me. This one bounces a bit more than Ganesan thinks. He's sent back. Has to hustle back.
Oh, well, yeah, he's felt this on his. He's going to take the glove off here in a minute. I think this is wedged his hand onto the handle of the bat for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully he's all right here. It's the end of the over. So 21 without loss after 2. Let's have a look at the table. I'll even give my Instagram people a look at the table if you like. You want to have a look over here. You can see Dusseldorf Black Caps there at the top of the table. They are undefeated 5-0, and so it's a top versus bottom situation, but there wasn't too much between them last time. VfB Gelsenkirchen, their only win was a golden ball win, and basically the equation is this. They need to win to have any chance of qualifying. If they don't win, pretty much they're done like a duck dinner, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, you saw that. The table will speak for itself. They're sitting at the bottom, 2 points behind their nearest rivals. And they need a win, and even then you see it needs to be a good win. Net run rate is going to be so key. But look, we've seen stranger things happen. We saw how Group A really did change about. Oh, this is hammered. This is MC Hammer style. Well, there's a nice catch by the 12th man out there. It's just a crazy catch. He does a fletch. He just gets up, takes the catch, throws it back. No celebration like Fletcher's, though. Big hit.
Right team, wrong player taking the catch. I think it's the 13th man that takes the catch here. Jamshad, well, he liked that, didn't he? He knew from the moment they hit his bat that was 6. Maximal time. What's the reply here from Kamran Khan? Similar shot this time. The outfielder should get there, does, and they're happy with the single. So I want to say hello to Danush, who's in the YouTube chat. Of course, we are always on our YouTube chat, Eastern European Cricket Network. And to Mandrake as well, and to Maya. And we've got Life is Precious in my Instagram chat saying he's tired of trusting Venkat Ganesan because he's always picking him in his fantasy team, and it's not going well because he hasn't been scoring any runs. Well, I can tell you good news, Life is Precious. The man is still out there. In fact, he's facing up right now. Has hit one boundary. Oh, well, there's plenty of bat in this, and I think it pitches miles outside the leg stump. They're going to take on a 2 here. Just to see what the umpire says here. Oh, I think it was bat. Yeah, bat. So Life is Precious will be happy. A couple more points for Ganesan, getting a couple of runs there. Raj Beer was asking me to explain the current points table. Well, I just did that, but basically the top 4 of the 5 teams in Group B, they'll make it through to quarterfinals Friday. And we will be making the cutoff pretty much around this time tomorrow.
Yeah.
At the end of the day of day 10. There's Cameron. Another one pitches outside leg stump. Pretty nice leg glance. This is racing away, and that'll be 4 more. Ganesan, well, getting plenty on his pads, and he's feasting on it at the moment. And Black Caps, much better start this time around.
Yeah, he's just straying on his legs, on his pads, and you can't be doing that. And, it's an easy hit. They missed out on the one before. Getting it to the boundary. Didn't hit it clean enough. But this one, look, just a little paddle, isn't it? Just using the pace.
Yeah.
Gets into line very cleverly. Very good cricketer, very clever cricketer, plays good, authentic strokes, and when he's flowing, he's a joy to watch.
He sure is. He can just play normal cricket shots. We saw that with Sanka earlier today. Here's the next ball from Kamran Khan. This is in the air, and it should be gone. It is gone, so Ganesan fails again. He tries to go aerial over cover. and he's going to have to go. So, disappointment once again. And, well, that just gives Gelsenkirchen a sniff, doesn't it? So, after all of that, it is VfB that have the last laugh as Ganesen is going to have to depart. He wasn't able to really cash in on a couple of good balls, but he got away to the boundary. He's the first to fall for 12, and it's 34 for 1.
Yeah, just a change of line, really. Goes from, starts bowling it onto the legs, gets this one outside the off, and he wants to go for a powerful shot. Wants to be hitting this over that infielder, but doesn't get enough aerial leverage on it, doesn't get the timing, and he has to go. But it's better. He'll gets his team to a better start than before. 34 is the partnership between the openers. He now makes way, but the thing about him is he doesn't chew up too many deliveries. It's the man who takes the catch. It was the captain, Rubesh.
Yeah, well, it's a good catch by the captain. He's a pretty good fielder, isn't he? Cameron, like I said, has the last laugh. Now, next one, we see a leave. We've seen a couple of these. Mohammed Raheel, who's, for the most part, had a pretty good tournament with the bat and the ball, but missed out earlier today. Into the power play, 34 for 1. Hello to Isra. Isra is in my chat at the moment. He's a very, very good spin bowler here in Germany. And so, yeah, a few people asking, how do they join the YouTube live chat? As I believe, because it is for our viewers that are not in the subcontinent, then it's certainly can be difficult for them to join the live chat. But there are certain ways, if you can manage your location, let's put it that way, then you can get involved in the live chat on our YouTube channel.
Manage your location.
If you can just
like
manage your location.
I like the way you put
If you can somehow transport yourself to another location virtually, that's all I want to say about that. Raj Beer is in there as well. It says that he loves our dedication, every day full of energy. Well, it's easy for us because we love what we do. And so, yeah, big thanks. And a lot of people ask me what I think about the India-Pakistan game. Who do I think will win? It's hard to call, isn't it? I mean, Pakistan weren't really convincing against the Netherlands, but I think they'll fire up against India. I'd say India probably go in as favourites, but always happy to see those teams meeting. I think it's a good thing when they meet. It's a healthy rivalry, and of course, you know, the countries have some issues to work through, but I think sport's a great way to bring them together, and there's a common love of cricket throughout that whole region, right? Yeah,
absolutely. I think those two teams have done so much to sort of repair a lot of the damage that exists between those two teams, and it's nice to see the players of both sides joining together and showing that friendship and peace is the way forward.
It sure is. Here's Mohammed Awais, who had a bit of a moment to forget earlier. This is probably another one for the keeper because it just comes back off the pitch, and this is going to be 4 byes. It's straight over middle stump. And VfB, who had such a good start really in the previous game, they've had a bit of a shocker of a start. Vahade's a good glovement, but that one just does too much for him, and it bounces straight between the bat and the pad, straight over the stumps for 4.
Yeah, it's we've seen that a few times, particularly from the slower bowlers, because I don't think the wicket keepers are expecting it to do that.
Yeah, well, he wasn't. That's why he missed it. Didn't have too much time to react. This one's another off spinner, but this could be trouble. In fact, it is more trouble for the fielding side. And you see that it was on a length, and he hits this straight. I think it'll be 4. We'll have a look at this. Jamshed didn't quite get all of this. And, yeah, well, I think they saw that live, and I believe it was 4, but he's rocking a bit of a different look now, Jamshed Khan, isn't he?
Yeah, the umpire's just checking. Yeah, I think when I saw that to my right, I think I saw it bounce just before the rope, so they're just double checking here. I don't think we've
didn't quite, but sometimes it's right below the camera. You can't see the actual bounce of the ball just because of the angles. But I think it will be scored. I'll wait to before I call it. I might as well just check it on my scorecard. They have given it 6. All right.
I think it was given a 6.
They probably saw it better than we did.
Oh, well, this one is a 6. This is launched.
That last one was 6. This is 8. Because that's out of the ground. Maximo! That'll bring up the 50. And pretty convincingly so, the Black Caps reach the milestone in 3.5 overs.
Yeah, good shot. I can see the difference here from the batting of Jamshad. He's actually getting under the ball here now. A lot of the times we saw that a fair bit in the matches this morning as well between Lemgo and Cologne CC. A lot of batters were hitting the ball pretty cleanly, but they were hitting it flat. They weren't getting underneath it. What you're seeing here, Jamshed, he had that issue himself batting. Now he's making sure he's getting right under it, and he's getting reward for his shots.
Yeah, you're right, he is as well. well struck and well picked up. He's looking pretty cool. We talked about Mr. T yesterday. He's got the Mr. T headwear on today, doesn't he? Jump shad once more, and he's going to get more. And, well, if you've parked your car in the car park, might be time to do a safety check because that one's out of here. Maximo! And that one, well, that's one of the biggest sixes we've seen all day.
This is humongous. This is a Bizaway supersonic one. Boom! Shaka! Look at that in slow motion. That has come sweet out of the middle of that baton. That is sweeter than a box of jalebis. What a hit that is.
Good news there is I think they might find that ball because it's not in the bushes. I think that's over the bushes. That was miles away.
Well, let's hope nobody's ignored the red tape on the other side in the car park, which basically says, do not park here.
Wace is having an absolute Barry Crocker here, but he might get a bit of luck. In fact, he won't. And it's just going to get away from Kamal, who's into the lineup. Has tried to turn this into a catch in the end. See the slight delay in the bowling action. Jamshad takes a chance on the offside, gets away with it, 4 runs.
Well, Awais, he's afraid to report he's bowling pies at the moment, isn't he?
He is.
And this over's gone magical.
He has experienced the highs and lows in the space of 24 hours. He was the golden ball hero yesterday. Even that, he went highs and lows. He had 2 chances to win the game. Needed 1 run off the last 2 balls. Missed both, despite being on 49 not out. But then 1 off the golden ball. I'm going to keep coming to a few more of my chat questions when I get an opportunity. Awais, this over's gone magical. It's worth 22, and it could be more. Will it be more? Well, you bet it'll be more. Shaka Lagia. Well, he moves to 49 not out, and he does it with 6 more, and that is a disastrous over. 28 come off the 4th.
Yeah, high. Both good to be bowler. What a shot that is. He uses his feet beautiful, and just like I said, he's getting right under it, smashes it for another big 6. Just like that, he rockets on to 49.
Yeah, I've got a lot of questions in the chat about upcoming tournaments, and look, the biggest one that we have really for the year, well, that and the ECL, but we do have the ECC coming up, and you can see it starts on the 12th of September. There are 21 nations, so they'll play in groups of 5, 4 weeks in a row. The winner of the group will go through to week 5, the championship week, and they will meet the England 11, and of course all the other group winners. The winner of that week will walk away with the trophy. Thanks to our partners at Local Lifestyle. Right on cue. My phone's packed up.
You know why it's heat up? Because that was a supersonic over. It went for 32.
Was it? Are you sure?
32.
Oh, because of the 4 buys.
The 4 buys.
28 off the bat and the 4 buys. Yeah, I had to look at this.
It literally doubled their score.
4 buys, 6, 6, 6, 4, 6.
Wow, what an over.
Well, how far away is that ambulance? Because I think those bowling figures are injured. And now we're going to have one, and that's a real soul breaker, isn't it, for Gelsenkirchen? Remember, if they lose this game, they're going to be out of it. And you see on the screen there, the last 6 balls, which is basically the last over. 4 by 6, 6, 6, 4, 6. Ouch.
Yeah.
Pavaluru comes. And a waste. Poor a waste. I mean, he has that stinker of a golden duck when he basically runs almost 2 by himself, and now he's been pounded for 30. And, well, speaking of poundings, this one's hit pretty hard.
Oh, no.
And, well, if you want to know how things are running for VFB Gelsenkirchen,
you know who it is.
Just watch that. Yep, I can see who that is. It is Mohammed Awais.
Diana's lurking in the background. She's taking photos of it as well, and things just get from bad to worse.
I'll go as far as to say that he has had the worst 24 hours post-Golden Ball hero as anyone ever has at the moment.
Hero to villain. That's what happens. This is why it can be so cruel, this European Cricket Network. You never go on what's happened, not just the day before, but the match before. Things can turn so quickly.
This is flat battered. Again, apologies to all the Instagram followers that just saw my phone cut out, but that's pretty much when the universe is telling me that it's time to wrap it up. So it just cuts off because of the temperature. So it's a sign that it is summer. Geez, we waited for summer a long time, didn't we? Remember Bulgaria, we had a game postponed because it was snowing. That was in April. Summer seemed a long way away then. It's Pavaluru. Gets hit leg side. I think this will just be a single famous last words. Oh, Gelsenkirchen.
Gone very quiet, haven't they? They've gone very quiet. And you know why they've gone very quiet? Because basically, unless something amazing happens here now, unless somebody is able to turn things around here, looks like it's going to be a big score. I mean, if they don't get to, on a projected 150, I'm going to say if they're 125-ish, it could be, because normally there's a bit of a slowdown.
Yeah, this is into the gap as well. You can forget this one. Cuatro carreras más. Well, one thing we haven't had for a while, just saying, is a century. We've only had 3 of them all year. And right now, I mean, he's looking the goods, isn't he? He's 58. And we're not even halfway through this innings. And we have seen some really good centuries in Germany over our time in the ECS, but not this year.
Yeah, I mean, you've done it now. You don't mention it. Not when he's in his 50s.
If he's batting well enough, then he'll do it anyway.
Okay, remember, folks, it wasn't me. But yeah, okay, now that you said it, the way he's going, and with the shoulders starting to drop, or already dropped from the VFB little cushion side, it's very possible, because even if there's a half a chance that goes up there, are they going to take it? Do they want it? Are they hungry enough? Or are they already looking like a team that know that it's all over, it's done for them in this one? Let's see the fight. And this man, Pavaluru, he's certainly never given up for his side.
Well, this is hit, and you betcha, he is gone. So, well, I'm sorry about that, Jump Shed. That is the power of Mr. Maximo. He didn't look like getting out, did he? And so as soon as I mentioned the C word,
the chat is going to be all over you now. You know that. All over you. Only your wife will be able to save you.
I just wish it worked every time I was behind the stumps, not just behind the microphone. It'll be the end of Jump Shed Khan. And it will be 77.
Get out of here. Go on. Get out.
He was batting so well.
Don't mention it.
He was on for more than 100 then. 77-2 after 5. Well, you know, I just got into the effort as well as we join in the commentary cube because it's the halfway point of the innings. They're going to have a quick drinks break because of the extreme heat. Yeah. It's like fairly extreme. It's over 32 degrees
your phone
at the
knows
moment.
about it.
Yeah, so, yeah, my phone did overheat. But a big thank you for everyone for joining us. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. And we've had a great day. It's been action-packed. You know, had a lot of incidents today, no doubt about it. And you know, I was talking about centuries, wasn't I? I was talking about exactly how many we've had so far. I'll probably give you a little peek at the centuries we've had this year. And we've only had 3 of them. We had one at the ECL. It was Baba Hussain against the Turkish champions, Etman Azafi. He was playing for Brescia CC. He scored 102 not out. Azharan Dani scored 118 not out, so that's the highest individual score of this year.
Yep.
He's playing for Wild Panthers against Coimbra Knights, and now they're known as the Lisbon Capitals, of course. Ume Nawaz scored 102 not out for Evergreen. I know that you and Rhino were doing a great job there in Landskrona in the south of Sweden, match 13. Things seemed to happen in match 13.
Yeah.
That was against Seaside, so only 3 centuries. Are you a little bit surprised? Because we're up to around about something like 600 games now, I think, for the year. So it's pretty unusual. Do you think there's a reason behind that?
I think the biggest reason is when we're doing these series, that the teams know each other.
Yeah.
They know the players. They know what their strengths are. They know what the weaknesses are. And I think also, let's face it, to get a ton, I mean, you've got to have a lot of the strike.
Yeah, that's true.
And the chances are, I mean, we've seen batters get into the 80s.
Yeah. I
think we saw that in Dresden. I think 89 was the highest score, not out. But it's about trying to get as much of the strike to get to the 100 as well. So it's a difficult thing to do, but a lot of it is not about the form that you're in, but getting majority of the strike as well.
Yeah, so you need to basically be scoring often about 300 strike rate to get 100. I mean, typically, if you think about it, if you scored off 33 balls, which is a typical, I suppose, kind of 100, it's about 3 a ball. And yeah, you're right. If you don't get that much strike, even if you're scoring at that rate, you might not get the 100.
Right,
but yeah, sorry to Jamshed Khan if you're watching this. I'm sure you will be watching this back. Just giving the good old-fashioned jinx.
He snookered you. You just don't mention. You know, he didn't even score an extra run since
that's
you mentioned
power.
it. I told you don't mention.
That's the power I have in my hands.
I don't know. You see, yesterday the Golden Ball match, you didn't mention Golden Ball. We got a Golden Ball.
Yeah.
I tried to tell you, don't mention these things.
Yeah. A lot of people talking about. We have seen some centuries in the past. We're just talking about this season. Talking about this season.
Yeah.
I know we've had quite a few centuries in the past. In Germany, we have seen some pretty big scores. Api Murali just reminding us. But yeah, this season we have not. We have not seen a century in Germany. In fact, we haven't seen one all the way since Landskrona at the start of the Swedish adventure.
Hey, what's the high? I mean, you probably got it down somewhere. You probably have to look it up. What's the highest team score that we've seen scored this year? And
yeah, I can tell you.
Team score.
I
mean, we're talking about is it
this
170?
leg buys. Yeah, it's going to be 4 leg buys. Somebody will look that up for me. Top of my head,
I reckon it's about 170.
We've seen scores in the 190s this year. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've seen 190 odd. In the ECL, for example, I know had some pretty high scores there. I'll try and look that up for you. How about that?
Yeah, because I mean, I'm thinking more
ECS as well.
Yeah, ECS more. ECL's a bit different, but ECS, and that would also tell us that when teams are not scoring big scores, certainly most that's enough. They want to take 2, they don't. Luckily, the fielders, Rubesh, is quick enough to stop the ball going to the boundary. Because, yeah, that's the other thing. I don't think we've seen more lower. Most places we've been, I mean, here's slightly different, but that's all to do with, I think, the new pitch, the weather, the outfield. But here the scores are higher than previous years. But most places we've been to, the scores have been lower because I think the bowling and particularly the fielding has been so much better.
When it's been higher, it's normally because of the conditions. Yeah, fielding. I think that's another reason I don't think we've seen so many centuries. If you're going to get a century, you often need a bit of luck in there as well.
Of course.
You know, you're going to be taking lots of risk. You're going to be hitting lots of balls, probably in the air.
Yeah.
And so that means if you miss hit one and you give a chance, if it gets taken, then that's going to be the end of the road. And that's exactly what we saw happen to Jamshed Khan. Again, I'm going to apologise to one more time for jinxing it. I think that Gelsenkirchen are pretty happy about it, though. Now, Raheel is having a bit of trouble getting going in his innings. So is there a path to reasonableness in this score if you're a Gelsenkirchen fielder or a bowler here? I mean, 4 overs to go after this. Can you keep it down to maybe 120? It's seeming unlikely. But you have got Raheel not doing too much. Got Oscar Ahmed at the other end, who batted so well earlier today. Raheel is going to go after this. And I think, this time you can see Oasis a bit more careful to make sure he stops that one.
Yeah, he's not had a day that he'll want to remember, and that is for sure. And at the moment, I think he's looking and feeling the way that the team is here.
I've got some news actually about Ronit. He suffered that injury earlier today. First, a look at this ball blasted, and the fielder has a lot to do. In fact, he can't do it. That's Awasti, who makes some pretty good ground to his left, but at the critical moment, it just slipped through his fingers. And Oscar Ahmed, who batted so well today, gets his first boundary here in match 36.
Yeah, he ends up, I think, charging at this a little bit too much, wanted to be a bit more defensive. And as a result of that, he allows that bounce to do him, gets himself yorked on it. So all the bowlers been used so far. There's been a breakthrough for Khan, and also we saw that one from Pavaluru. But we've also seen a bit of pain, especially Mohammed Awais, that one going for 28. But yeah, I'm interested to learn what you've heard.
Yeah, so apparently he's up. Ronit Satapathy is feeling fine and well. He's just waiting the results of a CT scan, obviously, because he took a head knock there. And and then this is our internal message saying thanks to Rico for his efforts after Vinny dropped him. but
Who's put that in there?
It was Sam. It's in our internal chat.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, I didn't realise at the time exactly what happened.
I still think. I mean, of course, it's not something that's out there for that people want to see. But I mean, from what I saw, I mean, you certainly helped cushion the blow because I think you grabbed him just before
he was going.
He smashed into the ground again. So you did a top job, buddy.
Right. Appreciate
Up
that.
in the air, and this one will go all the way. Balle, manos arriba, árbitro, porque eso es 6 más, que grande.
Good shot, really good shot through the line. Percentages shot as well. That's more the Raheel than I know. And he whacks that one. Yeah, so what happened is he was up and he seemed okay, and I actually started walking away back towards the cube, but then, I just saw that it got 3 or 4 metres away. It's a big, filthy swing and a miss. Has he missed it? He's actually hit it. Raheel is nonplussed, but the umpire thinks he gets a little touch on this. And, well, he's going to have to go. That's the umpire's decision. So it's going to be a 6-and-out situation. Shrutav Awasti breaks through with a big wicket of Mohammed Raheel, who goes for 9, and it's 95 for 3.
Yeah, he's not able to capitalise on it. Gets one out of here, goes for another, but gets caught. So well done to Awasti. Again, we've seen a lot of these today, haven't we? I mean, it's very difficult for us to tell either way, and you just got to go with the umpire that's out there. The umpire is obviously using all his senses, not just the sight, but also listening. And if he sees anything and maybe a bit of that deviation in the sound, he's going to give it.
Yeah, so that's a sad end, I suppose, for Raheel. Gelsenkirchen, again, they might see a bit of window opportunity, but again, the hitters just keep coming, don't they? That's the issue, and it looks like it's going to be Majid Ahmadzai, the skipper, to come out next. Yeah, just going back to Satapathy, what happens is, well, I thought he seemed okay. He was in shock, and that's what I realised. I suppose got 3 or 4 metres away back towards the cube. I was about to come back on the air with you, but then his eyes rolled back in his head. He started to go down. So yeah, I was able to get back there to kind of catch him as he fell, to kind of at least absorb some of that impact. So he still went down. He's not the smallest guy either, actually, as I now know. But yeah, we were able to make sure that his head didn't really hit the ground when he hit the ground. And then how you were amazing, because you obviously were able to help get him in the recovery position and just kind of make sure that he wasn't going to swallow his tongue or anything like that, and just get him in a position where we made sure that we could hear him keep breathing, and his heart was racing. I could feel that. This is going to be, well, is that straight through the hands? I think it is. It's a good shot, but it probably should have been out. Instead, it's 4. That pretty much sums it up. Ahmed Zayat gets off the mark.
Yeah, he's a strong lad, isn't he? He hits this pretty hard, but yeah, I mean, maybe it could have been taken. I think it's on the downward. It gets a bit of, maybe he gets his
There's definitely a chance.
fingertips.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, he's looking at them now. He says, ouch, that hurt.
And we might actually say as well, it does make us realise, I have done some first aid a while ago, but I think it's always a good idea to refresh those skills. I mean, it might be a good idea for me to or maybe all of us here, to have a bit more training. And you're just trying to get the person stable until some professional help arrives, which it did.
Yeah.
But yeah, we were a bit lucky as well, because we're near the cube. We were able to get some shade on him and just cool him down a bit, and just try and, just
It's all
just
about
be with him during that time where he wasn't looking very good at all, and just make sure that the vital signs stayed there. So yeah, wishing him all the best. Hopefully, don't know if he'll get back on the field, but we'd love to see him. For later in the week for sure. If he's feeling well enough. Full toss, and Zayat will just kind of swing wildly at this, get the bottom of the bat on it. Dali does the fielding, just the one.
Yeah, I mean, you weren't here on the start of this group, Vinny.
Yeah.
And this guy, I mean, the captain, he came in, Majid Ahmadzai, and he hit one on the leg side, the biggest 6 that still the biggest 6 that we've seen in this series. It went miles. I think there's a road on the other side of those trees. It was in the road. It was massive. So you do not want to be bowling at his legs. I'll tell you that now, because he will cream you.
Yeah. He was like loading up for that shot then, wasn't he? But just didn't get the ball he wanted. He's gone. He's been bowled. It's just kissed the stumps. And so Askarani Ahmed's had a day out with the bat, but this one won't last too long. He gets bowled for 5. Awasthi with the double breakthrough in the 7th. He'll finish with figures of 2 for 26. With 7 overs down, the score is 99 for 3. And the good comeback continues for VFB Gelsenkirchen.
Yeah, I mean, it is. You can't say it's not. It is a good comeback when you think where they were. But the thing is even though they keep taking the wickets, the runs also keep coming. He gets a little bit on this. I think he plays this onto his stumps, and a bit disappointed, but well done to the bowler. You've got to give the bowlers credit, because it's not easy. They've got to keep plugging away here, even with 1 or 2 of the fielders perhaps have already given up. So well done to Awasthi. He takes 2 for 26.
Yeah, let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. It's day 10, the final day of group matches, Group B matches in particular. And Bayer Boosters, they'll be back after a day off. And haven't they been playing some good cricket lately? They'll be taking on Cologne CC. And Düsseldorf Black Caps will finish against Lemgo. So, yeah, we still can't really tell you what the top 4 will look like. We will start again tomorrow, though, at 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe and noon in India. Please join us for day 10 of this FanCode European Cricket Series. Great to have your company, as always. But, yeah, it was a scary moment. But, yeah, it's certainly something that we're really thankful that seems like he's okay. It's really good he's getting that scan, I think, because there might be an issue that he didn't realise he had before. It seemed like he may have had some sort of seizure.
It's the right thing to do whenever there's a head injury. I think you've got to have the scan done. I remember we had the same with the batter that got hit, I think, Masood. Well, there we go. Oh. This is what I'm talking about. You do not bowl here to this man, because he will put you away. They get lucky here. This actually hits the railing that goes onto the road, and the kookaburra comes back in, but that's a big hit.
Well, he might have needed the ambulance again, because that is pretty much onto the road almost. Lucky he hit that railing. That was massive. That was absolutely massive. Mani Appan just kind of serves it up, and I think he's pretty happy with that one, I think, as well.
That's one way to put the 100 up for your side from the batting team's captain, Majid Ahmadzai. Yeah, do not bowl at his legs.
That was giant. Is that bigger than the one on Saturday?
Not quite. The one on Saturday went right over.
All right. Change of angle. And, well, this one is going to go into the gap. He doesn't quite get all this, but will get 4. Not a good ball. Mani Appan being put to the sword at the moment. And you see maybe a slight change of pace attempted, but it's way too full. And he baseballs that one. Another line drive 4.
Yeah, and battle of the 2 captains. And right now is Majid Ahmadzai, who's the man up for it more. Now, since that day, that first day when he was not out, he didn't face too many deliveries. But he's then got himself out a few times going for the big shots, really just trying to hit too hard rather than time it. So he is due some runs, and he'd love to get some here at the moment. I mean, there's no pressure on him or his side at all. The 100 is up. These are all just massive bonus runs that are really going to be hurting the Gelsenkirchen. So can the captain, Rubisch, get this right?
I think Rubisch, decent bowler, but he can't really bowl any quicker. I think that's the issue. Right now, you see Ahmed Zai after those. Well, good Tortuga. Dali does well to block this, and now gets the throw in. Just got to say that's really good fielding, though, because he did everything right, and there's no way to predict that last bounce, but at least he stops the boundary.
But we know that this area in front of us, well, a couple of metres to our right and our left, that's the dodgy area.
Tortuga infested this part of the field, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. So any stops there are good ones.
Now this is in the air, and I think this one is out of the ground. You betcha. Gets the strike back. Maximo! Ahmed Zai has come out like a man possessed. I know he went cheaply last time, but this time he's trying to make up for lost time, and he's gone bang, bang, bang in this 8th over. Already it's worth 18. I talked about a good comeback. They seem to have got the boundaries under control for the most part, but still looking at the last 3 overs before this, after that supersonic 32, it was 11, 9, 11. So still decent overs, fairly average overs, I suppose, in this form of the game.
Well, this ball comes back eventually, and well,
we're in the hot zone here, aren't we? We are. The cube.
We're in the hot zone.
Is under attack
here. The only
here.
thing is, he hits it pretty well. It normally goes over us.
This is off the bottom of the bat. Low full toss this time.
He wants 2, I think. He's looking for 2.
Not surprised. No. I'd want 2 as well if I was hitting him as well as he's hitting him.
Well done from Pavalura. Keeps it just to the 1. He won't mind too much. He's now basically saying to the other striker, well, there you go. You've got a ball to Shahab. Do what you want with it. Shahab hasn't faced one yet. It's his first.
Shahab seems to be the master of being out there and not really having to face. I mean, that's what happened before, actually. The last game, they bring the deep cover up. They got deep point, deep long off, deep long on, deep mid wicket, and deep square leg. Covers the gap. Oh, that's where he goes, but he might go 2 cover. He does. Dali will throw. Will concede the 1. Bowler not exactly thrilled about having to get in the way of that one, but he does. And at the end of 8 overs, the score is 119 for 4. Yeah, probably the final thing, just speaking about that Satapathy situation, was because he did take a head knock, it can be quite dangerous, can't it, Rico, if you then take another head knock quickly. So he obviously took the one when he collided with Cameron Khan, but yeah, if you then hit the ground, and that's what they often say to people as well. Remember Justin Langer got hit in his 100th test off the first ball of the game, I think, to Ntini in South Africa. And he really wanted to bat at the end of the game because they were 9 down, and or 8 down actually. He had his pads on saying, look, I'm batting. He'd been told not to. This is probably 10 years ago now, more, probably 15 years ago. But then the issue being that if you then take another one, it can be very, very dangerous if you take multiple. Anyway, to the 9th, let's move on. And it's Pavaluru who will be bowling. Pretty much on middle stump, cut away. They may think of 2 here. I don't think Ahmed Zai is that thrilled with the prospect of 2, and he does a good job of looking interested in the 2, but really, he said, no, I'm going to stay right here because I'm on fire. He's 24 off 8 at the moment.
Yeah, well, speaking of fire, we know where the firing line is going to be. He's got to be, I mean, that's one thing he knows here. He's got to Pavaluru. He's got to bowl this outside the off. Looks like he wants to change his line of approach. So he wants to come. Like he wants to come over the wicket to
I don't mind that.
Majid.
Yeah, I think he wants to take him leg side, so at least he's going to try and get away from him, get outside that off stump. He's too straight. This one could have gone instead. Pretty lucky he gets away with this, I think, and it'll just be a single. Yeah, so his plan would be to the left-hander Ahmed Zai, just put it just inside that tram line, and if Ahmed Zai wants to try and go leg side, he wants to make it as difficult as possible for him, the bowler. Or Ahmed Zai, here's an idea, could maybe drive through the covers. Why not? There's value over there. Let's look at Shahab. Number 2 on his back, 2 runs to his name. And now he goes over cover. This is a handsome shot. Well, this is classical cricket, really. That's beautiful batting, Maximo. Well, when you're coming up against this guy, who remember is batting number 6, he makes it look so easy. And batting number 6 gets 6.
That's a delightful shot, isn't it? I mean, it just waits for it. I mean, it's there for the shot, isn't it? But a lot of batters would have really be swinging wild at this. But he doesn't. He uses his time, and it just, again, demonstrates that on this pitch with the ball coming onto the bat and with the pace on, if you time it, it will stay hit. And he clears that boundary rope easily. That's a lovely shot.
Really nice shot. There was no one back at cover, so he could afford to not quite get that to the boundary on the full and still get away with at least 4 runs. They're on 149 pace here. The writing's on the wall I think, for Gelsenkirchen. Still, got to try. 1 ball at a time. This one was just pushed a little bit too wide.
I mean, one point worth reminding people of as they're having a look at this and maybe already starting to write Gelsenkirchen out of this game. Remember what happened in Group A.
Yeah.
Bonn Blue Star. I mean, that could be Bonn Blue Star out there at the moment, the defending champions. And they were looking like this when 143 was posted against them. And remember, they went out there and knocked them off. And that was very much in this same sort of situation when they then had to come back the next day, win both the matches. So they kept their hopes alive by doing it, and maybe Concursion can produce a remarkable run chase like they did.
It would be remarkable, but yeah, it's worth a discussion anyway about it. I mean, there were a couple of lightning chases, really, weren't there? I think the first one was, what was it? Probably was it Wednesday or the Thursday, maybe day 4, the Bonn Blue Stars one. Yeah, it would have been.
Yeah. Short. Swing and a miss. You'd be disappointed you missed out on that one, Shahab. It was there for the shot.
Sure was. That cut shot, you can get it going. There's normally just 2 fielders guarding that kind of top left quarter, and they're both infielders. So if you can get into the gap, you'll get 4. Let's put a shout out in the chat. Any random questions for us? It is last game of the day.
Yeah.
Don't want some random questions. Feel free. We'll try and get to those in the second innings potentially. Get some good ones. Last ball for Pavaluru. Low full toss, he'll get it back and he won't allow a run. So Ahmed Zayat will be in the hot seat. And we return for the 10th over very shortly. The score after 9, Dusseldorf Black Caps after winning the toss and electing to bat, they're 130 for 4.
Yeah, I was saying that maybe they could try and keep it to around about the 125 when the projected score at that point was around about 150 something. But it's not to be. And you can see nobody's really queuing up to wanting to bowl this one.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Cameron says, well, okay, I'll do it.
Yeah, Cameron bowled the 3rd over, went for 13. Did pick up a wicket though. That was Ganesan. The man that he dismissed. Caught by the captain, Rubesh Palaniappan. So, Ahmed Zayat. Everyone, stay alert if you're on that left-hand side of the field. That's where we are. And so, let's see exactly what tactics Cameron's going to have here. He's going to go over the wicket, so I think he's got to get it over towards that offside tram line. Maybe you sneak it just inside, but if he misses too straight, if he bowls it on that just kind of good length, it could disappear. Go straight instead. This one was angling across. They're just happy with the one here. They got 2 genuine bats there. So first ball, not a bad one at all. Result-wise, at least, for VFB Gelsenkirchen. Leela Prasad asking, after watching Dusseldorf batting, what kind of suggestions will you give to the bowlers? Probably it's just try and keep your head in the eye of the storm. Have a plan. Yeah, two-point strategy. Have a plan and execute the plan.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes there's risks to the plan. I mean, you see Shahab just drilled one over cover. It's not a bad ball. I mean, you'd rather them get runs through good shots, though, rather than your bowling errors.
Yeah.
So that's probably the advice I'd give. If you're going to go for runs, make sure it's because the batters are playing good shots and not because you're just gifting them. And see, this is fairly well located as well. Will just be a single.
Now I feel there's a big 6 coming here. Really, Ian Johnson's put a question out there as well. He's asking about the numbers on the back of the shirts. Is it mainly just there to help the commentator? I mean, it is a huge help, of course it is.
Not just for us,
but,
though.
yeah, no, I think it's just the thing, isn't it? Players have the opportunity to put a number on the back of their shirt. It could be something personal to them.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you see that in pretty much all cricket now, almost all cricket I've seen lately. This is going, and that's yours, Rico. It's not quite 6, it'll be 4. Well, careful, it's a Kookaburra fireball. It didn't go all the way, but it did go quickly, and he was on the charge and smacks this one. Cuatro carreras.
Well, I was getting ready to push a photographer out the way there, Don Oroz. It's in the fire. You know, it's interesting. As soon as Diana comes back, the ball starts following her around. It only happens with Diana. She is definitely the Kookaburra magnet.
She's a ball magnet. Well, she's a something magnet.
Yeah, when Dennis is here, Dennis follows the camera around. When Diana's here, it's the kookaburra following her around. It's quite amazing.
36 and climbing. Yeah,
So a big shot coming.
go back
There's
to
more to
the
come.
go back to the numbers in a second. But wait for this ball. Gone. So, yeah, goes to the well once too often. Could be a little bit too little too late for Gelsenkirchen as far as Ahmadzai goes, but it does go for 30 off 11. Cameron Khan gets his wicket in the end with 2 balls remaining. It's 136 for 5.
Yeah, well done to Khan. I mean, it's like I said, not too many would have wanted the ball there. But he says, okay, you want me to bowl it, Skip? I'll bowl it. I'm not going to stop giving up. And he's gone for a big hit, gets an inside edge, knocks it back onto his stumps. Does the full circle as well. And he goes out with a, oh, bang. And he's gone. But he'd be happy with his work, got a big smile on his face. And I think he already knows that, well, believes that this one is in the bag, 136. Fifth wicket goes down there, so the next batter will go out with the opportunity to try hit a couple of balls.
Yeah, for sure. Now, about the numbers, it's not just us they help, of course, the scorers, the officials, and, you know, just to keep track of everything, I think it's a very useful tool. Obviously, the spectators as well, and people that are playing fantasy cricket, they would like to get to know the players, so it's just a better way that they can be identified. So, yeah, I know that, yeah, most cricket now, there's numbers on the backs, even Test cricket. I find that unbelievable now that we have numbers on the backs of Test players, but I think it's a good thing. I think it just, yeah, it's a good way of identifying players in general. This is going to be a boundary. Maybe how much? I think that's going to be out of the ground. Maximo! Well, new batter doesn't get too much of a chance, but he says, well, I don't need too much of a chance. He turns on this short delivery. Gupta, we left the first ball he faced last time. There's no way he was leaving this. In fact, he smacks it for 6. 1 ball remaining now.
Yeah, good hit. A little bit harder, would have got a goal. I was ready. Do it the old South American style.
Here's a random fact for you as the ball comes back.
Go on.
The Maximo that I devised for European cricket was based on goal. Like that.
Oh,
That's where I got the idea for it. I wanted something like that for cricket, especially because we're in Europe and people like football here, especially with Spain and Italy and those kind of places. I love a bit of commentary like that. And this one won't be a Maximo, or will it? Wow, how far's this gone? They're looking at each other saying, oh, shrugging their shoulders, let's have a look. And well, Cameron again bangs it in. You've got to wonder about the wisdom of that. That's going to be 4, 1 bounce 4. So ends the innings, and they took a pounding there, really. 146 for 5. Yeah, no, it was because of that. That's kind of what inspired me. And there are some football commentators. There's one guy in South America that does it for at least 1 minute when there's a goal. So we don't quite do it that long.
I think there's a thing in Brazil and Argentina, isn't it? They're like they do go on.
Here's a bit of a random fact for you. Anyway, here's a cold hard fact for Gelsenkirchen. They pretty much need 147 to stay alive in this tournament. So if you're a religious person, now's probably a good time to get down on the knees and ask for some assistance, because they haven't had too much of it through this 10 overs, Rico.
No, they haven't. I mean, you see here, it's just been a blaze of shots. Every batter that's come out has had a go. And Jamshid Khan, I love the way he batted earlier on. Got beaten by 1 or 2 good ones, but, well, there was one over there from Mohammed Awais that you really do want to forget about. And not only was it 28 that came on the bat, but because of 4 byes in that as well, it was 32 that came on 1 over. And then after that, really, just they weren't able to get themselves back in the match. And then they did take a wicket. Unfortunately, the next batter came out and just did the same thing again, just kept blasting the ball to the boundaries.
Yeah, they just kept swinging, didn't they? And this is why I think, for me, the Black Caps, I think they're favourites for the tournament, because they have such a good long batting lineup, and that's even without someone like Ganesan getting going. I actually think the way things are going, I'd probably bat him at 7. I just think you got guys that are going out there hitting the ball quickly. I don't really think you need an ankle roll.
No.
I think you got the hitters, send him out there, have him maybe for some insurance. A little late on there with the odd highlight. I mean, Oscar Ahmed did eventually go after making a pile of runs today, but then it was over to the Majid Ahmadzai show, and wasn't he destructive?
Wasn't he just hitting the ball big? We know what his power is all about. Anything on the legs, he dispatches it. And, well, we were taking cover in the cube for a while, because we know that's where he likes to anchor it. But he played on. Credit to the likes of the bowler, like, for example, Awasti never gave up. He picked up 2 wickets. I think also there, Cameron Khan as well. It's not easy. I mean, when you've got batters that are established, and you know that you've got wickets in hand. They're going after you, everything you bowl, no matter what it is.
Yeah, let me give you a stat.
You just got to keep on going.
Let me give you a stat. There were 11 fours and 11 sixes in that innings, in the 10-over innings, and that doesn't even count the 4 byes.
Yeah.
And you can see that they just got a bunch of batters that can go out there and whack it. There was some good signs from Ganesan early, Venkat Ganesan, but he ended up falling for a dozen. But Jamshed Khan, 58 before. Well, really, my name should be on that scorecard because I jinxed him pretty good. I thought he was certainly for a century the way he was batting, but 30 from Ahmed Zai stole the show in the late overs, 30 off just 12. But and you consider that 6 of their 7 batters reached double figures. It was real team effort. And look, a bit of pain in those figures, although 2 wickets each for Awasthi and Cameron Khan. It was Oase who had a day to forget, really. None for 28 off his solitary over. And there was a 4 byes in that as well. So it went supersonic. It did have 32 off it. The other wicket went to Pavaluru. Kamal with just the 1 over. It was a pretty good one, to be honest. But yeah, the damage is done on the scoreboard. And when we return, we'll see Gelsenkirchen. Well, they'll be going for broke because they need to chase down this 147 to get through or potentially get through to the finals. And we have seen these kind of scores before, but you're going to have to play out of your skin. And you'll probably need a little bit of luck as well. So stay tuned when we return in a few minutes. It will be the second half of match 36. And it will be VFB Gelsenkirchen playing for their lives. And hopefully you're having a great day wherever you're watching from. We're having a great time here too. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello cricket lovers, and welcome back to the final innings of the day number 9, match 36. And you'd have to say that it's going to take something spectacular to keep VFB incursion in this series. This is the European Cricket Series in Krefeld. They're a team that desperately need a win. They really needed a couple of wins here to try and give them a bit of safety to stay in this series. So they lost the first match against the Düsseldorf Black Caps, and now the Black Caps have turned on the heat on them. 146 they scored, so 147 is the target. And that means that literally from the word go, you're looking at scoring 14 plus and over. And that's going to take some doing. But we have seen it, and we've seen it here in Krefeld. We saw it towards the end of Group A when Blue Bond Star, the defending champions who were fighting for their lives, managed to keep them in, well, just for a day longer. But it weren't to work out for them. They were eventually knocked out because they weren't able to get the two victories that they needed the following day. And literally this is the situation that Conclusion find themselves in. They've got good batters out there at the moment that are able to do it. Wahade, we know he's more than capable, and Subramanian is out there as well. Mohamed Rahil is opening up with the ball, gets the ball to swing around a fair bit. This is nicely played, cut shot. Oh well, that is not the way you try and stop a ball. And this one almost bounces up and whacks him on the chin. Have a look at this. There's another Tortuga bounce here. Watch this one. Pops up, and he's trying to stop that with his foot. That could be nasty. So 4 runs, but they need a few more of those. Savade, he's up and running. He's certainly a guy that is not going to stop trying. He wants to play more cricket. Snapney Avade just comes into the side today because of the studying that he's been doing. Been sitting behind the screen, working away, and gets the day a chance to come out here. And he's performed well. Played well in the first match, put some runs on the board, 36 of 18. And he's looking to do the same here again. But he needs support. He needs other batters to find their form here. It's all or nothing, basically. All or nothing. I mean, Rahil got a very long run for what he's bowling, has to be said. But that's the swing that he gets. But at the moment, it's been swung away to the boundary. Have got a bit of protection out there, so he's pleased to have the square leg back. Square leg and long on are the two fielders that are on the boundary in the power play. Rico Fool here, and alongside me is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu.
Thanks, Rico. Good to be back. Yeah, Rahil, he's got probably 20-yard run up or so. Normally tries to swing the ball as a plan A. And then occasionally we'll throw in that cutter, and that one does everybody, including the keeper, Niraj Patel. And this is going to be 4 byes. So, yeah, the slower ball, because it is slower, it actually ends up bouncing. See how it comes down just before it reaches Patel? It makes an awkward run for him. So, well, Gelsenkirchen, they need to beg, borrow, or steal. Probably something like 45 to 50 in the power play, and that'll help. Subramanian's the man they've sent out there. He's into the 11, and he's right up to the top of the order. Surya Subramanian. And no Sahasranaman in the lineup this time. Still, Awais. I would have thought he was the last game hero yesterday. Probably worth a crack at the top of the order, but yes, Subramanian gets a single here. He'll retain the strike, and the score at the end of 1 is 12 without loss. And, well, it was this time yesterday that we had a golden ball, isn't it? So we've had 3 matches today without a golden ball. Will we have another one at the end of the day? I'd say it's looking pretty unlikely, although once we did have a 167 golden ball in Cyprus. And well, no surprises. You know what happened to that golden ball? I think it might have been Guri Singh that faced it, went for 6. Yeah. Don't think they found that golden ball.
Into the olive trees?
You know, yeah, it did. Hey, you know what? We had this great idea this morning that we should have this, you know, the gold spray paint. And you know how you normally get the ball after a hat trick? That we should spray paint the golden ball and then write on it, you know, golden ball 34.
That's a good idea.
VFB, Gelsenkirchen.
Yeah, good idea.
But I don't want to carry the gold spray paint around because that's pretty risky with what I'm wearing. And also, you know, then you have the cops stopping you thinking you're doing graffiti and stuff, right?
It's easy. You have gold shoes. You just say, look, they're from your shoes.
That's true. Well, there's a little French cut.
From your shoes. That's
and this
4
is
more
going to run for 4. I'm not sure. It hit the pad, so it took some pace off it.
Oh, it's 4 now.
Oh, we got another stuck in the rope situation. How funny was that in Dresden? Where the fielder somehow got attacked by the rope. His mate knocked it up into him. This one, yeah, the ball already hits the rope by the time he gets there. He didn't have to take it the long way, didn't he? Karthik Suresh came all the way from third man to try and get there. All that effort for nothing. Only 4 runs.
Yeah, I like that. But would you? I mean, who would you present it to? Just the winning team, the winning captain of the Golden Ball?
I'd say, no, I'd tell you who you'd present it to.
Okay.
Here we go. Yeah, you could. The captain's the obvious one. Although, say a direct hit here, but I think he's safely home. I'd probably give it to the batter or the bowler.
Mm.
So if the batter wins it, so it would have gone to a waste last night. If the bowler wins it, or you could potentially give it to the fielder, but that's the bowler's choice because he took the wicket.
Yeah. Or maybe it's up to maybe it could be another one that you leave it
That'd
up
be
to
nice,
the
wouldn't
tournament
it?
referee, so Rob Kemming could say,
Yeah.
right, okay. I mean, for
I-
example,
that's
one of the
fine.
ones in Dresden. I mean, you would, you
Oh,
would
you'd
definitely
have
give
to-
it to Ket and Chetty.
Well, yeah, if it's a run out, then I think you don't give it to the bowler.
Yeah.
I think you probably give it to whoever
Yeah.
executes the run out. Yeah, it'd have to be Shetty.
I like that idea. I
don't you
reckon you
reckon
could
that's
work
good?
on that. Yeah.
I also think that Rob should be in charge of the spray painting then, if it comes to that, because I don't really want to be near that. That stuff gets everywhere.
Can you put a spray canister in the hold?
I won't be doing
Could
it.
it
Someone
explode?
can. Well, that's a good shot. That's a really good shot. And Vahade means business. And you know why? He doesn't even wait to see where this one lands. He hits it. He turns around and says, "Right, I'm on here." You know, there's lots of ways you can look at this, and one way is that you hit 26s here, you're probably going to win.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great shot.
Maximum
When I'm
time.
talking about a spray can exploding, well, Vardy explodes into life, and he smashes that one, and that goes straight into the production booth.
Did it really? Was that a little?
Smashes, yeah, smashes into it. You heard the thud from
Okay
here.
there, Martins.
Martins, you good?
Yeah, we smashed the window, he told us. This one will just be a single. Well, Martins, if you're there and you're okay, maybe you can put the golden ball thing back up and do a bit of voodoo with it. Do you know when we started doing this? We started getting a bit crazy. We'd do things like shake the sign and all sorts of weird things were happening because we thought it was a sign that the golden ball was coming. And once it was
that
even,
right?
it was even backwards, like a mirror image. Come on, Martins, give us a little surprise. Let's have a bit of fun here. Doesn't have to be the golden ball. Just do something weird.
Yeah.
Do something even. That's wide. You can actually give me a camera 1 on this so we
Do
can see
something
if this is
weird,
a wide.
Martins.
But let's have a look. Yeah, that's wide.
Yeah, it's wide. And don't forget, it's the last inning, so any questions, folks?
Yeah,
Come on,
random
this is what we say,
questions.
Any random questions.
One of
now's
the
time to
questions-
fire 'em in.
Oh God, I think you might have had it about the highest score of the year. Well, we were talking about that 118 not out that Andani scored in Portugal. That was actually in the highest team total of the year. It's 193 for one this year.
You did say there was
Yep,
a 190.
193. Oh, this has got to be out. Well, surely you'd have to fall asleep to drop this, and he's not going to drop it. So Patel is going to spell the end of Subramanian, who's going to fall for 7. That's the first wicket down. It's 25 for 1.
Yeah, no mistake from the wicket keeper. Just straightforward, simple catch. And the Subramanian has to go. So you can see the thing is, though, it's all about trying to get runs quickly. He goes for 7 of the 6 deliveries that he had.
Yeah, Subramanian not able to really do too much. I still got to think. I know Oase, well, he's probably on the psychiatrist's couch right now because he's had a lot to deal with today. But I think you've got to get him in here. At least give you a chance. I know they've got lots of players that they'll back to do this. They do have some batting. But, when a guy has pretty much engineered you to an unlikely chase, you feel like you've got to bat him higher than 6, right?
Yeah, I think so. And I think also you're probably thinking, right, okay, this guy's hurting. He's
Yeah.
hurting because of the day he's had. So give him the opportunity to go out there and take out the frustration on the ball.
Remember,
Yeah.
I put the challenge to Martins, our director, who does a great job, by the way, as is Andreas and also Dennis here from Spring Productions. And you mentioned they are Latvian cricket. I think because of them, I think Latvian cricket's going to go places. But gave him the challenge to just do something a little bit strange, considering he almost had his window broken. He doesn't have the cube for protection either. He did the other day.
Why would you have the window shut? You'd have it open, wouldn't you?
Then you'll get a real
In
surprise.
this heat.
Shot. Yeah, really good shot. And that's going to be 1 bounce 4. Well, that one's not quite going to hit the production van. But Darley comes out and says, well, I'm here and I'm here to do a job. 2008 on the back. Well, it might have been the year that people started getting their heads around the iPhone. But for him, he's making things happen. First ball, and it's the end of the second over. It's 29 for 1.
Yeah, 29 for 1. A good start, but you can see this situation here when you look at this. This is why they need these points desperately. Don't get this win. Adios.
And if they do win, you might say, okay, their net run rate's inferior to Clone CC. But remember, Clone CC have to play the Black Caps twice tomorrow. So if they lost twice, and we saw a similar thing happen in Group A, right? Teams losing by so much that they actually they actually dipped below teams below them on net run rate.
We saw that. Well, we saw the Clone Challengers who was second and wanted to try and finish first. Yeah. They ended up finishing fourth. Yeah. The team that started today bottom of the table finished second.
It was a weekend at Bernie's scenario.
It was amazing stuff.
Is what I call that. The dead team getting things happening above them. This will just be a single to start the third over. Still, the longer it goes, I feel like the more outrageous whatever Martins does is going to be.
Oh, is he working on something?
Yeah, he's going to work on something a bit strange. I just gave him complete license to do whatever he wants. So let's see. Here's Raheel. He's coming back to bowl the third. Often he'll do this, I think, more often when the ball is swinging or he feels like he's getting that shape back into the right-hander. That's a cutter, though. So, yeah, he's pretty comfortable on those cutters. I think he knows as well. Slightly slower, but that might actually work to his advantage. Forces the batter to make a bit more pace on the ball. What are we going to say from Martins?
Hey, listen, a bit of food
yeah.
talk. So, come on, we're in
Let's
Germany.
go.
Have you had any decent German grub?
I have before. I haven't really had a chance since I've been here. Yeah. But, yeah, what are you thinking?
For me, it's got to be...
Pork knuckle?
Nah. Well, pork knuckle is good.
It's a good one.
Pork knuckle's not sauerbraten. That's for me.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
It's like I mean, for those of you who don't know, this is clipped away. Should just be a single. They'll take it. So it's like a hearty pot roast. It's like a stew with red cabbage, boiled potatoes. But the key for me is dumplings as well. And then don't forget sausages. Look, this is a fact here. There's over 1,500 different types of sausages in Germany. There's always been the battle, isn't there, between Germany and the UK. Who does the best sausages? Germany say we do.
Sorry, UK. This is going to be 4. And yeah, full toss asking for trouble. Raheel, rare error in length from him. It sits up, asked to be hit, and it is. So you see Dali and knee-high full toss. And the umpire's a bit worried. Fielder goes goalkeeper style, but he couldn't stop it. Zidibro Ray. Yeah, that'll be 4. Yeah, well, put it this way. Here's a little dad joke for you. It's not the worst place to have a sausage here in Germany.
It certainly isn't the worst
like that
place.
one?
I like that one. Also, don't forget hamburgers got their name from Hamburg.
Yeah, of course.
Germany,
yeah.
Which is north of Germany. It's about, I don't know, what's that, about 90 clicks away from here?
It's probably a bit more than that, but it's near Kiel. Hamburg's really close to Kiel, where we were last year, right up in the north. So one thing I haven't had yet, and I definitely am going to have, it's currywurst. That's famous here.
You've never had that?
No, I have, but I haven't had it this time.
It's lovely.
I'm going to have currywurst for sure.
It is nice.
Germany's pretty famous for their beers as well, and you mentioned the old thumbs up to get another beer. Oh, it's amazing how at the end of the day you start to feel like one. Well, gets kind of locked up here. I think he just basically gets deer in the headlights. Yeah, have a look at this. Where Dali, he thinks about what shot he's going to play. He has so many shots running through his head, in the end he just freezes. And Farhade, his partner, saying, hey, here's an idea. Why don't you just go through with a shot? Because this run rate requires climbing. Last ball of the power play coming up. Raheel's gone for 15. Doesn't have a wicket yet. And he still won't, because this is going to be away from the fielder. And I think this might have gone all the way. It has. Maximo. Dali, well, he scratches the old grey matter, and he comes up with a shot and a pretty good one, 6 runs.
Well, Huckleberry had, oh my Dali. Well, that's Dali going big. 6 more to him. That's what they've got to keep doing. Keep believing, keep hitting hard. I mean, look, at the moment, even at the rate they're going, that rate has gone up slightly.
Just a little bit.
Over. It's gone to over 15, but as we know, that if you get 2 batters in, that's nothing.
Yeah, but look, they're going at 14 and over, to be fair to them. And I said that they'll probably need 45 to 50 in the power play. They're 42.
Yeah.
I mean, so that's not so bad at all. But let's see if they can keep it up. I mean, that's always the hardest thing here. But Farhade, I mean, he's a gamer. Don't worry about that. He's a gamer. You saw from the way he hit his 6 earlier. He's just basically trying to focus one ball at a time and trying to get the boundaries they need to stay in this contest. 15 and over required, so it hasn't moved that much. It started at 14.7. But yeah, here's a big moment in the game because the off spinner's coming on. Venkat Ganesan in over number 4. And he was a little bit expensive earlier on today. And he's got 2 right-handers to deal with, so if they want to go leg side, they're hitting with the spin. That's the thing. And they have to attack him. I mean, you can't not. Here we go, in over number 4. And this is worked away behind square. Long chase for the man on the boundary. Does get there. Nice work by Gupta. He's a very good fielder. Now, Dali, I'm going to tell you exactly what he's going to do. He's going to be trying to smack this one as far as the eye can see. I'm pretty sure about that. It's very hard because, I mean, with that kind of aggression is going to come risk. But, you know, I think they're just trying to get that 14, 15 and over they need. They need at least a couple of boundaries and over to stay at that rate. Oh, there you go. Just kind of locks him up. And once again, he seems in two minds there, Dali.
Yeah, he's got to make up his mind what he wants to do. And maybe he has now. Maybe he's thought, okay, if that's where he's going to bowl, I am going to come down and try and hit it straight back over his head. Let's see.
Yeah, he tries. You've got to be brave. He should get at least one here. May think of 2. And he's going for a good throw. Has him in trouble here. And he's going to be gone.
Yeah, he hesitates, doesn't he?
Yeah, they'll have a look at this.
If we look at the first one, when he gets to the non-striker's end, he hesitates before he goes, and I think that could have made the difference.
Yeah, and he's hesitating because he's basically thinking, how badly do I want to take this risk? I think it's probably worth taking on, but yeah, he doesn't really get in and out of the turn very well. He's going to be gone here. I tell you naked eye, he's gone fairly comfortably. Oh, yeah, he's gone. Even the bat bounces up, doesn't make it even close really. And yeah, you see here. There's the decision. It was a good take by Patel. Had to kind of go searching for the ball, but then got back to the stumps. And so it'll be 1 and run out. Dali has to depart for 16, and he's the second wicket to fall, 44 for 2.
Yeah, you see there, I mean, it's only a small margin, and that's what the hesitation does. He gets to one end, he thinks, just pauses, and then gets going again. And just that pause, that's the difference of getting in or getting out.
He actually got closer than I thought when I watched it live. I thought he was probably out by a metre. Probably wasn't that much in the end. And yeah, well executed fielding play. I mean, Black Caps, they've been pretty professional. I mean, we did see them in a tight spot earlier today when they lost 4 wickets fairly early in their innings. But, I mean, they're playing like winners, aren't they? And they're a team that did, I think, top the table with 6-2 record last time. And yeah, they had just a shock loss in the quarterfinal to the Bayer Boosters, who finished 4th in the other group with only 2 wins out of their 8 games. But, I mean, that's the format here. Once you get to the sudden death, it's a bit like the World Cup in football. It becomes sudden death after the group stage. So one of the teams will win their 3 matches, quarterfinal, semi-final, final. But essentially, all 8 teams are on an even footing, although I suppose the reason you want to finish higher is so you have a slightly easier draw. He tries to launch this one. Pavaluru, well, he's one guy, I think, that can go at the rate required. For how long? Can't tell you.
Yeah, misses out on this one, batting very deep inside his crease.
Yeah. Because he wants some length to pick up, that's why. Like that, and he does, but I don't think he's got all of it. Fielder's going back, and he will take the catch. Well, nothing going right, really, for Gelsenkirchen today. Pavaluru goes oh so close, but he has to go for a big O. He's gone second ball for a duck, and the score is 44 for 3.
Yeah, isn't that the man of the moment, I think? I think that's Jamshid Khan that takes the catch. Everything that he's done today has come good, hasn't it? I mean, we've seen him involved bowling well. We've seen a very comical run out from him. We've seen him hit the ball well with the bat, and then that's a really well judged catch.
Brilliant catch. Again, professionalism. I'm just seeing it from the Black Caps.
Yeah.
They really seem out to prove a point, and you just feel like that ruthlessness is going to cost Gelsenkirchen their spot in the competition. 44 for 3 with the ball to go in the 4th over. We'll see Aswati coming out now, but yeah, this would have been 6, but he has a really good idea where the rope is, so he knows he can't afford to take another step back, but he can still kind of lean back and get his arms back over the rope, and I think that's what he does very well. It was just good awareness of where he was on the field.
Yeah, well done again to Jamshid Khan. He's looks like a guy who's really enjoying his cricket, doesn't he? He's smiling, laughing, joking, whether he's out there with the bat or with the ball or you see in the field there, he's enjoying his cricket. And I think when you got a team of players that do enjoy their cricket, it rubs off on everybody. Look, you see Vancat there, he's having a laugh and a smile. And of course, when you're winning all your matches, it makes it that much easier as well because there's not too much pressure on. They're a team that they know they've already booked their place in the quarterfinal, but I think they're determined to keep their 100% record intact as well. Vancat slightly short of this one. They'll take the single, and of course, singles are not going to hurt them, and with those wickets falling as well, that rate is going to really spiral upwards. End of the over, the score moves to 45 And normally you'd say, well, okay, they're doing okay. They have lost those wickets, 3 wickets down, but they've got a good score on the board. But this time we know they need to get a lot more, and just like that, that rate is going up to the 17 here.
Yeah, they sure do. Yeah, that 17 over is not going to be easy. I tell you what, it's not going to be easy for us to turn away from the cricket for a little while when we get to Khartoum, because this is exactly what's been going to be happening on the weekends. We have 3 qualifying weekends in the FanCode European Cricket T10. And this is for Spanish domestic teams. We'll get to see 3 different teams every weekend. They'll play in 10 matches, so there'll be 9 kind of qualifying matches. And then on the table, the top 2 will play a final every weekend, and the 3 winning teams every weekend will meet in the 4th and final championship weekend.
Yeah.
So stay tuned, because that's going to be wall-to-wall cricket from Khartoum. And of course, that is also day-night on the weekends. Here's Askarani Ahmed in over number 5, and he's just poked away through point. And Ganesan, well, there's a moment. It can happen to anybody. And there you go. Well, the German skipper, again, that's not a moment he'll want to look. And, well, it might have been a little baby Tortuga that gets Venkat, but regardless, it'll be a boundary.
Well, this is no Tortuga. It just doesn't bounce. He's expecting it to bounce. It doesn't.
All his German teammates, I'm sure there's a few watching. They'll be clipping that out. And I was like, oh, Venkat, we've caught a bit of you playing for
Can you imagine
Black Caps.
Next time
Did you see this one?
National training camp? Well, this one cuts right back into a good movement. They complete the single. They say Marde, but he just holds on to it.
Yeah, it might have been off the arm. I think it was given leg buys, was it? So leg buys don't have to be off the leg. It just basically means it's not off the bat or the glove holding the bat. Let's have a look. Yeah, hit him on the arm. So I think I gave that one leg buy. Good bounce. Askarani Ahmed's had a pretty good day, hasn't he?
He certainly has. He's a very good all-rounder, and somebody who will get better and better as well. Looking forward to seeing him again tomorrow. This is up in the air. It's not going to carry, so it's just going to be another single.
Yeah, just went high, but didn't go far enough to get in the catchable zone. Gupta was the man who took a really good one-hander, didn't he, the other day, just before I arrived, but I caught that one, just like he did. 50's up now for Gelsenkirchen.
Have we seen some great catches? I mean, you mentioned Gupta, and we saw one today.
Ganesan today.
Yeah. Then
shot.
we saw a great one.
Oh, bad shot. And Ahmed Zai's going to catch it. I think it was the right shot. It just wasn't timed, was it, by Awasti, and he's going to have to go for 5. So, yeah, things just not happening at the moment the way that Gelsenkirchen would have hoped. Yeah, they're just falling off the pace now. That's a 4th wicket.
Yeah, we're talking about catches. We see another one. That's quite a straightforward one, but it's all smiles at the moment. Düsseldorf Black Caps, they're going to be 6 out of 6, sitting pretty at the top, and certainly are making a statement. And talking to catches, don't forget the catch that the Gelsenkirchen captain took, Rubesh, on the boundary, the one-handed one as well. That was sensational as well.
Oh, okay, here's something weird happening from Martins.
What's that? No, nothing's weird is happening.
They're taking drinks. I thought he was showing some footage from earlier in the day where there was nobody on the field.
What's going on? You need some water.
Well, I've been waiting
we all need water.
Anyway, hello, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and they've taken drinks after at the 4.4th over. The thing is, I told Martins to do something strange and a bit wrong.
He did. He cooked it.
And I thought he's just showed the bank pitch, and it didn't even looked like it was in the shade, but the sun's out. So I thought that was it. So here it was me getting something wrong, not Martins. Anyway, great to have your company. And if you missed what we were saying, we're talking about Ronit Satapathy. He did have an injury earlier, but we hear that he is in pretty good shape. He's awaiting the results of a CT scan, so wishing him all the best, of course. And, yeah, thanks to everyone who helped out in that situation. Thanks for being patient with the delay, but when it comes down to it, we say it all the time, the safety of the players is paramount. Yeah,
listen, we're a big family, and, when things like that happen, family comes together, and we come together to look at those things first, and then we go back to the cricket, and that's what we've done. But everybody around the ground, of course, was very concerned at the time. But look, and a lot of people had to do some good things there when those issues happen. And also, look, the medical services here were very quick on the scene as well. So all good in the end. I mean, the signs before he went were good. They did the testing. They made sure that he was okay. He was okay. He was able to walk. He was able to talk. He knew where he was. It wasn't that he had lost consciousness or anything like that. So that was all good signs, but of course, it's all about making sure that he continues to be good. So they're doing the tests, and as we return back to the cricket, it's good things out there in the middle as well for Düsseldorf Black Caps. So his team are the one that are feeling the pain. Maybe they're feeling his pain, but they're certainly feeling the pain as well, looking like they're going to be knocked out of this series and not make it through into the quarterfinals as another wicket goes down. Well, they say always you get a wicket after the drinks break, and that's exactly what's happened here.
Well, they get another drink now. I mean, Gupta's taking the catch two-handed this time. And it was a hat-trick opportunity, isn't it? Askarani Ahmed, we've done almost everything else today. So, unfortunately, there's another one that's come and gone. 51 for 5. Mubashir Hussain, he hasn't had a really fun day at the office, although this innings probably less damaging than his last time where he used a lot of dot balls. This time, look, credit to him. He tries to go for it. And Gupta is in the way. Askarani Ahmed, well, could this be hat-trick number 24 of the year? And here's Murugesh, who's going to come out and face the music. So
You get the feeling that Mohamed Awais is just deciding if he doesn't have to, he doesn't want to go out there today.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the other thing. I don't know, maybe he's got an issue that's impairing him. Anyway, here we go, hat-trick delivery. Oh, that was such a good ball. Have a look at this swing down the line. I mean, you couldn't really hope for a better hat-trick ball. Murugesh, credit to him to keeping it out. May have just missed the off stump, but maybe not. He defends
Gets the block in, doesn't he?
Yeah, so 51 for 5. Very successful over. 2 for 5. Come off the 5th over from Askarani Ahmed.
Yeah, well bowled. And there was a big ooh from everybody around the ground because they thought he was going to squeeze it.
Pretty well played. I mean, I think if you try and hit across that, you're pretty much dead. But he kept it with a straight bat. Hello to Jacob Clements Hunt, who's watching from the UK. Hope that you are well. Well, there's another Hunt coming next week. Charlie Hunt will be with me in the commentary box, filling in for you for a couple of weeks, Rico.
He's going to find it strange, isn't he? It's like when you've always, it's like being married.
Yeah.
Or before you're married, it's like he's been a bachelor. He's been having his own pad all the time, and now he's going to have to share.
He's going to have to deal.
He's going to have to share with you.
I also think it's interesting when we trade partners. Imagine if like wives or husbands got annual leave and someone else comes and stands in for them for 2 weeks or something like that. Imagine if that's the way it worked. Obviously, I don't think it does. The other thing is, I know that Charlie did a day in the life of an ECN commentator social media video back in Portugal. And I loved it, actually. I loved to see what he was up to.
He was very good, but it's not quite a true reflection of what he's going to face when he's...
So, at the time, his day in the commentator looked like he was having some mocktails during the day.
Oh,
trouble!
He's in trouble. This is crazy.
Murugesh.
This is absolutely crazy. He's absolutely cooked his partner here. What is this all about?
And the thing is, Swapna Vahade, I mean, they probably know the game's gone now, to be fair, but...
I want to go near him. I'll go the other way.
He's going to say sorry here. It's probably a fair sorry. And look, they're looking for it. Murugesh, to be fair to him, he said, you're on board. And he said, are you going to get there? Are you going to get there? There's a bit of the end of Mice and Men about that, if you know that book. with Lenny. Is it Lenny?
Oh, dear.
Anyway, it's going to end up in a run out. And yeah, PFP, Gelsenkirchen just hasn't been their day, has it? 51 for 6.
It's a sad-looking duck, that one, because he only faced one ball.
Look, to his credit, he did something good. He kept out the hat-trick ball. So give him credit for that, right?
Yep, he did. And then, well, for his efforts, he gets run out.
Yeah, well, that's the way it goes, I suppose, Murugesh. Sometimes you can have some luck, sometimes you don't. Yeah, so Charlie did this day in life, an ECN commentator. It looked like he was having mocktails by the pool, sleeping in till 2, 3 in the afternoon, whatever. Having lunch, having a little walk, and yeah, just cruising. Half an hour break between matches, grab something to eat.
So what are we doing wrong?
Well, at the time in Italy, it was about 42 degrees, and we were boiling. We're getting up at probably 6 a.m. every day. Shot.
Big.
That's going to be 6. Yeah, why not? Cameron said, well, it's going to be one of those days. I'm going to swing anyway. Maximo takes this one deep.
This is a great shot. There we go. Boom. Shakalaka. This is nice. It's right out the middle. And well, whoever the volunteer is there, he nearly gets taken out and taken into the bushes along with that ball.
Yeah, he almost is blown back with the force. Yeah, it was 40 degrees in Italy. We're pouring eskies of ice over ourselves and things like that just because we wanted to.
Yeah.
And, anyway, it's going to be great to have Charlie on the ECS for the first time. It's just going to poke away to short third man this time. It'll be 1. It's Karthik Suresh doing the fielding. So Black Caps, I mean, you've seen all the teams live. I only saw the other teams last year or on TV last week in Group A. Who do you like at the moment? Who do you think is ahead? I mean, Arkan Rising Stars had a pretty good week in Group A. They topped the table.
Group A was, I mean, obviously much closer. You saw that with the table in the tables. This one just hits him outside line. But you know what? I think somebody like the Stars. I mean,
Choose your stars, because there's a million of them.
Dark.
Golden Star. He had 3 teams called the Stars in Group A, and
the Golden Star. I mean, I mean,
Golden Star on.
I just, when you look at the depth that they have, the other thing I liked about them, which is different to the other teams, is this one is lofted, and we'll go. Oh my word! This is, well, we're gonna have to have a look at his feet here. Does he manage to stay away from the rope?
I got a feeling when he lands and touches the second time, he's probably over the rope.
Kashif Shabib again. I mean, he's been absolutely outstanding.
He took such a good one earlier in the week, do you remember? So I think he's fine the first time. I don't even know if we'll see his feet, to be honest, because of the angle. Let's have a look here. Well, maybe. I think he's fine there, but I think this one here, see, he lands. Yeah. Even though you can't see him land, I think you can tell that he's landed. So I think it will be 6. But, geez, that was a really good effort.
Yeah, the ball also bounces outside the field of play before it comes in. But what an effort that is from Shahab. I mean, this is outstanding work.
Yeah, you're right. When he taps it back, it bounces the other side of the rope anyway.
Great effort, though. I mean, even though you know the game's in the bag, you still go for it.
That was 6 off the bat. I was sure it was 6 off the bat, and I guess it was. But I didn't see him even making a play on that.
Good
hit. So you like Golden Sub on GSP?
Yeah, because what I was saying
good
is
uniforms.
The spinners.
Yeah,
Two spinners, the bearded twins with the moustaches. I mean,
yeah, they had some great
They
moustaches.
make things happen, and they've got some good power hitters as well.
Well,
but are they? The thing is, are they going to be okay up against a team like this that have got that depth and consistency?
That's the question, I suppose. I mean, that's about as late as a cut can get, really. Pretty much goes backwards. But it still will be 4, so yeah, some runs coming late in the piece here. We've still got 4 overs to go, though. So,
yeah, so
68 for 6 after 6.
They could be the dark horses. The team, remember, on debut.
I don't think they're the dark horses, because they've got the brightest uniforms I've ever seen.
I mean,
that magenta.
The kit sways me a bit as well. But yeah, you're right. The Arkan Rising Stars, I mean, they look good as well. I think they, like for like, when you look at the 2 groups, I mean, they are the ones that, on paper, would give this team a good run for the money.
See, the other team that I would have said, don't count them out, would have been the Bond Blue Stars. But they haven't qualified. I mean, even if they'd snuck into 4th, because they won from 3rd last year. They went with 3rd in their group last year, and they managed to win. And actually knocked out Arkan Rising Stars, I'm pretty sure, in the quarterfinal
But what about, I mean, don't forget Boosters.
Yeah.
You know, I'm looking forward to see what they bring
Boosters are playing with swagger right now, aren't they?
They're starting to play some good cricket.
Yeah. I'm with you. Mascaroni will start with a wide. Bowled a very good first over.
But the other thing is, and the more I think about this, I still don't know which I'd prefer. You continue from Group B into the quarterfinals, or you have that break like Group A have had, and then come back, but come straight back in to an elimination match.
So it's a good question. And there's pros and cons, right? So it's not as simple as saying which is better. It depends what weighting you give. I think it depends how you're feeling. Are you tired and do you have injuries? It depends on that. So if at the end of your Thursday you're knocked up and you've got a bunch of injuries and just your key players are tired, I think it's a bit of a negative. But if you're in good shape, then you can take some momentum, and the fact that the other players have been sitting on the bench for a few days, you know, you can catch them napping. This is going to be hit pretty well. Is it going to be fielded? It is. Yeah, but the other thing is, look, normally in cricket, you normally have a week off between games anyway, right? So we don't consider anything, oh, they're going to be cold. I mean, I suppose because it's a 10-over game, anything can happen. It's worth thinking about.
But what I did notice, especially in Dresden, I think the teams in Group A, they needed that time off. They were early.
That's what I mean.
I mean, in terms of recuperation, etc. I know that RC Dresden had a few players that needed a rest, and sadly won to the Berlin side. So, but I'd like to see the stats on it. I'd like to see some stats on the team when you got this 2-week event.
I think it would slightly favour teams that have been in Group B, I think. Wait for this ball from Mascaroni Ahmed. It's going to be pulled away, and it's towards the fielder, but it's going to be over the fielder. Well, they need Shahab everywhere, don't they? Because this is Sudipro Ray, who did his best, but he watched it sail over his head. Says Carreras. Cameron Khan with a couple of big bombs here in the last innings of the day.
Yeah, Cameron Khan, remember, he was the man that was unfortunately involved in that incident, the accident that we saw here with Ronit Satapathy. So obviously that's, things like that play on the mind of both the players, of course.
Nice to see he's okay, actually.
He's really out there, nice, and he's taking out maybe a bit of the frustration in this ball. Good man to have out there at the moment, I think.
This is going to be a bit of a one-hand glance. So it's going to be an effective one. So, well, poor Ray out there. He's chasing balls all over the place. That'll be another boundary to Cameron Khan.
Yeah, it just takes one hand off this and says, that'll do. I only need one hand for this one. And 4 more runs.
So
Great.
maybe your ideal scenario is to be in Group B, but have the last day off. So actually, Gelsenkirchen have the last day off here. So they do get a bit of a break. So they won't make the most of it because looks like they're not going to make the finals unless we see something dramatic here. So, yeah, maybe that's kind of the best of both worlds. But it depends. Sometimes you have a key player and they've got an injury that's going to take a few days to recover. Well, in that case, I mean, it's the same debate we had at the ECC last year, isn't it? And when we talked about Group A teams, there were 3 weeks last year, then a championship week. Yeah. We talked about Belgium, for example. They could really use the 2 weeks off. They had some injuries to key players like Aziz Mohammed. And they just looked a bit banged up. Zakil, I think, had a bit of an injury at the time. Whereas England 11 kind of hit the ground running in week 3 and were able to carry that momentum through. This is hit pretty well, and no one's catching this. And once again, Martin's going to get a knock on the door. I'm still waiting for the surprise, Martins. But anyway, this is a really good shot.
Martin is probably jumping out of his skin every time this ball is hit because he's obviously looking at the monitor and he's thinking, it's coming my way, I'm sure it is. Boom! He's all shook up in there. He's all shook up.
7 overs down. It's 88 for 6. Coming up tomorrow, it is the last day of Group B matches. So Bayern Boosters versus Cologne CC and Düsseldorf Black Caps and Lemgo. And here's the thing. You might say, well, looks like Gelsenkirchen, they'll already be decided as the team to go out. But still, I think playing for position is super important, particularly the top 2, whether you come in as the higher ranked team. I think that's pretty important. And really, I think that all teams are just going to want to win as many games as they can going into the quarterfinals on Friday. So join us tomorrow for day 10. Starts at 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in the morning in Central Europe, and it's noon in India. That should be an interesting last day. Yeah, Boosters, they got the day off today, but they were really playing with a bit of flair, weren't they, when we last saw them? And, ready to go. Here's a man, Jamshad Khan, who looked very, very good with the bat. Seemed like nothing could cost him his wicket until I mentioned the C word. Yep, century.
Yeah, until you mentioned it, you done him, and he didn't even score another run. He went for 58.
Yeah. This will be a long chase for somebody, and look who's after it. It's Patel. Well, he's got a bit of a race here. The most annoying thing as a keeper is to run this far and then not actually field the ball, which is what happens. But that'll be a couple. I want to say hello to Rob Lever in the chat. Hello, Rob. How are you? He's
hello, Rob.
Says that we're doing an amazing thing for cricket in Europe and can't wait for our return to Romania. We loved being in Romania. So is that where you are, Rob? Let us know. And yeah, really enjoyed our time there. It's a bit sad I had to leave early to cover the T20 Internationals, but I know that you did a great job finishing things off. Oh, there you go. That's how it's rolling right now.
It's him. It's only one man.
I mean, and look, Amran said, what are you doing? You've got no right. We'll arrest that man because that is burglary. There's no way he could catch that. And he did. And, well, a little bit of an acknowledgement from Vahadi. But this is one of the catches of the season. Geez, we've seen some good ones here in Germany.
Jamshad, he can't do anything wrong, Jamshad Khan, at the moment today. I told you he's the man that's smiling. He's got the biggest smile of all the players today. He's been good with the bat. He's been good with the ball, and he's been good with the catching, and here he combines the two together. That is such a good catch. And he bowls it, all right, it's one of those, I know a lot of people who've been watching cricket for a long time would say, they're the sort, they either stick or they don't. Well, Cameron there says, come here, I'll show you. It's nice
this
to
is
see.
Full speed. I don't even think that does it justice. We saw it live. That was belted.
It was
quick. That was absolutely belted. What a catch.
Yeah, well, that's nice. Well, Maya leaving the office. Well, I hope you saw that, Maya, before you left. Well, what a good catch. That was absolutely brilliant. And Saifullah Islam saying, excellent catch. Yes, it was. I mean, look, when you're a bowler, you just as soon as you bowl, well, you're not expecting this to come back to you, and it does pretty quickly. But look how cool he makes it look. Just gets that hand in the way, takes the catch, and said, there you go. It's as easy as that. Well, that is a jalebi catch. And, well, I say jalebi catch because when you eat the jalebis, you always have a bit of chib-chib in your fingers. And if you do have a bit of chib-chib, it helps you to catch the ball.
Do you know what he reminds me of? Is he can do everything but throw back to the keeper from 15 yards, which is what he messed up before in that ridiculous, calamitous
But
run
he still
out.
made amends, didn't he?
Yeah, no, but I think it reminds me of in Major League 2, the catcher is really good at throwing to second base, but he gets the yips throwing the ball back to the pitcher, which is like a really easy thing to do. So I think he's been superhuman today with the exception of that moment. But you're right, even then, he got it on the rebound and ran the guy out anyway, Awais. Have we seen Awais yet?
No.
Awais is now batting 10.
He doesn't want to go out
Has he got
there.
the yips? What's going on with
I
him?
don't know. I reckon he thinks he's been dealt with badly. And
Oh, poor
I think-
Awais.
I think we saw that in his bowling as well. It's a bit
24 hours.
half-hearted.
24 hours is such a long time in European cricket, isn't it?
And listen, maybe. Oh, he's gone. This is out, I think. Don't point going back that way. You might as well keep going the other way.
He's acting
I
cool.
don't think he gets in here.
Kamal's trying to act cool and nonchalant, but I think he knows in the pit of his stomach that he's going to be gone here.
Yeah, this is a great pickup and great throw. Nice work there. And Oscaroni, he's been on form, hasn't he? Oscaroni, Ahmed, and we're going to see this again.
Yeah.
And you were talking about, how things can change. But first, let's have a look at this. There's the pickup. There's the throw.
And good night, Charlene.
Adios. Adios, amigo. You are out.
Are we gonna
Fuera de campo.
Are we going to see Awais now, or are we going to see him batting 11? That's a long way from 1 to 11 in 24 hours.
Yeah.
Especially, you'll never see it again in 100 years. A guy batting at the top of the order, win the game for his team, hit a golden ball for 4, and then come out the next day having dropped 10 batting spots. Are we surely we're going to see him now at number 10?
It doesn't look like him.
Oh.
It doesn't look like
He's
him at all.
got. I don't know what's happened. Maybe did he get injured when they carried him off? What's going on
I think
here?
he got injured when he came on to bowl and he got smashed all over the place. I think that
Oh.
did it. This is not always it. But look, what I wanted to say before the day is over as well. Give a big shout out to the men in black, the umpires. They've all been brilliant, and we've seen out there Nikhil. We've also seen Arun. But look, I want to say a shout out to Ayush Sharma as well. It's the last time we're going to see him. He's at the bowler's end at the moment. Done a great job.
They've been brilliant.
They've been
Honestly,
absolutely
the
brilliant.
umpires have been so good. Not just today, but particularly today. I think they've been
Yeah.
excellent.
And Ayush is a relatively new umpire. We know he's retired from playing the game. We know why.
For now.
Something to do with 666.
Ah,
But anyway.
you said you weren't going to mention
And
that.
I didn't. That's all I'm going to say.
All right.
But he's become a very, very good umpire. And
I agree. Yeah.
He's taken on a lot of the tips from the established umpires there, the likes of Arun and also Nikhil, and also from Rob Kemin. He's done an excellent job.
End of the over. 93 for 8. Yeah, echo those sentiments. And, well, here's the thing. Since he's been umpiring, he hasn't been hit for a single 6. So, I mean, that's
He's
a positive.
giving him now. He's
Just
giving
like
him now.
Since I've been commentating, I haven't let through a single bye. I haven't dropped a single catch or missed a single stumping. Haven't been out once. Probably been caught out a few times, to be honest. But it's not a bad score they're putting on here. What are they, 93 with a couple of overs to go? But, yeah, it was a hurricane, wasn't it, in the first half of this game. 146 on the board. Still can't believe Mohamed Awais is batting 11. Maybe he won't bat. Maybe he must have an injury to be that low, or maybe might just be depressed, to be honest, because it is sad for Gelsenkirchen to only win one game, and even that game was a golden ball win. This is a team that won 4 out of their 8 games last year, and they just haven't been able to put together. I mean, it makes me think what they could have done if Swapnil Vahade had come a bit earlier and been involved. Here's Kashif with the last over. He'll bowl in the afternoon. Still 2 to go in the match. Yeah, so hello, Rob, and thanks for joining us from Romania. Yeah, I love Romania. Great place. Good people. Really, we have good people wherever we go.
Yeah.
We're pretty lucky to get such a warm reception.
Yeah, you've got to say that the hospitality that we get from all the federations is just absolutely second to none. They're really great. It's a great partnership. This one is up in the air, and it's 6 runs.
Well, Kashif needs to get back there off his own bowling, because he's probably the only man that was going to stop this. He's normally been pretty good in this situation, but yeah, it's all hands. I just say Cameron Khan's batted so well here. He's 32 off 11. That's his 4th big Maximo. Yeah, so tomorrow's shaping up as an interesting one. And of course, quarterfinals Friday and finals day on Saturday. This will be fuller. You watch. Just chops it down onto his body. Palaniappan, who was present for the golden ball, wasn't he? And he became the world's fastest non-striker. Really pushing the fielder. In the end, the fielder fumbled it and went for 4 anyway. Yeah, so the captain, Palaniappan, no more for his bowling.
Takes a walk back. Shahab.
Pretty nice kits as well, the black caps kits. They were more black last year, predominantly black, but with a fair few black uniform teams, they've kind of rocked this red number with a little swoosh of black.
Yeah,
I
don't
like
mind
it.
at all. I do like it. I do like the red out there.
100's up. And make that 101 as Paliniappan gets off the mark. I still don't think I've ever seen anyone bat 1 do well, win a golden ball, and bat 11 the next day. Couldn't have had a word, and
But he
the waist getting run out the way he
11
did.
straight away, did
Do
he?
you think he pulled a hamstring?
He batted
He
6.
batted 6. Even that was too low.
Run out for 0.
Yeah, I remember.
obviously.
You know how he got run out, remember?
Yeah, I remember.
I don't think I'll forget. I'll be having nightmares about it tonight. I can't imagine how he'd be feeling. And this is Jamshed, who will a slight fumble, come back for 2. I think he's home here.
I think he gets back. Yeah, umpire looks like the on-field umpire has given not out as the decision. Good placement for the umpire, liking that look. Gets ready, gets his head down, he's watching the line, and he can see clearly that the batter slides the bat in. That's good work, and we've just been saying how good the umpiring has been.
A lot of things about umpiring you don't see. Yeah, things like positioning, subtle positioning, things like that. Yeah, nicely done. They do have to fix the stumps up. Got to say, it's nice to have the stumps with the base back again. We spent a lot of time in Italy in the 40-degree heat, plus having them banged back in.
Flying out the ground there,
I like it, but not for the extra time that it takes. I told you we need to have the stumps that automatically regenerate. Where are the people? We're going to get your glowing rope.
Yeah.
That's one thing, or maybe the electric shock rope as well. But we need the stumps like 10-pin bowling that they just come back. You know, like
they drop over, they just get picked back up and put down. Yeah.
104 for 8 as we head into the last over of the day. Thanks once again so much for your company. I've had a great first few days back. And Rico, you've been wonderful as well. Thanks to everyone in the chat for all of your company. Don't forget, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel if you haven't already. Make sure you do. Click the thumbs up button on this video so we can bring more people the magic of European cricket. Also, go to our social media at European Cricket, and don't forget our website, europeancricket.com. I know you can see the Belgian fixtures are up there. And actually, the ECC fixtures in full, they are up now.
Are they up there now?
You can even go to ecc.cricket or just go to europeancricket.com and click on the ECC at the top. This is hit something. It'll just be 1.
Oh, where's he going?
Cameron wants it. Made a really late decision. And let's just say Paliniappan wasn't as keen for 2 as he was on the golden ball that time. That'll be off the... I think the umpire's forgotten to signal. There we go.
There we go. It gets up in the air.
Give him a big rap.
I liked Cameron Khan's knock here.
It's been good.
Exciting knock. He's hit the ball pretty well.
That was a leg bite, first ball of the over. So you know, so I think Cameron Khan will stay on 36. Is Paliniappan. Just knocks this down. It'll just be a single. So yeah, thanks so much once again for your company. It's been great. And what do you think you'll get up to tonight? You've had a quiet couple of nights, haven't you, so far?
Yeah, just taking it easy. Might be nursing a wound tonight.
Well, you might be. Well, I had you in for an appraisal meeting last night, didn't I?
An appraisal, yeah, that's right. I didn't realise I still had to do appraisals.
Just an excuse to open the bottle of whiskey that I brought you. This is an inside edge onto the pad. And now he might go for 2 here. I reckon he wants 2, but Paliniappan said, well, I'm the captain, so I don't care if I'm batting 10.
He might now.
Go on.
Yeah.
Well, you might get... How many are you going to get here? That's 2. It's not going to go for 4. 3. Come on, let's go for 4. Oh. They're going to get 4.
Go on.
Yeah, that's 4 all run. 4 no boundary. All right.
Well, you can see the fielder saying, go on, then go on. And the camera saying, go on, then throw it. I dare you to throw it. Well, they did get thrown.
Well, it would have been 5. So I suppose he saves 1 there. Is that a good thing? And you know who's tired? Any batter that's been batting for a while and has had to sprint 4. Even though he had about a 2-second break after the first one, they get 3 overthrows.
Wow.
Hello to Archie, who's been lurking. Yeah, and we once saw a 5, and that was another time we saw a player collapse. Well, this is going to be whack leg side. This probably goes to the boundary. Yeah, he tries to jump, but he had no real plan there, Gupta, and it's going to be 4.
Look at the bounce on this. I mean, if this is a normal bounce, he's going to stop this, but look, he can't get anywhere near it.
I do like a high bounce on the one bounce.
It's like, you know, when you're watching tennis and the one player smashes it in and there's no way you can reach it because of the bounce. That's one of those.
Exactly. Oh, he's up to 44.
Come on, big 6.
Come on. Come on, Cameron.
Come on, everybody.
That's been a tough day.
Everybody on the chat, wish a 6 here.
Won't get it. He wants 2. Won't get it here.
Yes, he will.
Hello.
He's
he might get more.
He's going to get 4.
Wow. The gifts are coming thick and fast.
There you
Cameron
go.
moves
You
to
see,
48.
it worked. I told you, everybody put your minds together for a boundary. Everybody put their minds together, and look, goes through. 4 runs. Thank you very much.
Mascaroni has had a very good day, but that's a ball he won't want to look back at.
Come on, 50. We want
on.
a 50 here. So everyone in the chat, think 50.
So he's on 48 here. He's on 48. He needs 2 for a 50. So now Palani up and has to go into golden ball mode.
Yeah.
He's going for 2 no matter what. This is what he's good at. So here we go. Come on, Cameron. You deserve it. Well, run. He's going to be frustrated. We have another 49 not out. And so, well, it's still a very good innings, let's be honest. 49 off 19. And, well, good spirits between these two teams. Of course, we had that really scary moment before when we had this situation. But yeah, when it came down to it, and Gelsenkirchen, they pushed the Black Caps, didn't they? But they weren't able to get the points they needed to stay alive in the competition. So it's with a heavy heart that we say goodbye to VFB Gelsenkirchen in the ECS for 2022. But they certainly provided us a lot of entertainment, including that golden ball, Rico.
Yeah, they certainly did. Look, well done to them. But they couldn't recapture the sort of form they needed. That's a good score they posted in the end, chasing 119. But like you say, when you get a good big score like that, you're up against it right from the word go. And it's almost like the sort of Black Caps, they just had control over this match all the way through. And they gave the opportunity to 1 or 2 other bowlers to bowl. They changed it up slightly. But they go and continue to be the unbeaten team in the group. 6 out of 6 from them. And they're looking pretty strong and pretty polished, aren't they?
Yeah, 6-love first set. And, yeah, they're looking the goods, Black Caps. They did have their moments today where they were pushed, didn't they, when they lost those 4 early wickets back in game 35. But they found a way out of that tight spot. Still came up with the victory. And then, well, they really put their foot down, didn't they, in match 36. So this is what's coming up tomorrow. We'll get to see the Black Caps taking on Lemgo. So that'll be a really interesting couple of games. Because, look, Lemgo, they did win one of their 2 matches this morning. But Lemgo also have a pretty explosive batting lineup, don't they? And they have a pretty long batting lineup as well. So looking forward to that in the afternoon. But before that, we'll see the Boosters and Clone CC. So everyone playing for position now. We know our 4 qualifiers. Let's have a look at what happened during the second half of this game. It was a mountain of runs. And look credit to VFB Gelsenkirchen. They never really gave up. And they tried their hardest. And they stayed on the rate for a while. But there's a couple of moments of magic meant that they would kind of fade away. Verhade at the top of the order. Subramanian putted him, but not for very long. We saw Alam Dali come out and smack a couple of around. The umpire was in danger there for a second. But there was some really good fielding and some unbelievable catches this afternoon as well.
Yeah, look at the catching. I mean, there was the run out of Dali, unfortunately. He just hesitated, didn't he, when he came back for the second. He went, and this is the catching. What a great catch that is. And that man there, Jamshid Khan, he has done everything right today. I mean, he's batted well. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he's the player of the match there. Well, that man there, he's going to get a lot of messages as the German national team captain for that bit of misfield from Van Geneesen. And next time they're going to be doing some training. That will come up. Well, there's another catch there. All smiles on the faces. And this was a shocking run out, really.
Yeah.
They're not what you want to be doing.
Right,
But look out for the cordon bowl that's coming up as well. And then again, who else? Jamshid Khan. And this would have been brilliant.
That was amazing. I mean, Marugesh for that run out, I think he'll probably get a free drink off Farhade at the end of the day. But, you know, Cameron Khan, for me, it was a really nice innings from him. He hit 4 sixes and 3 boundaries in his 49 not out. And, yeah, he did some magical things, but then so did Jamshid Khan there. And Farhade could not believe it. And Cameron said, "How dare you?" And I can see why. And then we had this one as well. Really good pick-up, direct hit. You might as well keep on walking. But Cameron through it all. At least he brought some respectability to the scoreline. And look, this 119, I think it wins you more cricket matches than you lose. But that's a couple of times. And remember, against Lemgo on Saturday as well, they scored a big score, scoring second. It wasn't quite enough. I think they scored 122 on that occasion, but they needed 127. But yeah, it just wasn't their tournament in the end. Even though they had that golden ball magic yesterday. Farhade with 30 was good early on before he was caught and bowled by a miracle catch. Apart from that, it was 16 for Dali hitting double figures. But the real star of the batting innings was Cameron Khan with his 49 not out of 19. But even then, it was a bit frustrating, wasn't it, that he wasn't quite able to bring up the 50. And Oase, well, suddenly he's a number 11. We didn't even see him out there, despite the fact that they lost 8 wickets along the way. Looking at the bowling, well, pretty good performance. I mean, no one really stands out. Would say Mascaroni Ahmad with with 2 for 25 was decent. Jamshed Khan was pretty good. How about his wicket? The caught and bowled 1 for 19 for him. Other wickets for Majid Ahmedzai and also Ganesan. But yeah, a few expensive bowlers there. Only one bowler, Jamshed Khan, was below 10 and over in economy. So just off Black Caps, not a perfect performance, but good enough to keep their undefeated series alive. And yeah, just think for me that they are favourites for this tournament. I think, and they don't seem in too much injury trouble. I think that they won't mind, barring what happens tomorrow, going straight into quarterfinals and trying to keep that momentum up.
Absolutely.
But it was last year that they did play in Group B. They did finish top, but then lost to a team that finished 4th in Group A that had the 1 week break. Been great to have your company today. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Fu as well. And Rico, we've seen a bit of everything today, including a moment that I know was a bit scary, but the main thing is we do hear that Satapathy is doing well and is up and just waiting for some results. But I'm really happy to hear that.
Yeah, that's really good news. And you know what? I reckon today has been quite a sensational day, because I don't remember, I always scribbling a few notes down. I don't ever remember 4 matches where in every match a batter has scored a 50. There's been a 50 in every single innings, and in one innings there was a couple. I don't remember seeing that in a long time.
Yeah, the importance of going on with it. I think the batters that can do that, especially in the finals, is going to be huge. And I think we've seen quite a few batters going close to 50 as well. So if you get a chance and you get in, you have to make the most of it and try and keep it going as long as possible. It's a really good observation that you made. I've mentioned already a few things. The website, EuropeanCricket.com. Check out Belgian series is up now there. You can check out the teams and the fixtures for next week. Look at the ECC in full. Of course, that'll be day night. Go to our social media as well. Smash the like button on this video and subscribe. We love new subscribers. Tell your friends, tell your family about the European Cricket Network, and let them see the magic as well. Big thank you to all the Blue crew as well as the medical crew that helped with that situation today. Obviously to Spring Productions and Martin's fantastic job pushing the buttons, but also big thank you to Andres and to Dennis as well. Big thank you to you. We'll have a lovely night once again. And yeah, we've been in the queue, but we are going to let ourselves out. But we want you to stick around for a little while longer, because you can check out some of the highlights of the day. It was a very exciting one from everyone at ECN, the European Cricket Network, and the European Cricket family. Hope you have a happy and a safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everyone. Enjoy these highlights.